Baby, I don't wanna move, don't wanna move. I'm getting too close to you. I know that you wanted to, you wanted to. Never wanted you to hold back too much. Loving won't get you through, and I don't know what to do. Tripping over without you. Always wanted you by my side, but with every day passing by, say seek and you shall find. Can't get you off of my mind. Tripping over without you. Can't get you off of my mind. Tripping over without you. I've been running up, get a little closer.
Sun's out, your buns out, but my guns out. Sun's out, your buns out, my guns out. Sun's out, your buns out, but my guns out. Sun's out, your buns out, my guns out. Sun's out, your buns out, but my guns out. Sun's out, your buns out, but my guns out. Sun's out, your buns out, but my guns out. Sun's out, your buns out, but my guns out. myself together. I gotta get myself together. I gotta get myself together. You know, you're driving me crazy. Don't know what to do, don't know what to do. You know, you're driving me crazy. Don't know what to do, don't know what to do. I gotta get myself together. 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 You know, you're driving me crazy. Don't know what to do, don't know what to do. You know, you're driving me crazy. Don't know what to do, don't know what to do. I gotta get myself together. I gotta get myself together. I gotta get myself together. I gotta get myself together.
Mr. Knox, take a seat. Tell me what's going on.
There's a man inside my mind making noises. Somehow I feel like I don't have a choice in it.
Oh, okay. Tell me a little more.
He tells me I'm a chump and he tells me I'm broke. Waits around until I'm all alone.
What time? What kind of time of day, or what kind of things does he say?
At the most pale face when the day is just a dive. He's waiting in the corner where he drives. He's so alive.
Okay.
He's a creature of the night.
Is that so? What time?
When it's 2:45.
Welcome everyone to Game Changers Rising. Finally, the first official female League of Legends tournament that we all have been waiting for. This tournament serves as a culmination of all our efforts, passion, and the dreams coming true this year. I am Vixalis, and I'm very excited to be your host for this amazing journey. For those of you that are tuning in and are worrying, where is the LEC? Bring the LEC back. It will be back, but today this channel belongs to the Game Changers of the scene, and I am luckily accompanied by two of them, my loyal EEC co-star and work wife Mile, and all of you will know her unless you've been living under a rock. Of course, it's Trouble Inc. How are we feeling?
Hi everyone, thank you for letting us yoink the LEC challenge.
Yes.
Well, yoink, it's
ours
ours
now.
for the next 3 days. 3 days of full action.
Yeah, it's completely crazy. I gotta say, we've been waiting for this for such a long time, and I'm just really, really happy that our moment has come. The time is here, and we get to show you some new talents that you may haven't heard of before. So definitely stay tuned, because bangers are coming up, trust me.
Yeah, definitely. And we definitely also have to say the way here was very long, because this tournament has also been going on for a while, and you are very lucky that you just turned in time for the playoffs, where we will have 6 teams battle it out for their chance to be the first ever champion of the Game Changers. So we're gonna take a look at how we got here in the first place. And of course, we started the tournament with 8 teams. 3 of them were qualified due to having an LEC mother organization with G2 Hell, Vitality Rising Beast, and SK Avarosa. Then 3 additional seats were granted to the best teams of the Equal Esports Cup that just happened in the summer this year with the final at Gamescom. These teams were Galleons, Blue Otter, formerly known as Nexus Reapers, and of course Solari Academy. And then ultimately the 2 remaining seats were offered through an open qualifier, with Eterna and Zaren's Bloom making it through that.
Yeah, crazy times. Honestly, I gotta say, being in the Equal Esports Cup, it was very, very interesting to see what teams are actually going to make it. I think we have 3 very strong contenders here, I gotta say. Blue Otter, formerly known as Nexus Reapers, as you've already mentioned, of course, bringing in some big names as well. So that's definitely one of the teams to watch. And then on the other hand, Solari, who are coming up today, but also had a very successful run in the Equal Esports Cup. So overall, I'm super excited to see how they will perform in Game Changers, because the pressure is on. This is the stage they have been waiting for.
It's just really cool because I've seen like a lot of those players literally from little buds to like full-blown flowers, right? I think one that I want to mention and give my shout out to is obviously Cultis. I got to meet her when she was only 17 years old, I think, and we're playing a tournament over in Dubai, a girl gamer, and that was my first ever interaction with her. And she's always been so freaking passionate and so locked in her game, and it actually shows. So big shout out to her.
Yeah, definitely. I think a lot of these players have wished for like in Game Changers coming to them. I remember also from like my first times casting ELC was like in a shopping street in Cologne where it was raining. So we had like all the technical stuff on our just like
I remember
seats.
that.
Yeah, so just that it wouldn't rain too much. And now see how far we've come. And we have like a real actual tournament.
We have a roof over our heads.
Yeah, we have a roof. And we have also technical guys working with us. We have a whole crew, a whole production. We are so ready to tackle it. And of course, all these teams also had to tackle it already, because we already had the group stage happening 1 month ago. We had like all of these 8 teams that we talked about prior battling it out. They played best of ones against each other, and of course I think from the results we can see some clear favorites in our group stage. How did you maybe follow the tournament so far, Mile, and are there some picks that you are very excited about?
I mean, I gotta say, I had the opportunity to cast a few of these group stage games for the E-Universe as well, with you on my side, Annika, which is of course awesome. But so far, I gotta say the biggest surprise for me just coming out of groups might be Vitality not making it out of groups, possibly. But yeah, there is definitely some spice in there. Let's put it like that.
Yeah,
I have to say, Eterna really catches my eye here, because obviously you'll see some names from like LEC mother orgs that make sense, right, on this list, but Eterna had to fight their way through qualifiers. Not only that, they've got 2 NA residents on the team. These 2 girls are playing with super high ping, and they've ended up in Group B with 100% win rate. And I have to give also shout out to C, their AD carry, who role swaps from mid lane to AD carry and brings some very spicy picks over down the bot lane.
Yeah, I definitely would say we have a lot of teams that play a very specific play style. So if you're like a typical LEC player, you will get on your calls. You will see so many interesting picks into even though like especially because we have today Zaren's playing, but more about that later. And now we're gonna talk quickly about the playoffs format because we also want to know what the future is gonna bring. And we have a lot of very interesting matchups for you. As you can see, we have a single elimination bracket on our hands. This whole thing will be played in a best of 5 and of course in Fearless. And we have the second seed of the groups playing against the respective third seed of the other group, bringing us to Blue Otters playing against SK Avarosa and also Solari Academy playing against Zaren's Bloom. We're gonna see this matchup today, and in the upper bracket we have waiting our both first seeds from Group A and B, G2 Hell and Eterna, and I can't describe how excited I am to see it. This absolute giants of the scene battle it out. Also because Trouble just mentioned, those teams are very exciting because Eterna comes from the open qualifier. These players are like very new to the scene. Again, G2 Hell that just won EC.
Yeah, for me, G2 Hell is the monster truck of the female non-binary scene this year, because I personally think if they don't win, I don't know what they are supposed to do. Like, I don't know what they can change. I don't know who they can bring in, because we will talk about it a lot in today's time. But just for me, that has to be the team to beat. And so far, Eterna has been doing a great job. So let's see how that plays out in the future. However, I'm also very excited about our matchup today, of course.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we have Zaren's Bloom playing against Solari Academy. Solari Academy also been the team that has, I think, been on people's radars now that they have performed really well. But I had the great opportunity, actually, to speak to one of their players, to speak to Lilith, the mid lane, and we maybe just gonna see what she thinks about the matchup today. Hello, Lilith. Thank you for being so kind of giving us the chance to talk to you before this very important matchup. How excited are you to play playoffs with Solari?
Hello, thank you for having me. Well, I'm really excited to play for Solari, and I'm really happy to play in this Game Changers playoff. So yeah.
I mean, I'm also seeing that you're like kind of in a boot camp. How exciting is it to play with all your teammates in the same place?
Well, we are actually having a boot camp right now. We are in the Solaris facility at Tours, and it's really cool because we actually are like really friends one to each other, and we are in a good atmosphere, and it feels really great to have them all over us. It helps us to like focus more and to be in a good environment to actually perform. So yeah, really good.
Yeah, you're actually going to play against Zaren's Bloom for the first time this year, since you have been in different groups in ESC and you haven't matched them in playoffs yet. How did you prepare for this team and what do you expect of today's series?
So first of all, I'm really happy to play against Terence because like Vicky was one of my previous teammates and Ofo was my previous coach in Vitality back in 2023. And they're also my friends basically. So like yeah, I'm low-key happy. And actually it's like not the first time that we play against them because we had a scrim against them once, but it was like very a while ago. So like let's see how they improve throughout the year and throughout the EC in general. Honestly, the preparation is like kind of low-key the same. We just like watch how they play, watch how they draft and what they, I don't know, like what their champion pool is and stuff. And we kind of made like some things to have a way through the BO, I would say. And especially against Malo, I think that she's a promising rookie and she proved a lot this year through playing for the Orange. Also knowing that she's not full-time, so it's quite impressive the progress that she has made so far. So yeah, I'm like a bit, a bit like stressed because it's kind of the unknown, and also I'm like generally like super impatient to face this team.
Yeah, then let's hope that will be like a really interesting best of 5 for you, and we're gonna have some extra eyes on the mid lane and see what you're gonna bring out against Malo. Thank you so much, Lilith.
Thank you.
Yeah, we got some extensive views from Lilith. I even asked her afterwards if there might be like an Irelia coming up in the mid lane because it has been something she might have been picking out someday. But she was like, yeah, we're just gonna see what's happened. So we are definitely really excited. And this brings us to our first matchup. Huh? Yeah.
Oh wait, I was muted. I'm sorry.
I would love it.
She has Katarina listed on her wiki page as one of her favorite champions. Hey, you know what? When you're 5 games deep into Fearless, best of 5, all the CC has run out dry, and it's like a desert of CC, and there's nowhere to be seen. Maybe there's an angle, man. That's all I'm saying.
Sure.
Yeah. Sure.
Of course.
I mean, we're gonna put
Let's
on
push
Mila's
it to bed,
wish
Grandma.
list also
Okay.
the misfortune, which is even like a probability for
MF.
Vicky.
Okay,
Yeah, we want
let's
to
talk
see that.
about MF. We love misfortune in my household, so
Yes.
I would like to see. Does MF Katarina work together? I don't think that's great ultimate setup for either of them, but.
I think you could make arguments for that, but I think we're gonna first look into our first matchup of the day, or like the only matchup because it's best of 5. We have up Zaren's Bloom against SLYA Academy, and those are two very interesting teams because they come from two very different standpoints. SLYA started as like a really big underdog into the EC. Here we can also see the roster that Mili 100% wants to talk about ADC and top lane later, but they have been crushing so far this year, right?
Yeah, 100%. I feel like for me, SLYA Academy has been a little bit of a surprise package, but they did bring in 2 players that we have loved in 2024. There was this Equal Esports Cup favorite team called Chester Gaming. They had a cute little kitty cat as their mascot, as their logo, if you want it that way. And they brought in Pivotless and Clef as their top laner and, of course, as their AD carry. And I'm so excited to see them all work together. I was really excited to see them perform in Equal Esports Cup, and it turned out so well. They actually had such a great time. They showed a lot of resilience, making it towards the finals even, and they ended up becoming our runner-up because then in the deciding finals they did end up losing 1-2 versus G2 Hell. But I'm extremely excited to see them perform. We oftentimes talk about Clef as a very carry-oriented player. She tends to pick, let's say, a little bit more of the scaling picks. So she takes it a little slower in the early stages of the game and then 1v9s at the end and just cleans up. Like, she's a cleanup crew. She's coming in on her smolder and she's like, I'm going to take this kill. I'm going to take this kill. I'm going to take this kill. And then the game's over for the enemies. And I feel like that has been very much their character. However, they do struggle a little bit versus stronger teams. So I feel like they still have to prove themselves time and time again, but they come in with a lot of experience from Equal Esports for sure.
Yeah, definitely. How have you viewed the team so far over the tournament and maybe also the development and the Game Changers Rising troubling?
Well, talking about SLYA in particular, I did a little bit of digging, okay? And I know they do like to scale into the late game, which means majority of the time their bot lane doesn't necessarily have the most priority in the game. I have pulled a couple of clips. Thank you so much, production. If we can pause it right here. This is a Sion bot lane just about to knock up the Nico. Now, why is this happening? So one side of the lane for SLYA is Sivir Leona, which will not have priority into Varus Nico, right? So Varus Nico will permanently shove, which means that the Hecarim in the jungle will be under constant pressure from having non-priority lanes on their side. What do? If you're a big fan of Fnatic, and I know there's a lot of you in the chat, even though they've been disappointing over and over again, that's what Adam was doing when he was in Fnatic. Especially on that Sion, he'd roam over level 1, and if we can play the clip through that Sion level 1, they know that they can just forfeit a couple of creeps over on the top side of the map, get that kill over on the bot lane, which will then allow SLYA to push out that bot lane, and then TP that Sion over on the top side of the map. So overall, it frees a lot of pressure off of the Hecarim, and it frees a lot of the pressure off of that bot lane as well.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we have known SLYA as a team that are very meta-adaptant. They like to try out new stuff. They have also very, very clear, just set up the roles, top lane, as you already said, very weak side orientated. And I'm hoping we're gonna see Clef on 100% today. I heard she's unfortunately a bit sick, so definitely blessings out to her that she's feeling herself today and that we're gonna see a dominant performance from them. And also maybe the gaming house is gonna be a little boost because all the other 4 players are gonna be there as a team together.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's known that just being in the same room with your team not only helps you when it comes to communication, but it also brings on a different atmosphere, right? Like, you're just there together, you're in it to win it, and I think that can help a lot. I know that all of these players have been extremely excited to go back to boot camp. They've been posting on social media about it the whole time. So I think they're definitely really happy to be in this together, especially because this tournament is so important to each and every single one of them. I I'm excited to see if we're going to get a little bit of the Clef effect. I know she hates when we call it that, right?
Yes.
But the Clef effect basically describes that late game scaling, that moment when she just pops off. But on the other hand, I do feel like tempo and pressure can be one of their strengths. So let's see if they manage to find a way to get ahead early on. I think this is an extremely hard team to beat.
Yeah, and another team that has bringing out a lot of pressure for some top teams and even beating them a lot was ZERB's Bloom. And this is the roster we're going to talk about next because they are their opponents for Solari today. And also they made some adaptations when they came into Game Changers, swapping out a supporter. So how would you describe what is like the ZERB's Bloom core, Troublink? What defines them?
Okay, first of all, I really love the fact that they qualified through open qualifiers, right? Which is very, very important. They had to claw their way in. And yes, they only did beat Galleons, which went 0-3 in the group stage. However, the way I see this team, I feel like they put a lot of pressure on their support. And seeing how support is the only player that they did replace, I think Issa is coming into this tournament with a lot of pressure on her back. 3 out of 3 games that she's played have been on that rail. And if you look at majority of the rest of the map, you have a facilitating jungler that majorly plays more of the meta kind of picks, like the Wukongs, the Xin Zhaos, things that do play for the team fights. And then the rest of the map is just pure carry central. Like top lane, mid lane, bot lane, all carries. So Issa is going to have definitely her work cut out for her because she's going to be the primary engage maker for the team.
Yeah, definitely. And I think also ZERB's Bloom, they haven't done it just once. They also qualified for like an open qualifier for EC. So they have a team that have been like really resilient through the complete year. Do you have like any player maybe to watch out, maybe on the side outside of ZERB's melee?
Let me think. Who could that be? I think it's this one right there. I think it's Malo. I think it's the mid lane. Maybe, possibly. No, for me, Malo has been one of the standout players coming in. She's very unknown, I would say. Like, not a lot of people immediately know her name or know where she plays, but she has been showing a lot of promise. She has been showing a lot of talent. And we also got a little bit of a peek towards her favorite champion right there, because she does love to play a good old Syndra. So, let's actually look at this mid lane match up a little bit deeper, because Lilith and Malo definitely will have some fighting spirit in them.
Yeah, it's definitely the veteran of the league, with Lilith making it to finals not only this year in EC but also last year, never gaining a title against our rookie 19-year-old with Malo. I mean, Trouble Inc., you have seen so many players go through like all these times. How would you like describe these two in like a differentiating way? When you look at the stats.
I feel like Lilith on her part is more like the control mates player and a stabilizer for her team. The person that's constantly going to try to get priority. One of her most played champion is that way. It is for both of them, right? It's in the shared champion pool. But on the other side, for Malo, she's the newcomer in the scene. She's the one that actually wants to prove herself versus one of the veterans like Lilith. And she's got even more control mates oriented kind of picks. We see even the Mel, the Karma, the Lissandra coming through. Those are they not only stabilizers, but they can be also really big counters to things like if you bring out an Irelia, as we can see over on the side of Lilith, right? Lissandra, fantastic champion to go up against the likes of Irelia, probably super deep into a best of 5 fearless.
Yeah, how would you maybe then like see the chances? I mean, we have also talked about like bot lane being more weak side orientated on the side of ZERB's. Do you think that could be maybe become a problem for ZERB's Bloom if the series would go to 5 games, Mila?
I mean, I think 5 games is generally maybe possibly a little bit of an issue for all of them, because this is the first time they're actually playing a fearless best of 5, because Equal Esports Cup has been best of 3 max, right? So this 5th game, if it happens, is definitely going to be a challenge. However, I think the more interesting part is that some of the bot lane picks as well are very contested. Both of these AD carries like to play a little bit of the late game scaling, like to play a little bit of a hyper carry as well. So it's going to be very, very interesting. I don't necessarily think that ZERB's will struggle more than Solari. I think on paper, for me, Solari is favored just because their overall performance in Equal Esports Cup seemed to be a little bit more consistent. I think ZERB's, for me, they do look very strong versus easier opponents, right? Like they did look very strong when they had opponents that have been in the struggle bus themselves. But against these top teams, these teams that were competing for the title, I've always felt like they missed a little bit of that last little spark. And maybe the support change can be the difference maker. But that's a lot of what ifs. And I really just want to see them perform. I want to see, a banger. I want to see the carnage. I want to see the action. So I do kind of hope we get to 5 games. I'm not going to lie.
I want to say I've been molded by ERLs, right? My entire career, I've been around the ERLs, and I'm just very excited for players who bring their own flair. And I know we don't necessarily talk about it a lot because it's a little bit stale over in the top lane, but man, OP only plays carries. She doesn't have a single... Guys, I'm not talking a single Ornn, a single Sion, a single... There's nothing that could remotely build Doran's shield in the early, or even like, I don't know, like slight bits of armor. Nothing. Everything is carry oriented. And she's up against one of the longest standing members in the entire scene, Pivotless, who's been playing since 2020 and has pretty much like also a bruisery type of top lane kind of pull, but also can bring out the tanks, right? So when we're talking about deep best of fives again, because we keep mentioning it over and over again, this is the first time these teams will be put into a best of five fearless kind of situation. So it's really exciting for us too to see like way down the line, game 4, game 5, what do these top laners also bring out if they want to stick to their carry oriented playstyle?
Yeah, so I mean, we had like both arguments for both of the teams. I mean, I kind of know what's gonna happen if I ask Mila for like her favorite for the matchup. But Mila, who are you rooting for? Or, like, who are you seeing a bit more in the advantage today?
Hold up. I just want to say I'm Switzerland, okay? I'm rooting for all of our girls. I'm just happy we've made it this far.
Hope everyone has fun.
Yes.
Yes, I just hope both teams
Be
win.
part.
No.
Be part of the tournament.
No, but I'm just like, I'm really happy, first of all, that our players get the chance to finally shine and finally show off their talent. I am, of course, a little bit of a Clef and Pivotless fangirl. They know it. People who've watched the Equal Esports Cup know it. I cannot hide that. However, I want to see carnage. I want to see hard fights. I want to see people actually going to the edge and stepping over it and fighting and all that. So honestly, I don't care who wins. I just want it to be hard for it, and I don't want it to be a stomp for either one.
Definitely.
All right, 3 rounds. There you go.
Well, okay.
I mean, if no one's gonna say it, come on, man.
Okay, then I would say without further ado, we're just gonna look at what the teams are gonna bring and if the spark that Mila was wishing for is ready and what is gonna be picked. And maybe it's the Smolder, which would be a great joy for all of us. And then we will go into draft. Yeah, we go into draft.
Draft?
All right, well,
here we go. Oh,
Okay, here it
I
is.
love a draft. Oh.
Lilith Orianna. That's already like a Solari benchmark.
Definitely. I mean, in German, we would say Ansage. It's definitely a contested pick, right? Like, it's also something that Marlo enjoys playing, but on the other hand, they immediately lock in the Smolder. They immediately want to pick it away, but we can see them going towards another few AD carries, which means Smolder mid for Marlo is definitely an option. It has been an option for a while now to place that Smolder in mid lane if you want to. But that, like, if you pick Smolder and Yunara, that's immediately 2 insanely strong picks gone over. But now they're more towards the mid lane. I don't know. I'm just excited, guys. I'm just too excited.
All right, I would like to see something like a Jarvan here. I know Thorn primarily pivots towards the more aggro junglers, but Wukong and Jarvan are 2 of the most OP champions on that current patch, 25-20. I'm telling you guys, EMEA Masters, Jarvan, pick or ban instantly, or things like the Kiana if you want to be a little bit more aggressive. However, Orianna, a very stable staple also, B1 kind of champion. Again, Lilith is the stabilizer for her team, and Orianna does this pretty freely. Okay, I'll say I really like the fact that Rel is taken away right now. We said that Issei, she has 3 games. 3 games, all of Rel, 100%. So taking away a lot of that comfort. It's going to be the first official game of Issei not on her champion.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. And I really love like the idea with like the Magnet Storm together with the Shockwave, and we have seen Solari always been popping off in this. Oh my god, Mila. There's a Jinx. Yes. How hyped are we?
It's a hyper carry for Clef. I'm very excited. I have to keep some of my voice for the cast, but I'm a little bit excited about this. But you also wanted to mention, of course, the ultimate layering with both the Shockwave and the Magnet Storm, which is of course great setup. So I'm very interested to see what they're going to go for towards jungle, because again, I think jungle position is also kind of interesting for both of these teams. They definitely want to have a facilitating jungler as well. So let's see what they're looking towards. As we can see, the next ban coming through, it's going to be Poppy. And on the other hand, Solari Academy is still kind of thinking about it. Ooh, I honestly don't know if I have any clear preference if I look towards jungle.
I mean, I'm actually looking towards that big boy over in the top lane. I feel like a Sion or an Ornn coming through for Pivotless, because we said OP doesn't touch any of those tank kind of champions, but I feel like you've got Orianna, you've got Jinx. You are very much set up for a front to back. You guys also mentioned it earlier on. They're very slow scalers. They like to go into the late game. They like to have their 3 items on each carry. Here, they're pretty much set up for this success, right? You've got the Jinx, you've got the Orianna. Slam a tank over in the top lane, and Thorn, as the known carry in the jungle, can actually bridge that mid to early game until that Orianna and the Jinx are actually going at it. So again, my eyes are on Wukong. They are onto the Jarvan. I feel like Jarvan would be a fantastic pick over here from Lily as well, since there's 2 immobile carries on the side of Solari.
Yeah, and I mean, worst case, there's still something like the Udyr that she could bring out, which is one of her absolute main and OTP champions. She's been playing it plenty of times, also in different tournaments. And yeah, the problem is just that you have to be very careful. Trouble already talked about how aggressive Thorn normally in the jungle is, that you don't let her fall behind, because games where Zoran's Bloom has like really struggling is when Lily fell behind when she got invaded, yes?
Wait, Hecarim is open. Hecarim is still open for Thorn. Okay, so Thorn loves Hecarim. Like, if there's one champion that I will think of if I hear the name Thorn, it's going to be Hecarim. And we're getting Udyr. Oh my god, okay, we're already getting so many of these like comfort picks, of these pocket picks. This is very, very exciting. Udyr, of course, she has played before. Doesn't always work out in their favor, but it's definitely very comfortable for Lily. She knows her limits on that one. We do get the Jarvan, which fits in perfectly with the ultimate layering we've already gotten from the Orianna, from the Rel as well. Oh, I'm excited. Solari Academy have cooked. The ambassador for Pivotless. Yeah, okay. Now we can call bingo, because that's a bingo Solari draft right there. I already saw it in the chat. People were like, Pivotless ambassador waiting room. There you go. You get it. Game 1. Congrats.
I mean, absolutely right. It is her most played champion. 5 games played, 4-1, 80% win rate as the Yorick gets locked in. You know what? I'll just eat my words a little bit right here, because OP does lock in the Yorick, and even though it's not a tank per se champion, it's one of the like tankier champions that you'll ever see her play. I am absolutely in love with the Solari draft right here. Everything screams front to back, triple carry, Jarvan to bridge the early to mid game with early game ganks, and I'm expecting Thorn to have her eyes set definitely on that mid to bot side of the map, shut down Ahri before she gets that level 6, get onto Smolder, and push him basically further behind when it comes to him scaling the late game.
Yeah, on the other hand, the Zoran's Bloom draft is definitely also absolutely a template for what they have been doing in the past. We have already again Vicky on the Smolder, filling out more like the weak side role until one day she hopefully be able to pop off with like the scaling. How are we like feeling about the predictions that we're making earlier? Are we still staying with the Zoran's Bloom maybe on side of Troubling?
Okay, I am not a big... Listen. Hear me out.
Okay.
I'm not a big Udyr fan, but the clip that I chose to show about Zerans was basically jungle support, pairing up to walk into the jungle. Udyr's still a very strong champion when it comes to that 1v1, so I'm expecting if Thorn is the moving gear in the early to mid game, maybe you'll see Isai and Lily try to enter jungle and shut it down.
Definitely, and I'm thinking also Mila would be very happy with the Solari draft. Is there maybe like an expectation, like when will we see the first fight with Clef getting the kills?
I gotta be honest, it could be in the first few minutes. I'm not gonna lie. I can see Clef and Aussie playing the laning phase already quite aggressively. I think the only thing I'm worried for, but that's something that Solari of course know, is that they're on the timer. But we're not going to talk about that much further, because we're stepping right into game number 1, Solari Academy versus Zoran's Bloom. And then I'm so excited. I'm so excited. Let's get into this trouble. Wow, I don't know what to say. I'm so hyped right now. Whew, I have to take a breath. I'm taking a breath.
All right, you take a breath. Let's chat about this. Of course, to remind to everyone, this is going to be the first best of 5 fearless that these teams are going to be playing, and this is a single best of 5 elim, which means you lose here, you're out of the tournament. Now, let's have a look as Zerans are actually planning on entering enemy jungle right here, just probably to put a deep ward down in the jungle, as you'll see right there onto the Raptors. Of course, Javan is heading towards the top side of the map, and as you'll see on your map, look at what Lily's doing. She's pretty much circled around the bush that's warded.
She's so smart.
And probably going to start towards that red buff. Usually with Udyr, you want to start at Raptors. It is the camp that respawns the faster, and you do want that full clear. However, I guess Lily not being seen right here could also work with what we said about linking up with Issei potentially and entering Java's jungle.
Yeah, 100%. Could be very, very exciting to see if that and how that will work out. I'm very interested to see how bot lane is gonna go. Again, I do feel like Clef and AOC have the option to play it aggressively, and we can see the lane swaps coming through with Marlo immediately going towards that bot side, and then of course Vicky staying towards that mid lane. It's something we've seen in the EMEA Masters as well, where they try a different approach to the lane swaps. So they definitely seem to be avoiding having Vicky face Clef in that bot lane for the time being.
I mean, to be fair, I'm not also a huge fan of putting your Smolder into the Orianna, because Orianna is like a very hard shoving champion. But look on your minimap already, Issei has made her way over in the mid lane, Ahri underneath the tower. It's just gonna be a drive-by for the time being. But what I have really loved about Zerans is that they are very willing to roam their support super quickly. This time around, it's going to be support and AD carry. Over in the mid lane, Leona just hitting that level 2, but this is where you could potentially create some chaos over on the bot side. Scuttle Crab for Solari.
I do also like that they're putting Marlo under pressure a little bit. Yes, she doesn't have to share XP at this point, so she will still feel okay, but she will have a hard time, you know, in that 1v2 situation, just as Lilith actually. But I think maybe Orianna is a little bit more comfortable there. But let's see the pushes on the side of Zorance here for the moment. I don't feel like we're going to get any super early shenanigans though. Yes, both junglers are going towards the top bot side and we can see the charm coming through. However, Marlo, of course, in the turret range. Just stay safe for the moment. Thorn not spotted. Neither is Lilith, I think. But I'm not sure this will result in anything crazy.
Nah, Lily has to take the, you know when you're drunk and you just have to walk home with like one shoe? This is kind of what happens to junglers when they path towards one side of the map and then they know that they don't have priority on this side of the map, therefore they have to forfeit the Scuttle Crab and walk over the other side. So this is the walk of shame all the way from bot to the tops of the map, but Udyr is going to hit that top side Scuttle Crab nonetheless, so it's going to be pretty even for the junglers right now. A whole full clear. Javan has already backed, as you'll see. Lily puts that ward over on the top side jungle of Thorn first to spot the Javan walking in, and then is going to reset. So Javan a little bit faster on the tempo when it comes to the map right now, but is going to get spotted. And Issei, again, on her way from mid to the top side of the map, just make sure to spot Javan over on the top side.
Yeah, she has been very roam heavy, but we can see Javan going over the wall. But maybe now we can see the first little fight situation here as they're now in a 2v2 situation. Pivotless trying to deal some damage, but they have to step away. They have to respect Issei and OP here. And that looked a tiny bit better for Zorance, even though no kills, of course. Whew. I think this is a good sign of how it's gonna go, spice-wise.
I'm loving this. It's like I'm watching Hylissang all over again. Issei has been all over the map. She started bot side with the Ahri, then walked over to the mid lane to pressure Lilith, and now with her jungle. We talked about that jungle support synergy, and right here they're trying to push Thorn out.
Oof. Yeah, you say he's trying to push Thorn away. She has to move away. Smite goes over to Lily, but now AOC in the area as well, and even Lilith is moving in. OP coming a little bit late to the party, so let's see who can pick up the first blood here. It's going to fall, we all know it. As Issei is
Smolder
extremely low, she has to go off the wall. It's the first blood for the Udyr with Pivotless flashing out, but Lily just wants a little bit more. She picks up the double kill, has to tank a little bit of turret aggro. AOC trying to interrupt them there a little bit, but what a great start for Zorance Bloom in that topside fight.
Absolutely fantastic early game. We talked about Solari and how they're a very hard scaling late game team. They've got the Orianna and the Jinx. Your only pivot is that Ambessa plus Jarvan that are going to bridge that early to late game, and you're shutting it down off the get-go. Again, we highlighted early on in the pre-show, if you guys watched it, how well Issei and Lily actually link up in the jungle to enter, invade, and shut enemy junglers down. And that's exactly what they've done to Thorn. Thorn is the main carry for that early game for Solari, and right now the Javan is sitting 0-1 and Lily on a 2-0. Udyr, who's going to be an absolute menace later on.
Let's see, they're trying to find each other again. Drake has spawned, but it's not quite the right situation for Zorance to go back into yet another fight. Marlo is fine for the moment, as falling behind a tiny little bit when we look at the CS numbers. Now getting stunned here. Clef trying to slow her down a little bit more. Now Thorn in the area. Chompers going down as well. Charm coming through.
Guess who? Issei is here again.
Yeah. But they're fine. Like, there's not much they want to do in this situation, I think. Solari are maybe looking to push the wave a little bit, move into an early Drake potentially, but so far, so good. I think even though Zoran's had that great fight on top side, it's still like, it's very much fine for them. They just need to keep Lily in check somehow.
I mean, I'm just telling you, man, that Udyr is only in check in the early game. Once this Udyr gets into the late game, there's no one keeping him in check. However, they do have carries that can dispatch of tanks really easily, right? You've got the Jinx, you've got the Ambassador, you've got the Orianna. This won't be that hard. However, due to the fact that that mid lane priority through that Orianna has been flourishing the entire early game, Solari do find the angle to get inside the jungle, and whilst that Udyr is still full clearing, they're just going to grab the first dragon of the game. So let's see if, in return, Zerans are going to choose to play over on the top side of the map, because this is usually the trade you do in the early game. One dragon for the 2 void grabs, as Lily is invading top side jungle, taking something back for that dragon they lost.
Yeah, she's been there before, but she's feeling extremely safe. You see, of course, again, in the area, always there to just make sure that Lily has a little bit of a shadow, is not left alone. Wolf should be going over to Lily here as well, as Thorn is a little bit late to the party. Now the question stands, will they go for more? Do they want to go for more?
Nah, this is an Udyr. Udyr just loves camps. You show Udyr a camp, Udyr will take the camp, will be really happy, walk back out, but look at this, they're grouping up on Thorn. They do know that the only camp up is the Gromp, and they're grouping up on it.
Yeah, not much that Thorn can do. Has to at least escape over the wall, but there ain't no way she's going to contest that Grump. So the entirety of that jungle is going into Lily's bag, and she will feel very comfortable with this. So yeah, I feel like Solari already have to figure out a way to find some answers, maybe even get a little bit of a pick and try and get their carries into the game. Maybe get Clef excited for the first time. They are now in a position to move towards these Void Grubs, but I'm pretty sure Zorans want to contest this.
We'll see what happens with the first smite right here. Usually when you walk into the Void Grubs and you use your smite early on, that is kind of a sign of a forfeit, right? You take that one Void Grub just so you either turn it around in a fight or you just take the one and walk out. I think in this case, Solari have been losing the fight so decisively that I feel like they took the one and they're going to walk out down to Zerans. They're bringing Malo on the area as well, level 7 Ari, and they're engaged.
They're looking for it. Alcy's going in immediately as Mom comes through the fight as well. Thorn has to be careful. She's being zoned a lot. Has to go off the wall. It's a field of warfare claim with the public execution coming through from Pivotless here, but she has to dodge everything she can. Clef trying to find a slow here, but they're on the Hans Bloom. They're looking for Pivotless. But they will now set their sights back on towards these Void Grubs that Lily has been able to pick up. So it is a little bit of a trade. The good news for Solari is you're not giving up all 3 of them. But I think Zorans still profit of this situation massively.
And that is fantastic awareness right here from Zerans. They walk out initially, they allow one of the Void Grubs to go away, which is again usually the trade you're going to get, and then they grab the other 2 in return, plus 1 kill, which then allows them a little bit more free time on the map, 4 versus 5 to push out some lanes. As you'll see here, Yorick literally just got straight onto Pivotless, pushes out that lane on the top side of the map, 1,000 gold up on the Yorick at this point, as well as 1.2 onto the Udyr, and sure, your Ari's falling a little bit behind, which for me is like the only thorn, not pun intended right here, for the side of Zerans, because he is that more early to mid-oriented spike champion as a Alcy on the flank.
They're looking for a little bit of a catch here. Malo has to use the ultimate Spirit Rush, but it's not going to be enough. Very nice shockwave coming through here from Lilith, but Malo in the end stays safe underneath the turret, and Lily now in the area as well, trying to buy some more space. And that's it for that play. Solari not going to be able to pick up much more as Malo is trying to stay as safe as possible. Yisei is in the area as well. This girl is everywhere. Where is Yisei? Like, she has been everywhere on this map, and it's been 10 minutes. How does she do it? Pivotless has to be a bit careful, but she's fine. She's Ambassa. She'll be okay.
Yeah. Great awareness right there, as you mentioned, by Issei. I think she's played that early game very fantastically well, not only shadowing her own jungler, but also pivoting towards wherever Thorn is on the map, as OP will claim yet another tire plating over on the top side of the map, making it almost around 1,000 gold difference over on the top side. As we see Lily, again, you've unleashed the Udyr. Leander's completed right here. This Udyr will just burn through any champion on the side of Solari for the time being. No first items completed on anyone on blue side, and Thorn is trying to, I feel like at this point, she's not trying to take her camps, she's trying to sneak her out with how much Zerans have been actually spotting where the Javan is throughout the entire game.
And I really like this from Zerans because we've talked about it. For Solari Academy as well, tempo and pressure can be one of their strong suits, especially if they find a way to you know, pick up kills in the early game. And Zorans have been doing a great job at not leaving them much room at all, and therefore playing into their own strengths as well. And they also still have the scaling factor with Vicky, who has been alone in this mid lane most of the time, so she's getting these stacks a little easier, I would say. So let's see if her scaling goes, you know, up to plan, because then she will be a threat as well next to the Udyr in the late game. And Solari really have to find some answers eventually.
I kind of really like the lane swap, first of all. I didn't like it in the beginning because Ahri was laning with Leona, and you never want your assassin mid laner to pretty much share XP with anyone. But since they just swapped that Smolder mid lane together with the Leona, or at least around with the jungler, it has been so much easier. It's much safer, right? Because so Ahri did get ganked a bunch of times down bot lane, but with flash and ult, you'll never catch her. Now, Second Dragon has been put up on the map, and we're basically ping-ponging around mid lane pressure and the wave to gain some access into the river.
So far, no one really wants to pull the trigger there as they're now all moving in. We can see OP and Pivotless kind of stuck towards that top side. OP does have the TP, Pivotless doesn't, so let's keep that in mind. But yeah, they're a little shy about this. Zorans not really looking to play it as aggressively as we expected. Pivotless still under pressure here. Has to find a way to stay alive, primarily.
To keep our eyes on as well. There's TP on OP over on the top side of the map, so the fight does break out, she could potentially TP as a... I'm just on the HP bars right there. She did take a very unfavorable trade over on the top side of the map versus Pivotless, but what you can do right here is dip into Fog of War, reset, grab some items and TP into this fight as Zerans. They're looking for a way to engage this. It's all on Issei to hit a Leon ult.
Aussie moving forward. That was a very nice ultimate layering right there, but here comes Mom. Let's see if Zorans can play it. They can. They have the damage, and it's again Zorans Bloom, especially Lily on that Udyr. She's going forward for the double kill, looking for a little bit more, but it's Malo who picks up the third one in the end. That's 3 kills, and the dragon going over to Zorans Bloom. And Solari just cannot find a way to fight them. They just don't have the damage.
I mean, Lily's a monster. Lily's a monster on this order. 1v9 machine. Again, the Liandry straight into a more of a tanky orientation on the build. You see, Javan just completed Sundered Sky. They literally fought with a bunch of like car boot sale items in their inventories, right? So Zorans were always going to win this because they are the strongest team on the Rift right now. Higher in levels, more items in their inventory as well. And that order is going to take a while for the Jinx to have the items to take him down, right? So for now, Zorans are in a very, very optimal position to pretty much run away with this, because as you can see, as long as OP keeps Pivotless on the side busy, and OP has just been doing that, the 4v4 is just won from the side of Zorans.
And it's a little unlucky because I think we got a little bit of a taste of what it could look like if they weren't that far behind when it comes to damage and items. Because, you know, having Aussie going in, finding a nice engage, and then the shockwave immediately as follow-up, that's exactly how you want to do it. But if you don't have the damage, it's really just a play you cannot win. And I'm kind of hoping that Solari find a way back, find a way to bridge that gold lead that Zorans have been able to get for themselves. But at this moment, I wonder if they would do better without trying to fight and just giving themselves a little bit of time. Public execution coming out. Pivotless therefore should be okay underneath the turret. Does have a whole lot of dashes available.
Yeah.
But yeah.
No flash, but all the dashes make up for it.
Yep.
Zulha's having to use her ultimate right there onto OP to get out. However, majority of the map over on top side for Zorans. They're gonna be taking that Rift Herald, and on the other side, Solari doing something that we know Los Ratones for doing, using the top laner as bait and taking the other side of the map for themselves. So that Orianna, Lilith is gonna take a long time with a bot lane tower, taking it down, potentially opening the map. Pivotless has to run as she does know that Lily is around the map, and this is going to be first turret for the side of Zorans as well.
Unlucky. That was like a split second there. Would have been very nice for Solari to get that one back, but they decide to immediately spawn the Herald here as well. So Zorans in the taxi, in the Formula 1 car, stepping forward, going to pick up yet another turret for themselves. So the gold lead, again, growing further and further. And Solari Academy, I don't want to say the air is getting thin, but so far in these first 17 minutes, they haven't really been able to pick up a lot on the map. I think it's good that they picked up the first Drake. That maybe buys them 5 more minutes. Overall,
okay.
It's a little tricky.
You don't want to say it, I'm going to say it. I think the air is getting a little thin. Dead man's
Hey,
play
no.
completed for Lily.
Why you gotta be like
this
that?
Udyr. Yeah, this Udyr is getting very extremely scary. The problem with things like Udyr or Mundo is that when they get extremely tanky, they can just bypass your entire front line and just get straight onto your carry here, right? And as you see, Alshi, she does have the more of the engage responsibility on her, same as Thorn. So if Thorn doesn't act as a shield for the Clef or Lilith, I think that this Udyr can just bypass both the Javan and the Rel and just straight up run down both of the carries, right? Especially with the Deadmans right now. Super fast for the Udyr. So far, the rounds have everything that they need. A 5.5 thousand gold lead 17 minutes in, which is really hard to not look at. And 2 other towers completely gone from the top side of the map.
Okay, hear me out. Clef effect. You know, I'm just going to put it out there. Clef effect. Clef has not really been a factor yet in this game. However, she is known to really only need that one team fight, especially on a champion like Jinx. Once you get excited, you have the ability to play the cleanup crew. The one thing I worry about is right there, though. Very nice. Vicky, she's hitting her stacks. She has that first instance, you know, that first buff complete now. Of course, still a little bit of time until she hits those 200 stacks, but I feel like Clef has to be a little bit of the deciding factor here as well, as we can see Lily loading up some energy and moving straight back into the map here. Oh my god.
Yep.
This is tricky.
Mercs Lamont in the inventory as well for Udyr. Lily with the extra tenacity right there. Can't be slowed as well. Can't be stunned. Everything gets reduced. So, yeah, we talked about how much Vicky is the main carry for this team, how much OP doesn't like to play tanks, also one of the main carries of this team. But everyone forgot about the Udyr. And it's all about the Udyr show in this particular game. 146 for Vicky on the stacks, 2-5, very close in proximity. It's only been 18 minutes in the game. 146 stacks is a pretty good stacking smolder, right? Especially since they swapped her over in the mid lane. And I have particularly loved the way that Lily and Issei, even though they have been playing as a duo, the jungle support synergy coming through, they have primarily been playing around keeping Vicky safe and then bleeding that pressure onto the jungle. Talking about bleeding pressure onto the jungle, the entirety of Solari over on the tops of the map, and OP, very nice respectful move right here, will fall back to tier 2.
Yeah, I mean, it's the only right choice there, I think. The good news, if we're looking at it as a serious, is Udyr is not going to happen again, right? Like, that's done. So even if this game is as over as it seems at this point, it's not going to happen again, at least not with this specific draft, as it looks like they're going for a little bit of a cross-map play here. Yes, you're giving over a Drake, but they will be able to pick up a turret, and objective bounties are available for them as well. So that's a tiny little consolation prize. But that next Drake, of course, going over to Zoran's Bloom, will put them in a comfortable position again.
Yep, second dragon going down. 5 minutes for the next one, but we also have Atakan in about 15 seconds. And the problem right here is that I don't think that Jinx is anywhere near her second item yet. She's going for that Infinity Edge as the second item. We do see a Needless Ladge Rod in Oriana's inventory as well, so you really need those second items to come through. I think one of the most important ones is also the Black Cleaver that's coming through from the Javan. Really does help in terms of damage from the penetration for the Ambessa, plus the Jinx that you really want resets on in the fights to come. So as you'll see, again, every single time there's an objective on the map, rounds will reset all together. They'll get jungle support onto the map. Issei always looking for extra vision onto the map, and they'll try to establish some of that vision over on the top side, which, as we mentioned, is going to be Atakan, the next objective that they want to play dominant around.
I have a love-hate relationship with Atakan, because usually when I see pro teams play around it, it's a throw. Like 99.9% of the time it's a throw. It never works out in the favor of the team that's actually starting it. So
I think
let's
it
see,
was
maybe
not LPL, man. I'm just saying.
Well, let's not talk about it. Let's not talk about it. All I'm saying is maybe Solari can find a way to come back if this Atakan actually turns out to be a little bit wonky. But so far, they're not really in a position to contest that. We do not have vision on Pivotless, though. Maybe if she finds a nice public execution here, she doesn't. Okay, never mind. Okay, whatever.
I'm looking at the Jinx, and I'm like, how close is actually this Jinx to completing that Infinity Edge? As I'll see a little bit close. She'll double you away from that Udyr. Definitely want to keep your distance from that beast. But again, I feel like this Jinx is so close to get that Infinity Edge. So if they can stall time, get a few more waves into the Jinx, no, they want to fight.
They're definitely looking for it. Pivotless found the first move. Super Mega Death Rocket going just wide there. as Clef is not able to pick up something. OP in the area, trying to keep Vicky safe here as well. And now they're looking to maybe find another catch from behind here. They are not on vision. Zerance might be spotted here a little bit, but Pivotless doesn't have a clue. She gets charmed. She's being pulled into the bush. Now Thorn over the walls trying to find something here as they look for a very nice engage there. Lily's dropping extremely low. Lily is healing up with the redemption. That item is so broken as Thorn is looking for more, but they have to respect Zoran's Bloom. That is absolutely crazy. What?
Very big blinking bars on both sides. Ari, Udyr, Orianna, Jarvan. Lots of resets coming through from the set of Solari. Rel on the way back in base. Ambessa in base. No TP for top laner of Solari, which means that Zerans are going to have extra members on the map. Solari are going to wrap around. Jarvan's there. Can he get a steal on this champion?
I don't really think so. They are doing a good job at zoning Thorn away. TP coming in the midst of the enemy team. I don't know if that's the position you want to be in. As Vicky goes down on the side, it's UCAE instead. Now they're looking to find something more. That's a good fight for Solari Academy. They find the shutdowns. They're going for the chase, flashing forward. The gold is going into the back of Clef, and it's exactly what we said. She really only needs one team fight to pop off. And this could have been it. This can be the first sign of comeback for Solari Academy in this game.
I'll tell you what, at least he gave her the Infinity Edge. So shutdowns, yes, the Atakan is going to go the side of Zerans, which is again a lot of experience, a lot of extra damage coming through, right? Which is going to help inherently when it comes to the next dragon. It's going to be so point for Zerans. But that was a little bit overzealous for Zerans. They burned so much trying to chase out the Jarvan, trying to take out the Jarvan to then come back without that smite threat over on Solari, right? But they weren't fast enough. They didn't pull the TPs fast enough. They didn't have the HP bars. They didn't have the ultimates and ended up going down. Now, again, not worst case scenario. However, a 5.5k gold lead reduced to 2.7 only for the set of Zerans. Again, almost needless large rod. Sorry, second needless large rod in the Orianna's inventory. Almost that death cap completed. And second items are slowly but surely starting to creep through from the side of Solari. Now, this would be the perfect time for them to pick up a fight at Dragon.
And they really have to go for it, I fear. 43 seconds left to set that one up a little bit. But yeah, this is exactly what Solari Academy have been doing. You know, coming back in the later stages of the game, really waiting until they find the perfect fight. But they still have to be careful. You still have to respect the Smolder as the charm is coming through. LC has to be a bit careful, manages to jump out just like that, but she's getting re-engaged right away. Here comes Mom, and Vicky has the damage. She picks up the kill, but that's a nice shockwave. They're looking for more. Clef is on a killing spree, but is it going to be enough as Thorn is stepping in? She's using the ultimate. Here comes Pivotless from the side, and this is Solari Academy Unleashed. They're looking for more. Clef has to kind of kite here. Everything has to go their way. And they manage to actually play the fight, pick up the kills, and now move towards the dragon if they want to, but instead they're turning their sight towards this mid lane tier 1 turret, opening up the map and therefore making the objective contest even easier for them in the lock. Is the turret go? Okay, I was worried for a second the turret might not fall, but
it's going down. What a great fight from Solari right here. They're keeping the Jinx completely safe from any threat. Both of the supports are getting focused down at the beginning. But again, the Jinx getting the extra reset that they're getting excited gives her that boost that she needs as a hyper carry through stats to run down the entire fight. The runs, they went from a 5.5k gold lead to a 2.9k gold lead to a 700 gold lead, and Rabadon's death cap just completed for that Orianna. They're gonna have to be very, very selective from now on the side of Zerans on how they're gonna be picking up those fights. I feel like Maldo's gonna have a lot of seeking to do in terms of those early game picks. Finding one charm would be so crucial to start those fights.
Look at all these items coming through as well. Clef now with the Lord Dominic's ready. That's like... yeah, that's going to be huge for the Jinx here as well. I was just thinking about, okay, Vicky initially looked good in that fight, but they also know that Smolder has to be one of the main targets, right? Like Solari just know we have to find the backline, we have to find Vicky. If we can't catch Lily, we have to catch Vicky. It's an either or situation. And Clef now also individually in a very, very good lead there. Baron. Not yet.
You're on the Rift, and you've lost 3 fights in a row. You've lost the fight, you've lost an Atakan, you've lost a Dragon. It's getting kind of slim right here for Zerans. They're going to have to sort of reconfigure the way they're picking up those fights. We were talking about an item Barely a second item onto the Jinx. Now this Jinx is walking onto the Rift with 3 items. Lower Domes also completed. Death Cap onto the Orianna. Black Cleaver for the Jarvan makes him extra tanky, but also provides a lot of armor pen for the Ambessa and the Jinx to shine through, right? So I feel like the core of the items that Solari are really happy with to start fighting has already been completed. The only one in a gold lead that matters is Lily on this order, who's gonna show up on the top side of the map.
They're looking for something here with the redemption coming through, but it's a very nice engage from Aussie from the side. Here comes the public execution, and again, Super Mega Death Rocket's going white, but it's still enough. Here comes Vicky. Maybe Mom can do some damage as they're looking for the cleanup crew, but Clef is excited. They're going for the chase once again. Lilith now in the area as well. Malo has to be careful, has to use the Spirit Rush, but it's not going to be enough. It ends up being a little bit of a 2-for-2 trade. But overall, Solari look pretty much unstoppable, and Zorans have to respect them.
I feel that was best case scenario right there from Zorans. Taking down both top and jungle. The second you saw Jinx and Orianna heading towards the scene over on the top side of the map, they actually bailed out. I feel like, again, Malo is going to have to find one of the, if you're an LPL fan, one of the big rookie flanks of this champion to try and get either onto Lilith or Clef. Most likely Lilith, because there is a cleanse onto Clef, and try to make a big play happen over through a flank or a crazy E onto someone. I feel like Orianna does outweigh Ahri in terms of how you want to play team fights, especially when you're front to back composition like Solari. So the value on the Ahri starts decreasing, the value of the Orianna starts increasing right here, and Solari, they're pretty much dead even. That 700 gold in the lead doesn't really matter anymore.
Zorans really have to find the perfect fight at this point. They've looked so strong in the early stages of the game, but now all of a sudden they find themselves in a position where they have to worry about their own base being taken apart. Baron doesn't really seem to be that big of an interest for the moment, but now Solari might actually be thinking about it. Zorans is very aware though. They know something is up as they're looking for it. They're going over the wall. Very nice Cataclysm coming through, but is the damage up put enough with RC going in with the Mega Storm as well? They're stepping further forward, but here is the damage. Maybe with OP on the side, they can try to actually play it as Pivotless picks up the kill in the backline, but now she's getting charmed underneath the turret aggro, doing the rest as Lily picks up the kill, and this is the comeback fight for Zorans now in this scenario. They managed to pick up Pivotless and RC. That's a whole lot of frontline gone on the side of Solari.
I mean, that was too deep. Thorn just went too deep, and there was no backup, no Rihanna around, no Jinx around, no one. Pivotless actually bailed them out by killing Vicky here, killing the Smolder, or it would be big trouble for the side of Solari with the Baron being up and available. At least both junglers are around right here, but Zorans with an extra member onto the map, they will be able to at least open that mid lane tier 1.
Again, mid lane tier 1 turret is so incredibly important to open up the map and make the objective fights a little easier. Just having a little bit of an easier time moving into the river. TP coming in now as well from Vicky. They are not on vision, however, Maiden kind of spoiling it a tiny little bit there. They should be fine.
Alright, we're fighting again for the mid lane prio. As always, when it comes to Dragons, it's going to be soul point for both of them. However, because it is soul point for both of them, I feel like Solari might even choose to start threatening towards the top side of the map, the Baron. Pivotless is looking. There's only 2 members in the Dragon Pit.
They are at a numbers advantage here if they look for the fight as Vicky picks up the kill immediately with the help of Mom. Vicky drops down, stepped a little bit too far forward though. It's a 1-for-1 trade. Drake going over to the side of Zorans Bloom. Now it's a 4v4 situation. Who gets the edge in this team fight? Lily, of course, in the area. They're stepping further forward. Pivotless trying to buy some space. It's not quite going to be enough as Clef is dropping extremely low. That Udyr is doing a massive amount of damage as now Malo finds the charm on the side. They're going for the chase here. Zorans don't have a lot of vision in that enemy jungle, so they have to be a bit careful. They have to respect it. They can't step too far forward as OP is now getting engaged, but Pivotless may have overforced it as Clef picks up the kill. I don't know how, but she did it. And that puts Solari at a numbers advantage for the moment.
Wow, actually, they tried to overchase right there. I understand why, right? Baron's on the line. You've just taken the Dragon. You want to establish a little bit more control. You've got the 1v1, blinking bars on the side of Solari. But once you've lost your Leona, you kind of lose your engage, right? We talked about both of these teams and how they like playing carry-oriented champions. Aussie on the one side and Issei on the other. They are the primary engages for both of their teams. So once Leona and Rella are out the picture, it's just kind of a ping pong of abilities thrown at each other, seeing which one sticks. Zerans do overstep their welcome. OP gets caught, and they just let it go. But now again, we're back to dead even. Third items are starting to come through. Black Cleaver completed for that Yorick over on the top side. Rapid Fire Cannon, fourth item suddenly for the Jinx as well over on the side of Solari. So they must be super, super confident walking into that next fight.
And it's really the Clef show. This is exactly what we have known her to do. Wait for the perfect fight and then pick it up for their team. You say he seems to stay safe, at least for the moment. Does lose a little bit of a sum there though. Is that enough for Solari to actually go towards the Baron? It looks as if that's the goal, of course.
No TP on Yorick. No TP on Yorick. That means it's a 4 versus 5 for the time being, and it runs. They need to buy time until OP walks up.
Baron halfway down, but they decide to disengage. They let it reset. Maybe they are looking to force another fight. Maybe they just wanted to test the waters here a little bit, Solari. As Lily is looking for a little bit of a chase here. Chomper's going down from Clef there. Lily stepped too far forward. Lily has to be a bit careful, has to use the flash, but won't make it out alive. That's Solari with another kill as Opie and Malo are now straight moving towards that mid lane. They want to pick up a turret in return to make it worthwhile, at least a little bit. Make it a bit of a trade. But now Solari in the best position to move towards the Baron. There's no jungler on the enemy team.
Super clever move right there. They knew that Solari are gonna speed run that Baron, but look at Pivotless, he found Vicky.
It's not going to be enough, at least for the moment. Vicky, of course, dealing a good amount of damage now with her 300 plus stacks, but they are still at a numbers disadvantage. Lily still dead for another 20 seconds. This has to be the timer for Solari Academy. If they want to go for the Baron, it has to be right now. As long as they are at that numbers advantage they're looking for. It's Rons, they're trying to deal some damage, getting them caught out in the Baron pit. Mob coming through. That's a good amount of damage coming through for Vicky here, but they're not in a great position. Vicky finds the first kill. The shockwave hits everyone in the fight. That's absolutely massive. It's a double kill for Vicky, but she has to give her life. And that shockwave saved not only the Baron, but the life for Solari Academy in that fight.
Absolutely, Lilith saving the day. I was looking at Smolder. I'm like 336 stacks. Monka S 5k damage in the teamfight we just watched. Vicky was about to wipe the floor clean with Solari. Lilith saves the day with a fantastic 4-man shockwave, and they get out with 3 Baron buffs on the side of Solari. Solari went from a 5.9k deficit to a 1.5k gold up for themselves. That is a 7,000 gold swing.
Oh my god, that was beautiful. That shockwave will live in my head rent-free for the next, I don't know, 3 weeks at least. Like, oh my god. Whew. That was something. Okay, let's reassess the situation. Solari in a little bit of a gold lead. Dragon in 40 seconds. It would be sold for Zoran's Bloom if they managed to pick it up. However, Solari with the Baron buff in a bit of a better position on the map right now. They're trying to push as much as they can, but OP is doing a decent job being in split push as well. She's trying to find some answers here for the side of Zoran's Bloom to keep them alive and keep the pressure on for them as well.
Yeah, as you can see, Lilith is trying to take that wave over in the bot side of the map, but I don't think Yori can actually start taking towers right there unless you're able to threaten under tower, and it's not the type of champion that threatens underneath the tower. Now Solari with their Baron buff, they're gonna take bot lane tier 2, mid lane tier 2. The only outer defense tower that remains for Zerans is going to be top side. It's the only one that they're gonna be able to take for the time being, as OP has pushed in that wave. What they can do though is equalize the Dragons 3 and 3. Soul point for both of those teams, and now a 3,000 gold lead in their pockets.
That gold graph is a roller coaster, but you said it, the gold lead now heavily towards the side of Solari Academy. We also saw Lilith completing that Void Staff, so she'll be a little bit more comfortable now as well. And Zerans, yeah, they really have to figure out what the game plan is for the next few minutes. They have to sit out that Baron buff, that's for sure, but they have to find a way to contest that soul, because otherwise the game is very much over.
I mean, triple Infernal Soul, triple Infernal Drake Infernal Soul is going to be really, really scary to fight against. But I'm going to give you the silver lining right here. That's a 4-item Smolder versus a 4-item Jinx. It's pretty evened out. However, if you add the stacks of Smolder on top, at this point, that 3,000 gold lead for Jinx is pretty much non-existent, especially when the 5th item gets completed right here for the Smolder as well. I think they're going to be on a pretty even footing as I'm saying that. Bloodthirster, full item Jinx build completed on the side of Clef is going to be a little bit more of a defensive item. 607 hasn't died once, doesn't plan to again with the lifesteal item in the inventory. So we'll see if Vicky can actually be bought enough time by her teammates to wipe out an entire team and give us a big smolder moment while being 3,000 gold down.
And it's crazy that it ends up being the showdown of AD carries here a little bit. Because yes, Lily has had an incredible early game. She has been the reason why Zorans managed to find that lead in the first place. But lately it has been the Vicky show. That last fight was only decided through Vicky and Lilith's shockwave, of course. So
ooh, that's pretty interesting actually. Lily was actually trying to shadow OP, and that's really... That's like a really clever plan, because whoever shows up bot lane to stop the Udyr, you can kind of punish him pushing. But since he got spotted on the Tribush Wood, she actually had to reset right there, and now Zerans have to defend versus 5 members of Solari knocking on the door.
if this is turning into a base race, I'm done. This is game 1 of the day. How are they doing it as a base race? OP is in the base. She's taking that inhib, and they are looking to deny those backports as OP turns away. She's getting worried, and I get it. You don't want to overforce it, but that open inhib is so important for Zorans to keep the pressure up. Oh my god.
I feel like that was a big mistake from Solari right there. They're pushing over on the top side with just a wave. A wave that is just gonna get queued by Smolder and instantly die, right? Whilst Yorick gets kind of unchecked over on the bot side, gets an inhibitor for free. And of course, the reason why the resets didn't get cancelled by Zorans is because you don't want to walk into Fog of War, lose members, and end up losing the game through that. So a really clever gameplay right here from Zorans. And this is kind of what I was highlighting earlier on in the pregame, the fact that they actually have clever ways of playing around whatever situation is thrown their way. However, right now, they're asked to face check their jungle, set down vision, because Solari, they've got their resets first, and they're gonna sweep out the entire place.
It's getting really, really tense in this game. We can see Zorans are kind of trying to figure out a way to maybe put a little bit of a trap down here. But Solari are not interested in even moving in that direction. Another minute and a half on the Drake. Another 40 seconds on the Baron. The next objective fight is going to be it, I fear. OP always in the split push. I think that's been a very, very constant way of her trying to keep her team alive, trying to keep the pressure alive. And if she keeps roaming towards that bot side, that top side, Zorans may actually have a shot at putting a little bit of pressure on Solari Academy, because we saw what happened if they don't find an answer, if they don't want to answer the split push. OP is in their base, rent-free.
I'd like to see the Yorick go over on the top side of the map. However, Baron spawns before the next dragon is going to be sold. So having that TP over on the bottom map, as well as the pressure, might actually force TPs coming through. Talking about forcing TPs coming through, that Baron is almost half HP.
That Baron is almost gone if Lily doesn't find a way in, which she won't because the chompers are in the way. It's going over to Solari Academy, nicely done. And none of the two players who are currently on bot lane are even looking to move towards this fight because it's already over. There was not really anything similar to a fight. Someone just took Baron and the other team was forced to watch. However, that means the Zorans have to put themselves in the perfect position to go for the soul.
Ooh, they're trapping the lethal Fnatic Bush has been set up as Hans Thorn. Housey, they thought about it, but they're not gonna do it, girl. They just thought about it. However, if you walk the ramp, it's very, very dangerous, particularly for the carries. Now Zorans, they wanna take control of that bot side river. Dragon spawns about 5 seconds. However, Solari, they're putting a lot of pressure in the waves mid. They could potentially even take an inhibitor, but that soul remains forever. You don't want to trade an inhibitor for Infernal Soul, especially since both teams will have 3 Infernal Dragons to back it up.
Pivotless on the side has been spotted. However, they're looking for it now. Easy, the first one going in as Thorn is stepping in front, but she's dropping extremely low right away. Here comes the ultimate, but Redemption's trying to heal them up a little bit. Yusei again, Pivotless on the side, trying to 1v1 OP here. We're not going to look at that because the team fight is happening as Pivotless is actually taking the kill, possibly. OP dropping extremely low. They're going into the Cataclysm, but OP picks up the kill. That's a shutdown into the bags for the side of Zoran's Bloom. Thorn manages to stay alive, but at what cost? Yes, they still have the Baron buff, but we can see the reset coming through. OP has to take a little bit of the break, but I fear we're getting round 2 of this because this is far from over.
Damn, I have no idea how this Yorick is still alive. They found Yorick over on the bot side. She ended up surviving this. Ari dived to her assistance as well, and now Thorn has to take the way home. No chance for a steal right here. Lily is around, does have the smite. Thorn is going to show up on the wave right here where they know that this dragon is for free. Well, I'm saying for free, they're going to have to sacrifice a top laner, but sometimes... Oh my god, and she takes one with her. Okay, sometimes you're going to have to sacrifice a top laner for an objective. Does it sound familiar? I hope so.
It hurts. It hurts in a familiar way, at least from my perspective. But yeah, that was something on that bot lane. So we do have the soul on side of Zoran's Bloom. However, we do also still have a tiny bit of Baron buff left on the side of Solari Academy. And those 3.6k gold leads that we can see for Solari, I fear they don't matter at this point. I fear it really doesn't matter who's in the gold lead. It's really just a question of who plays the fight better. Can they punish Vicky with 400 stacks now? Or is it going to be Vicky taking over the fight here in favor of Sorens?
Damn, I don't know, man. I don't know what I'm most scared of. A 5-item Jinx or a 409 stacks Smolder. That is a 4,000 gold lead for Solari. But if you look at this point, most items have been completed. There is no 4,000 gold lead. Both of these teams are dead even. However, Fits of Strength, Soul with 3 Infernals, and Atakan on the side of Zerans. These are all 3 permanent buffs, combat buffs on the side of Zerans that are really going to help them in those coming team fights. And talking about the Smolder, he just had a Noon Quiver in his inventory. Now it's a full-blown item, 5-item Smolder, 410 stacks. Vicky is more than set up to carry this.
She is going to be an absolute raid boss if it comes to it. So Solari really need to find a way to punish her, keep her out of sight, out of mind. She does have that GA as well, so she won't go down easily. And if they manage to play a little bit of a protect the president comp here, Zorans, they should be fine. As Thorn is looking to step further forward. Solari do have a wave, but it's again OP in the split push, again on that bot side. And I feel like everyone is getting extremely shy. You know, they know the next fight is going to be deciding, and they really don't want to make any mistakes.
I'll tell you exactly when the next fight's gonna come. In about 2 minutes, when Baron's up, none of these teams can actually end the game unless you get a Baron. There is a bunch of wave clear with the Jinx Orianna on one side and with the Smolder on the other side that it's kind of impossible unless...
There is a public execution in the game as Pivotless is looking forward. The slow comes through from Clef here as well, and they're looking to now commit everything onto OP. OP is down, but the rest of the team has immediately moved in towards that mid lane. They tried to push the wave out a little further, but it's not going to be enough for Zorans. They're not going to get anything else of this. They only lose their top laner for 50 more seconds, and that's a long time at that stage of the game.
Yeah, but I don't think they can do anything with it. I feel like Smolder again clears out the wave so quickly, and the next objective is about 1 minute and 10 seconds away that OP will be up and available. The only thing that this does is it gives a numbers advantage to Solari to actually take full control in terms of vision inside Zerans' jungle. And that's the most important thing right here, especially when you want to play around the Baron. Deep wards right here could mean the difference between catching someone and getting caught yourself.
Thorn has to be a bit careful and just to drag herself away to safety. It's really on knife's edge here. Everyone's just trying to put themselves in the best position to go for that next objective, that Baron, in 35 seconds. Vision is being placed, waves are being pushed on all lanes. We can see Solari doing a decent job at trying to sync up their waves on top side and bot side as well. But I'm not sure it's going to be enough. I'm really, really worried about that Smolder if I'm on Solari Academy.
Absolutely, but also I feel like Pivotless, Thorn, they do have the tools. You've got the Wombo combo with the Orianna ult on top of the Jarvan or the Ambessa, so you have the tools to get onto Vicky. if she's not quick on the flash trigger right there, and they're doing this just now.
Oh,
the W
Vicky
has
is getting
landed.
caught. Oh my god, that was a whole lot of damage here as the charm comes through. Now Pivotless has to be careful. She's in a little bit of danger. Aussie is trying to buy some time. Pivotless goes down, and that's a numbers advantage here for Sorance. They pick up the kill against Aussie as well, and now they can look to go for the chase if they want to, or turn their sights towards the Baron if they want to play it safe. And that's what they are going to do. And that was just a little too deep there from Pivotless.
Yeah, I feel like this was a call an ambulance, but not for me moment. Vicky pretending that she was in trouble, flashes away. Then the entirety of Solari dives a little bit too deep. Aussie tries to save her top laner. Wasn't quite enough, misses the W right there, and Pivotless from a very good flank to an overextension right there. Again though, this is not the end of the world. This is Baron, but Elder spawns in 1 minute and 10 seconds. I can't believe I'm saying this.
my
Everyone is full
God.
build in this game. So they've
This
got
is
about
game 1, by the way.
yeah,
Game
2
1.
and a half minutes of Baron right here will definitely help push out those waves and gain, again, control inside the jungle. I think this is the key factor, because through controlling the jungle, you get those flanks and you get those abilities to actually get onto the backline carries by having that vision, by hiding into Fog of War. So this Baron is going to act as this barrier of just pushing your vision through enemy lines, behind enemy towers, and potentially trying to find an angle with Malo to get onto Clef.
They're definitely looking for a little bit of something here. But Solari are trying to stay safe in that mid lane. Trying everything to not get forced into a weird situation on that map. Pivotless and OP. We're doing a little bit of back and forth there on the top lane. As Pivotless is not quite sure, should she move towards top lane? Should she try to defend against OP? Should she join the team? She has been a deciding factor when it came to really fire starting these team fights, but we can see the TP coming through from OP straight to the base, so she can reposition for the Elder Drake, which is now up. Pivotless TP coming through as well. Thorn is getting charmed. It's not quite enough.
This is the fight. 1.5. Both teams are looking for this Elder. The Elder ends the game. The Elder helps you win the team fight, which will then help you take the Nexus. And Pivotless is looking. Thorn is in!
They are going in! They are going in hard as they are trying to deal some damage, but it's not going to be quite enough. Bomb coming through as well. Public execution hits onto the side, but it's Sorance Bloom with the upper hand. They're picking up the kills. Yes, they're trying to gain something back, but it's a triple kill for Marlo before she ends up going down. She's trying to take her team towards the win of game number 1 with Pivotless on the run. Thorn trying to clear the wave, maybe denying the ending here for Sorance Bloom, but it's not going to be enough. They have the wave. They still have the Baron buff. They will pick up the inhibitor, and they're setting their sights towards those Nexus turrets. Pivotless has to make a miracle happen here. She's trying to go in again, but it's not going to be quite enough. The next turret falls, and it's OP just hitting that Nexus like there's no tomorrow. And Sorance Bloom claim game number 1.
480 stacks of competitive experience combined for the Smolder. What an absolute game. I think they would have been so heartbroken to actually lose this game. From a 6,000 gold lead to a 3,000 gold deficit to finally Vicky getting those almost 500 stacks onto Smolder to completely decimate the fight. It was a really hard game for Solari to play from their side. If you don't find the Smolder, if you don't find the backline, if you don't find the wombo combo, that Smolder leaves. If the Smolder leaves with 500 stacks, you don't.
Yeah, 100%. And I know some people in chat were like, oh my god, they are throwing so hard. But I think it also shows the fighting spirit of Solari Academy, which is something we have seen them do throughout the entirety of the year. They are a little bit also of the comeback team, right? They fall behind early on, and then they find this one team fight, and we really saw Clef popping off every now and then when she got excited. And I think this just puts us in a great position for the rest of the evening, because this was only game 1. There's a lot more to follow. But before that, we will toss it to a quick little break, and then we'll unpack what happened in this massive game that we just watched.
Mr. Knox, take a seat. Tell me what's going on.
There's a man inside my mind making noises. Somehow I feel like I don't have a choice in it.
Oh, okay. Tell me a little more.
He tells me I'm a chump and he tells me I'm broke. Waits around until I'm all alone.
What time? What kind of time of day or what kind of things does he say?
At the moon's pale face when the day is just a dive. He's waiting in the corner where he drives. He's so alive.
Okay.
He's a creature of the night.
Is that so? What time?
When it's 2:45. It's 2:45. Yeah. It's 2:45. All my friends say I look tired, getting early nights. Still he's woke and he's choked when I try. It's just my mind. Oh, what's the time?
You see, I believe there's a significance to waking up at the same time every night.
Oh yeah, it's the same thing. Floating in a siren. Then I hear this voice.
Now, the next time you wake up at 2:45, remember, you can stay awake or go back to sleep.
It's 2:45. It's the summer I'm alive. Yeah, 2:45. It's the summer I'm alive. Hey, 2:45. It's the summer I'm alive. Yeah, 2:45. It's the summer I'm alive. 2:45. It's the summer I'm alive. Yeah, 2:45. It's the summer I'm alive. Hey, 2:45. It's the summer I'm alive. Yeah, 2:45. This the summer I'm alive.
I'll give it all when you need my love. You never call when you need my love. I'll give you anything you want. So say you love me, say you love me. I'll give it all when you need my love. You never call when you need my love. I'll give you anything you want. So say you love me, say you love me. My love, my love. I'll give you my love, my love. I'll give you my love, my love. I'll give you my love. I'll give you anything you want. My love, I'll give you my love, my love. I'll give you my love, my love. I'll give you my love. I'll give you anything you. See, I'm falling for your way. You know I never seem to change.
We are back, and I hope you cancelled all your plans for the evening, because what a game that was from Solari against Zeren's Bloom in the first game of the evening, and they completely teared each other to shreds. What are like your emotions after casting an over 40-minute long banger? Still in denial.
And I'm muted again, and Paolo's gonna kill me. Sorry to a producer.
That's fine.
But I expected like a Jinx versus Smolder Fiesta, and that's exactly what we got. We like go to that 4-item Jinx. C started carrying, then Riot came through with 470 stacks of connecting experience right there on the champion, and then Smolder took over. So it was actually really fun.
Yeah.
Definitely. And I mean, I have your scene in the chat. You've been wanting some replays, and here we are with some of the best highlights of the game. We'll take it over.
I mean, this was very early on, right? These were the first few kills, and that was the first blood immediately going over to Lily. And Lily was the deciding factor in that early game. She had a banger early game on her favorite pick. And then in this scenario, that's where it kind of turned around, because we will shortly see a banger shockwave bringing the game back here for Solari. Because otherwise, Vicky would have been the raid boss. At this point, she already had more than 300 stacks. So it was back and forth, back and forth. We can also see it in the damage graph and, of course, in the gold graph perfectly. It was something. That was a game of League of Legends.
Actually, what I didn't see while the game was going on, because it was so chaotic, is that Lilith flashed in and sobreroed a 4-man shockwave. She literally sacrificed herself for her team right there, which was actually insane to see. But look at the battle, right? 47k damage coming through from Clef on this Jinx, then 40k damage coming through from Vicky onto this Smolder. But yeah, overall, a very, very back and forth series where I have to give props to Lily and Issei. Definitely the two MVPs for me from the side of Serans. I feel like them linking up early game, shutting down the Javan, knowing that Thorn is the main moving gear for the entire team, was absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, definitely. I was very surprised, like, how different Zeren's was, like, approaching the early game, because, of course, they had good early games in the past, but they never has been, like, so persistent and so good on, like, pushing their advantage. What would you maybe then, like, change for the next game, Mile? Because we have seen also Solari coming back until one point where, like, the Smolder had the 500 stacks. How would you maybe approach this game now as Solari after they came into the series as the absolute favorite?
To be honest, I'm not sure if I would make any mental changes here, right? Because let's be realistic, it's a fearless system. We won't have a Smolder again. We won't have the Udyr again. And those were the two main problems that they faced, that they left open as well, right? Like leaving the Udyr open, I'm sorry, but that's your fault. Deal with it. But I kind of feel like the overall approach was not wrong. Solari did what they do. They tried to scale, and then at the point where they were ready, they found some great team fights. It was just like the factor of Lily being a raid boss in the early game and then Vicky being the raid boss in the late game that kind of broke their neck. But that's not going to happen again, at least not in that exact same way. That's my guess.
Yeah, don't worry, guys. There's no Scions in the game. There's no Wukongs in the game. Don't worry. No Azir versus Corki. Surely these two champions will not show up, right? It was just a Jinx versus Smolder thing. Don't worry about it. They're out now.
I mean, there's more scaling champions, like we can have Zeris, we can have some nice Yunaras, we can have some Sivir, so I think the buffet for some late game scaling ADCs is quite still given, and these are all champions that both of these AD carries love, and I think that some of them might be staying open for like the next draft that we are going in quickly, like soonish. Maybe, on the other hand, that we have seen Zeren's Bloom playing so good in this game. How do you think, Trouble, what do they maybe want to pick now that like the Udyr is out, the Ahri is also already out, and like a lot of their strong picks have already been taken out now?
Well, I actually feel like I'm seeing here from producer, like Solari have picked red side, right? Mm-hmm. The only thing that I'm actually really worried about is not even the Aries and the Udyrs being out, because I'm sure they're gonna have people to like other sort of facilitating champions in the jungle and then different kind of like push mages over in the mid lane. But for me, my biggest worry here is top lane. OP again on super squishy aggro champs over in the top lane, particularly bruisers. You don't have the counter pick right here. You've got blue side. So I'm actually really interested to see how this matchup is going to pan out over on the top side of the map, because she really did get away with that early game. I think at some point she had like a 2,000 gold lead over the Ambessa on the top side of the map. So again, not having the counter pick and picking some of those champions that can very easily be shut down in lane could be some of the reasons why Solari did choose to go over on the red side in game 2.
Definitely. I mean, we know that there in the champion pool of OP, there's like still something like the Camille left, but you as already said, it's like way harder to pick these champions if the red side pick is on side of Solari. Unlike then maybe for going for Pivotless, what do you expect from her coming in? Because she had like not the best showing in the Ambassador. I mean, I remember that like a dragon fight where they were like going back and forth when nothing was happening.
Well, look, I mean, I still think that she found some great angles on the Ambessa. I still think it wasn't the worst game ever. However, getting caught in the later stages, going into deep, that was a bit of an oopsie right there. She would be definitely up to play something like the Scion. I think Trouble might have a point there. But there's also Poppy Renekton, and like it depends what their overall game plan is, because we can see her weak siding a lot as well, where she just, stays behind, goes for the split push and really calls it a day. So I think it kind of depends on their overall game plan, if they want her on a bit more of a carry focused champion or if they really want her to be that side lane threat, which she's also very good at.
And we're going to find out, because you're already seeing we're in the draft for the second game. And we have to say, the bans look very similar to what we have seen before. A lot of like weak side ADC champions like Seraphine and the Ziggs being taken out. Also the Syndra for Malo. So like very similar playing field as to game one.
Has to be a Wukong, right? Oh,
Yeah,
wait.
oof.
Rumble.
Also,
Rumble,
like
Rumble B1 makes sense. It's kind of a champion that doesn't have many weaknesses, right? And looking at how Solari like to play front to back, Pivotless can sort of like slam in like a Scion here or an Ornn and sort of tank the Rumble over on the top side of the map and play again that front line for her team.
Yeah, I just want to say that I'm not even sure how much value Wukong is going to have, because if we're looking at ERL ones and if we're looking at Worlds, Wukong has been nerfed, if I'm not wrong. So Wukong does not have just as much value as it had on the last patch. So I wonder if that actually plays a role in anything, or if the, if the equal esports game changes meta is just something entirely different. What will never change is the fact that we're getting Cassante. And I'm already bored.
Yeah, I was like thinking how like Trouble was like making a whole speech for, you pick red side, they never can like pick anything like juicy on top lane, and we directly see like 2 top laners getting picked by these teams. But Rumble against Cassandra, I think Zarens take this.
Yeah.
Ooh. Okay, big fan of the Taliyah. Knowing a Stone plays only aggro fighting champions over in the jungle. Taliyah is one of the best setting up mid laners that you can have entirely in the game. Now, when it comes to Malo right here, I'd like to see her fall back to the likes of Hui kind of champions. I know that this one is banned away, but things like maybe even the Victor, the Karma that we've seen before from Malo as well. Something that does like to keep her distance away from Taliyah, but can also out-push if she wants to.
Are we feeling the Pantheon Taliyah? Because Taliyah is like the most favorite champion of Lilith. Oh, sorry, Mila.
Pantheon Taliyah was a point I wanted to get to as well, because I felt the same way. However, I'm more interested in that Lissandra pick, because we have seen it before. Malo did play it this year. However, I'm not sure it's the easiest champion to bring into a comp, right? I feel like the synergy could get a little wonky. So they will end up picking up the support for themselves. So you say he is safe for the second ban phase. But Lissandra is, as much as it's exciting, it's also a bit of a question mark for me. I'm not gonna lie.
I feel like Taliyah outranges Lissandra right here. So I don't particularly think that it's the best matchup that you can have into the Taliyah. And it's pretty much an easy telltale. When you put your claw down, when you put your E down, then Taliyah has a pretty easy time knocking you back onto the rocks, right? So we'll see how this matchup ends up turning out. I'm pretty sure that the Lissandra right here is picked as a facilitating tool primarily, just to play again around Vicky and whatever scaling champion she chooses to play. Braum now picked here. Listen, I'm the biggest Braum hater when it comes to teams with no engage. However, into Nautilus, I'm more than happy to see this type of champion being locked in here. However, I'd like to see some engage coming through from the Solari. And knowing the type of champions that Thorn plays, I don't know if I'm gonna necessarily see that.
I'm also loving the switch that we maybe see in bot lane, because I had the chance to talk to Clef a lot during the EC. And every time we were like, yeah, but you're always playing this like late game scaling ADCs and trying to get like more and like these super hyper carry focused team comps. She was like, no, I'm an aggressive player. I want to play all these bully champions in the bot lane. And with the Braum, she definitely has the chance to show us this other side of her. So let's see if something like a Lucian might be in store, or she brings out something really home cooked, because she used to be a big Kalista OTP back then in the days, a few years ago.
True. I mean, I also have, of course, noted down the misfortune, but maybe that's just a fantasy of mine that we're not going to get, at least not in game 2. But here's to hoping. I hope you get your Katarina, by the way, Trouble. I I really hope for you that it's going to happen. But yeah,
Yeah,
overall,
it's
I think
not.
AD carry is going. I think AD carry is going to be very interesting here. We've already seen in the last game a tendency of how important it's going to be. Ezreal is going to be the last ban coming through for the side of SLYA, as we have reached a tiny little bit of an issue. The smart ones of you maybe have seen that there was a bit of a ban missing somewhere, so it could be it. But we'll of course keep you updated and figure it out. What's your take, Trouble? What ADC do you want to see? Because I'm very torn right now. Like, I don't quite know.
With the things of Braum, you can also go towards the things like Lucian that we've seen a lot. However, seeing how they have more of a tendency to play for carries that really do like to scale into the late game, you can also go for things like the ZERB, perhaps. The Sivir was also left open, things that can actually scale and push later on. I think particularly the Sivir is the first one that pops to mind when it comes to just turn your brain off, just keep pushing waves, 5 items, turn your brain back on, play the game kind of deal, you know?
Yeah, we also seen a few times whenever the Braum was picked that actually SLYA defaulted back to like the Sivir, just giving in to like the typical playstyle. I also still love the opportunity that they have to go for like a very roam heavy or like very map active jungle. I'm still crossing fingers for the Pantheon for Thorn because the champion has worked wonders for them in the past. How would you like round up the draft and maybe for the side of Zerans? Because I think they also already like dipped in their like scaling identity again.
I'm currently wondering, because I'm looking at my notes and I'm like, okay, Ezreal's banned, Seraphine's banned. Misfortune is probably not a great option, especially with the Braum on the other side. Like, that would be hella stupid. Let's not do that. And I see something like the Senna for Vicky, but that's been like ages ago, so I'm not sure that's even a thought that's worth being thought. Wow, that was weird.
A thought that's worth being thought.
Yeah, right?
Yes.
That was my German
Thorn.
brain right there. My German brain was untangling whatever was going on. So AD carry for me is really a bit of a question mark. We of course have picks like Sivir, Aphelios, Varus, something along the lines of Zeri, Yunara, whatever. So there is, on paper, there is a lot of options, but most of these picks I just mentioned, I would see rather towards the side of Clef than towards the side of Vicky. So she's really a bit of a question mark for me when it comes to what is the initial pick going to be. So I'm just waiting. I'm just as excited as everyone else to see what it's going to be. I'm not gonna lie.
I feel like potentially something like a Sivir or a Xayah could be really good.
Xayah.
I feel like Xayah is going to be really, really interesting to play versus things like the Talia, because you can very easily walk through a choke point with a Xayah and sort of cheat all that pressure that Talia does exert into those choke points once he has control of big neutral objectives in the river. So I feel like Xayah's Rakan has kind of like slid through the cracks right there, which is also a pretty good duo for her. But now we have Nautilus and Braum. So again, on one side, I would even like to see something like the Lucian, but then the Lissandra makes the Lucian kind of tricky to play, I would like to say. But primarily, where I put my focus on here is the two junglers. They've not necessarily picked anything, and I feel like Lissandra's locked in on one side, and then you know you're going to be playing into an aggro jungler, so Lissandra can very easily shut that down in the early game after level 6. And then on the other side, you've got a more facilitating jungler who also has Lissandra mid to set up for her over in the mid lane. So I think that mid-jungle duo synergy is going to be so fun to watch this game.
Yeah, and we've seen also that like the champion pool of Lily is very special. I mean, we just have seen her massive Urdi gameplay. And also from like another perspective, she doesn't really play, I mean, she plays some of the meta champions, but you are like less prone to find like the Javans, less prone to find something like Sejuani. So for her, something maybe like in Shinzao, like in Wukong is a possibility, or like a Vi, maybe you have like so much catch potential. You have Nautilus, you have the Equalizer from the Rumble. With like in Vi, it's so easy to just snipe our targets. And if Klefs picks the Sivir, you just throw all the point and click all onto one target.
Can I say something crazy?
Okay, put it out there.
Okay, I'm gonna be completely honest. Hand in heart, I don't know if she plays it, but I think a Kiana would be insane in this particular composition. You've got the Lissandra Rumble that's set up for her really nicely. You've got a lot of CC coming through the Nautilus that I feel like a Kiana would be so easily set up for an insane ult around those objectives. So if Kiana is in her rota of champions that she does like to play, I feel like it just fits the theme so nicely.
I mean, I like if somebody plays it, it's either her or Karina. So I
Fair.
wouldn't say we have a 0 chance because she also lost to play champions like the Nafiri and like has an assassin playstyle, and that worked out perfectly for her in the first game. So I think we all just gonna be here waiting and hoping that the Kiana might make an appearance, because also with like the ultimate of her into the equalizer, it's so easy to set up these team fights. And ultimately, what it came down to in the first game was indeed always these team fights.
Yeah, I feel like team fights have really been the name of the game. In the early game, I was kind of like, when are they actually going to happen? Like, I'm excited for the first big fights, and then we didn't get enough of them. Like, that was crazy.
But we got enough dragons.
We
And
did.
barons.
We had
yeah.
a lot of dragons.
We had
a lot
even
of
an extra
barons.
dragon with the smolder. You can never
And we have
enough
another
dragons.
draft, which is great because that's our third draft of the day, and we've only had one game. That's awesome. I'm already hyped. All right. Bans so far, same old, same old. So I don't think anything is going to change here for the first rotation of picks and bans. So they will probably just rush straight through that.
Yeah, to quickly recall, we had Rumble, Lissandra, and Nautilus on the side of Zaren's Bloom, and then on the other side, we had the Cassante, the Talia, and the Braum coming out on the side of Solari, leaving us wondering, is Clef gonna show us a different side from the Clef effect? Is she gonna be the one that puts the team on her back, playing something more early orientated, or how are they gonna end this draft? Maybe even with a, not to say like very boring, but a very expected Sivir.
I'm still torn. I'm still
We're just
looking at the
hovering the
Sinzao.
entire draft. We're just hovering the
We're like-
entire draft from the previous game.
There you go. Yep, lock it in. No,
Do it.
Let's go. Yep. Great. So
Great
I'm still
actors.
looking at the Xinzao for Lily actually. If it's not banned, because that's just something she's had regular like experience with, right? Like that's just a champion she has been playing quite a lot. So it would be very, very up to what she's been doing lately, as of lately. But I still have a bit of a question towards the synergy there. Let's look at these next few bans coming through. Wukong, of course, being out. And then, yeah, I'm going to call it. It's going to be Sinzao for Lily. I don't see anything else. I really wish it would be something else, but I don't think it's going to happen.
I mean, I'm feeling a Shinzao because it has been like working wonders for her in the past, especially during the EEC. I think like one of the early winning streak that they had during the tournament was like built on Wukong and Shinzao, but it's also a bit like counter synergetic, I think, with the Rumble and like the initial we tried to catch one person.
Ooh, Mel. Ugh. That's
Wonderful
a little
champion. We love it.
All right.
Okay,
That's-
Trouble, let it out. Trouble,
My
you-
last
Trouble wants to say
experience with
something.
Mel was Nemesis playing that. Man, it didn't look good. Like, no shade to Nemesis. That champion did not look good. And I'm not sure here how this can also work, because if Nautilus grips you, you're sort of gripping yourself back in. So there's not a bunch of things that you can actually reflect right here that actually make a lot of sense. I do not like Vi and Nautilus together. They're pretty much kind of the same champion. And just to be clear here, I do not mind Misfortune in this particular game. I think like Braum is your only thorn on one side, but once that W is down, you're like once that shield is down, you're pretty much free to fire, right? Cork is gonna get locked in, another hard scaling champion for the side of Vicky.
Oh my god.
Interesting.
Interesting.
I mean, we do get the mid-jungle duo that we kind of expected with both Pantheon and Talia. They have been working together
It's
very
Mel
well.
bot.
Yes,
Yes,
it's
it
Mel
is.
ADC for Clef. I was thinking if that's a possibility or if it would be Talia jungle Mel mid, right? But I thought of it a tiny little bit. But now that I see it, I'm more convinced than if they would have put her towards that mid lane. I feel like it's more of a we have two supports type comp. It's kind of similar to playing something like the Seraphine, for example, as APC, I fear. So I'm like, I'm excited about it. It's very different than what we know from Clef. But identity-wise, I feel like Zorance might be a little bit more, up to what their usual character is like.
Yeah, I also have to say Darren's Bloom, like, very one red hair cross on you. Like, you are getting focused, you're getting Lissandra ultimate, you're getting Y ulted, you're getting Nautilus ulted. Like, you are just, like, marked for the gray screen. On the other hand, I also kind of understand where, like, the mother's coming from, because we've seen a lot of, like, scaling picks for Clef in the past. And in the end, if you break Mel down, she has, like, this execute factor later in the team fights. She has also this good scaling and also some high range that you can use to try to kite away from Lissandra and from Corki. Maybe some like last minute opinions also from Trouble Inc. You have been like really questioning the draft. You didn't look that happy.
I mean, no, not really. I'm not a big fan of Mel in general, particularly over on the bot side of the map. But we'll see if they can make it work right here. If that Pantheon can actually get ahead, I feel like Solari do have chances. And together with Talia setting it up, it could be the case. I want Aussie on her feet as we're getting ready to move straight into that game number 2 of our first best of 5 single elim between Zerans and Solari.
I'm super excited, guys. That game number 1 was absolute carnage, and I'm ready to do it again. However, I hope that it's going to be a little less confusing, because I felt like in game 1, a lot of situations left a bunch of question marks. I know the chat was very much feeling like Zerans was throwing it all away, and I understand where that comes from. That, by the way, that right there is the best emote in the game, and you cannot prove me wrong. Interesting interrupt. Let's take that.
Words went down right there from OP as well, trying to spot where that Pantheon starts. Usually, a lot of junglers in general don't really care if they get spotted onto their Raptors, because it doesn't matter, right? You're full clearing anyway. You just want to make sure that you get your most optimal clear possible. But both of the junglers are, as we're seeing, are gonna play top to bot, which means bot lane prior is going to be of utmost importance if you don't want to have the walk of shame towards the top side that we mentioned early on.
It's interesting to see how the chat is also not quite as convinced with the drafts, right? Like, people are either, I don't like either of them, or it's very 50-50. I gotta say, I have a hard time choosing as well. I do think that maybe there are some tools that could be an X factor here on the side of Solari. But at the same time, I'm looking at Vicky on that Corki, and I wonder if she gets to play front to back, how Solari are actually trying to play into her, or against her rather. Oh, hello there.
Again, Vicky swapped over in the mid lane, but this time around, it makes the utmost sense, right? You actually, I wanted to say, I don't like the Lissandra into the Talia, but Lissandra into Mel is not as much problematic as Lissandra into Talia, so they have found a way in terms of getting that Lissandra out of a more problematic laning phase and swapping their bot lane over to mid to go up against Talia plus Braum. So I really like the swaps in general that Zerans have been doing to primarily keep their AD carry safe, but also if they do find themselves in an unfavorable matchup, they do manage to actually get away from it, as Kisei right here gets a little bit of a beating early on. Does have the extra pot, 1 remaining in her inventory, but she'll be fine for the time being.
Definitely an early showing of what could be possible in the combination of Aussie and Lilith here. Aussie, of course, doing a decent job at just being the human shield. I've learned now, I'm not good at lore, okay? I'm not good with League lore. I've learned that Braum is holding up a door. And that's about as deep...
That's a door?
Into the lore as I get. Yeah, it's a door. He's holding up a door.
Oh, door. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. That's just fun fact on the side, I guess. Something I've learned from all the lore that I have been reading. Right?
All right. I think Lily is playing this best of 5 so freaking cleverly. She knows she's missing bot lane Scuttle Crab due to Mel pressuring over on the bot side, and their mid lane is getting pressure due to that trade onto the Nautilus. So what she did instead is she backed and got back onto the map first with an extra crystal plus the longsword to try and make sure that she is stronger. Does Pantheon show up to stop her from taking the Scuttle Crab? So I feel like Lily has been incredibly clever on the way that she has been playing through the 2 games so far, particularly in this early game. And I'm just getting more excited because I'm a little bit of a freak when it comes to jungle. I love different pathings. I love to see where people clear towards, how they act in terms of like their resets and their basing and what they buy. So I feel like Lily so far has done a fantastic job.
Definitely. Let's see if it's going to be an early game show again for the side of Zerans. In the last game, I felt like early game was very strong. Then they kind of dipped towards that mid game. And then, of course, fought their way back. I just wonder if they are on as much of a timer here. Because Vicky, of course, this time not on something that scales as well as the Smolder. Still a good scaling pick, but it's just not that easily comparable. And Clef, of course, being left by her lonesome here on this bot lane. Also, for me, really one of the champions to look at. We know the impact that a Bell ultimate can have. but she can also feel extremely useless if you can't find a way to actually invest into her in this game. Pivotless, of course, slow pushing here, trying to deny as much farm from OP as she possibly can, and should be working in her favor, at least for the moment. Drake is up, but not too interesting here in this early stages.
Yeah, especially when you have the bot lanes, mid lane, and they're just shoving waves back and forth, ping-ponging the waves. I think Drake kind of falls low in priority, especially when it's like a Cloud Drake and it's the first one. It does turn to not play too early on this one. However, we have seen that Lissandra doesn't struggle as much into the Mel, but she still does struggle in lane. Again, she doesn't have the most of ranges, and as you can see, her build doesn't go towards mana, so you have to burn a lot of mana to push that wave really quickly. Talking about the Dragon though, due to those priorities we mentioned earlier, bot and mid, it's going to be Solari moving into the Dragon pit first, taking that first Dragon of the game, and that's really good for them because we said Pantheon plus SLYA really have to spice things up in the early game to actually make things happen. I'm kind of getting worried for their damage profile and their damage in general. I don't think there's a single champion on their side that does continuously damage, same as a Corki or a Rumble, I would say, on the other side for Zeran. So for that late game, I'm getting kind of worried. I mean, Cassante is Cassante, right? But there's only so much a Cassante can do into Corki plus Rumble.
I mean, the good news is Cassante, as well as the Ambessa, is a little bit of a comfort pick for Pivotless here. She will definitely know what to do and when to do it, but we saw last game that even if she finds a good engage, if the rest of the team is not on the same page, it can turn into an absolute disaster, and I fear she's in the same position on that Cassante as well. I'm really looking towards Thorn and Lilith and both of their ultimates working together, because that means they can bridge a lot of room across the map by using those ults and actually join fights that seem to be a little too far away. So I feel like it comes down to good communication and really good positioning here for the side of Solari Academy. As Aussie is getting spotted here, trying to roam together with Thorn. OP is moving forward, trying to put a little bit of a flamethrower into their face as the equalizer is coming through as well. They have to flash forward, looking for a little bit more here, as Aussie is dropping extremely low, has to flash out, but now here comes Clef from the mid lane, trying to find something as well. The first blood has not fallen yet, as it goes over to Clef. Lilith with the ultimate, doing exactly as we predicted it, as OP has to run for the hills. TP coming in too, and now it is a little bit of a 4v4 situation. The first one going over to Zorance here, and now they're looking to find a little bit more. OP dropped extremely low, but Aussie is the next one that has to go towards the gray screen. They're throwing back Lily into their own team, and that's Thorn being able to pick up a kill for herself as well, but that was on knife's edge for both sides.
How is that a 2 for 2? How is it a 2 for 2? It started with everyone fighting everyone. How is it just a 2 for 2? All right, let's catch up with the recipients of the kills right here, because Rumble, Corki are the two scary champions on the side of Zerans that we don't want, as fans of Solari, to have kills on, right? Rumble accelerating, Cork accelerating is actually really scary. Trinity plus Mana Moon for that Corki is pretty much full build. This is where you start getting shivers from that Corki. So on the other side, from the side of Solari, you also have the kill onto Pantheon, which is very, very important. I feel like Thorn is going to have to be the primary carry for her team with the help of the Brom and the Talia to try and break the map open. As you mentioned earlier, when you have that level 6 together with Talia, you get to play through those fights. But primarily, I think because you don't have a side lane to play through with the Pantheon and the Talia, I think it's mostly going to... See, that's what I meant by the reflection on the Nautilus queue in draft. It doesn't mean you just reflected it, you're going back in. But yeah, I feel like Pantheon and Talia ult is going to be used mostly to break apart fights and isolate targets.
Yeah, we can see Solari Academy, of course, being the first ones towards these void grabs. 2 ones already going over to the red side here. Third one, of course, also in the bags for Thorn now. That means 3 void grabs and first Drake. All neutral objectives to the side of Solari Academy for the moment, as Aussie stepped a little far forward there. Root coming through from Clef, though, keeping her support alive. They should be fine for the moment. Decent start for Solari, even though Malo is now looking to find Clef here, but he just mirrors it. And therefore the situation is done.
Big early game right here. Only about 100 gold difference, right? For the side of Solari, but pretty big to have both objectives go to your side. All 3 void grabs and the Dragon, as OP is running away from one of the most OP champions in the top lane. The ult coming through.
Yeah,
that's Cassante.
Yeah, well, that's a nice feat of warfare claim
Nothing
here
to see.
for Pivotless.
Nothing to see here, guys. It's just Cassante.
It's just Cassandra doing Cassandra things. I mean, I do feel like even if OP was to fall behind in the laning phase, right? Like if she was to have a little bit of a rougher laning phase, which it seems to be at least for the moment, I still think she can have a lot of impact when it comes to placing the equalizer later on and stuff like that. I still think her team fight impact especially is going to be huge. Let's see if she can keep up with Pivotless. Had to TP in. I think she should be fine now. We're looking at Thorn. Let's see what her plan is, where she wants to go. Possibly moving towards that top side. Maybe even looking for a sneaky little interaction on that mid lane here. But nope, she wants the chicken nuggets. And you know what? I get that.
I mean, I think it's a straight up another clear coming through for the Pantheon. However, Sundered Sky, you're an entire item up on this Vi. I would try to potentially look for opportunities around the map as we see Lily sneaking in right behind Malo here onto that Lissandra. Again, the mid-jungle interactions we said are going to be huge in this particular one. However, Solari are playing mostly as a unit because Braum is really, really strong together with things like range champions. So having that Mel, having the Talia, having the range, being able to get those stacks and get those stuns gets Pantheon steps closer to getting kills, right? So since Thorn is pretty strong right here, playing around their jungler, potentially trying to play around that second dragon that has spawned on the bot side of the map.
Would be interesting for Zorance as well to look and contest this. They're trying to gain some push here on the bot lane. We can see Lilith already looking for maybe a possible ult angle as well, as Lily now started off that dragon for us. But no one's actually willing to hard commit towards it. It resets again, going straight back into the pit. Lilith is on the run, looking for an angle, looking for something. Hook from Yusei goes wide on that mid lane. And that doesn't really put Zorance in the best position to look for a fight here, as now the Weaver's Wall is coming through. They have to immediately flash over it. As Malo is stepping further forward, they find OC, but they're trying to go for more. Heals coming through on left, front, and center as the equalizer flies. And they're looking, it's very decent damage here coming out from the side of Zorance Bloom, but Pivotless now straight into the backlines, trying to do some damage off herself as Lilith dropped extremely low. She's not quite going down. That's 1 HP at max. As we can see, Clef's ultimate did some damage there, and now Pivotless has to flash away. They've tried to gain something back. Pivotless dashes, flashes, gets hooked, ends up going down. Malo with the kill. And it's not going to be enough for Solari Academy to gain anything. And this actually technically puts Zorance in a better position to go towards the Drake, especially if Lily doesn't want to go for the reset. However, she decides to play it safe. And that means we could see a second round of that.
Yeah, absolutely. However, I feel like right here with this iteration of the team fight, Zerans are pretty slow. They have to go through resets, which means to me, they're going to be forfeiting this new dragon. Solari, they go back on the map faster. However, I will say that how this team fight kind of looked is pretty much what I was expecting to see here, as we mentioned earlier on, right? You've got a bunch of CC coming through. You've got the Vi, you've got the Nautilus. These are knockups. Even if you got Mercs, Tenacity does nothing against knockups. So it's pretty hard to get out of. Plus the hard to see coming through that Lissandra. Plus all the damage that all 4 champions, apart from the Nautilus, have in the early game for the side of Zerans. They can actually take those fights, pin people down one by one, and just take them out. I think the damage profiles are just too hard in the early game for Solari to be able to break through.
Now you have 2 kills on Malo, you have 2 kills on Vicky as well, and Vicky of course is a little bit of the scaling factor here as well. We've mentioned before, if they manage to play a good front-to-back team fight, Corki is definitely going to be in a comfortable position as Malo's looking for the root against Lilith here. She finds a way to answer it relatively well, forcing her away underneath the turret. But yeah, so far, apart from objectives, Solari have a hard time keeping up in the fight situations, at least. And
it's going to get pretty harder, right?
Yeah, I was just going to say, I think Zorance is only getting stronger at this point.
Yeah, the Rod of Age is stacking as well. Onto this, Lissandra is going to get harder. Vi is getting stronger. Eventually, you're going to have an Hourglass or something like this onto the Rumble as well. And then Corki just completed Trinity Force. Very, very close to get into that Mana Moon as well. Got the hammer in the inventory. So Corki's in pretty comfortably on almost 1.5 to 2 items And again, I think Solari are gonna have to pivot around that mid-jungle duo that they have. They've got pretty good setup, but I think the majority of what their plan should be here is separating the team fight with the wall, with the Pantheon, and here's their chance to do that.
Uh-oh, Pivotless on the side. Let's see if they can find a way to deny that Herald. Hook goes wide, Herald goes down, but the Aya has not been taken yet. They're going in with the Weaver's Wall as well. There is the damage output. Looks nice, but the Equalizer is trying to zone them away just a little bit. Glacier Fisher has also been used. Now Lilith is in a little bit of a sticky situation here. Lily ends up going down, and the Eye of the Herald is still there, and no one has been able to pick it up. And that's good news here for the side of Solari Academy, as Malo has to flash away. They were looking for a bit more here. Now with the wave even checking if they can move underneath the turret. Turret has been not too healthy, so they should be able to pick that one up here, especially with the 3 Void Grubs in the back. That's an easy push for Solari Academy, who pick up the first turret of the game. Just like that, the Herald does not end up going over to Zoran's Bloom.
Wow, what a fantastic fight. That's exactly what we're talking about, right? Use the Pantheon, use the Talia to spread apart the fight and pick them out one by one. That's exactly what they did. They pushed half of Zerans into the jungle. They pushed the other half of them towards the top side river. They separated the team. No front-to-back formation for Zerans. They couldn't play this fight out by picking up one by one whoever face checks into them, right? So great fight right here from Solari. They will lose that mid lane tower by the Corki going unchecked over in the mid lane. But they do deny that Rift Herald Eye, and they also get a couple of kills for themselves.
I think individually for Vicky, this is absolutely awesome. She just got so much gold out of that. She will be very happy when she goes to base, picking up her Mercuries and probably some parts of future items as well. So the Corki is still going to be a dangerous factor moving on from this point. We are looking at another Drake in 1.5 minutes. Until then, I wonder if there is going to be any action at all, or if we're actually going to take a bit of a breather. Because I think Zorans, they need to take a deep breath and actually position themselves well in order to even fight for this Drake. Because it's already soul point, right? Like, that would be an early soul point for the side of Solari Academy.
Yeah, I would say it's a pretty okay timer. Particularly because we had the first dragon kind of overlooked, I would say, for the couple first minutes that was up, since it was a Cloud Drake. However, right here, I feel like since it's still soul point, Zerans don't necessarily have to fight it if they do not have the setup for it. By setup, I mean also vision as well. You have to have vision behind enemy lines, especially when you're playing against champions like the Talia or the Pantheon. Again, if you people have watched at all LPL Rookie, the mid laner of IG, one of the best Talias in the world, this guy manipulates Fog of War so fantastically well. And I have seen Lilith sort of play around that blue buff area to try and position the wall in a way that is like vertical to the river to split the team apart. So again, I'm just looking at Lilith to see where the wall will go. However, Issei walking somewhere she shouldn't be and losing her flash very early.
Yeah, that's not a good setup for the fight coming up. 14 seconds left until that Drake spawns, and Issei is of course now a little bit more vulnerable. So we can see no one really answering this bot lane tier 1 turret. So that should possibly end up going down. Maybe not quite, as we can see Pivotless and OP are taking it to the next round. OP is trying to buy some time with the Equalizer. It's not going to be enough. Pivotless! Oh my god! That turret shot came straight from hell. Or like straight from the other side as OP picks it up after she's already been gone to the gray screen. Now we're looking at this dragon. Solari in a better position, but here comes the hook coming through from Issei. Glacier Fisher is being used. Elsie has to flash back, trying to buy some space, buy some time. But now Zorans look to be in a good position, but everyone keeps staying alive a little bit too long, maybe, as Elsie will not go down. Yes, they find the kill against Thorn, and it's going to be enough for Zorans. But that was way closer than it looked. Initially, I thought Zorans has this easily, but Solari just kept staying alive.
I mean, they do have this easily. They get the kill right there. Knock-up after knock-up from Zerans. It's just so, again, it's so difficult. Knock-ups are the only thing that cannot get reduced by tenacity. And you've got Nautilus plus Vi. And then as if this wasn't enough, you've got a bunch of CC roots plus stuns coming through from that Lissandra that the Corki just free fires the entire time during the fights. And the fact that OP gets dived, but also not only does he not survive, but at least takes the 1-for-1, means that Cassante cannot join Solari, which is the one disruptor in the backline for themselves. So I feel like it was a big loss actually losing Pivotless right there with that TP up to not be able to join and help them in this fight. And this is going to be the sole point yoinked away by Zerans, and they're going to grab their first dragon in the game.
Very, very important Drake here for Zorance Bloom. If anything, it's definitely buying them 5 minutes more. 5 minutes that they need to scale. Especially to put Vicky in an even better position. 3-0-2 right now on the Corki second item completed.
I'll tell you what, Miller. We are 5 minutes closer to a 45-minute game deal.
Oh, I can't wait. Another one. Yay! No, honestly, after that game 1, I'm open for whatever is going to happen. I would love to see a series though. So please, Solari, find a way to win a game at some point. I would like that. From a viewer experience, that would be cool. But right now, we're going to see a fight around the most important objective on the map, which is, of course, the Scuttle Crab. Lily takes it. Zorance in the lead. Awesome. Ooh, Lilith has to be
right
careful.
Here. Yeah, OP was playing with the back and forth, trying to dodge the W coming through from Lilith. Lilith never threw it out to begin with, but you can see how this rumble actually starts getting dangerous right here, very close to that second item as well. As Seraph's has been completed and fully stacked for Lilith, so she will have the extra shield for protection right here. Second item, Seekers in the inventory for Malo. She's gone full on tanky build to just be able to press that E, get into the back of the team fight and be a complete nuisance, survive as long as possible, plus probably R on herself, and then have the Seekers right on top of that, which is then going to become an hourglass. So that Lissandra's not going to be able to be pinned down that easily, and she's going to be again a disruptor in the backline or a stopper for whoever tries to get in her own backline. Now, with Atakan up on the map, I don't think any of those teams... hold up.
That's a bit of a trap right there. Lilith was, of course, waiting for the nice Weaver's Wall. Throws her back into herself. Oof. The Equalizer is buying enough space for OP to actually stay alive. Now we can see the Season Desist coming through. Lilith has to be careful, but Vaughn over the wall is trying to buy some time here. But the kill is going through in the end. Vicky picks it up now with Malo in here as well. They're trying to go for a little bit more, but Malo is getting caught behind enemy lines. She's in the enemy jungle, but Clef is now caught out. And that's the kill going over to Zorance again, and they are doing a great job at continuing what they did in game number 1.
Yeah, absolutely. That's another call an ambulance, but not for me moment. The Avengers assembled so fast for the side of Zorance that the second OP got caught, the flash went through, but it just wasn't enough. There's no damage on Solari. There's no damage to even take down a Rumble with just Liandry's build onto the champion. So it's just going to become much harder. Again, you're lacking the AD carry consistency side of the damage from the side of Solari. And I feel like even though Cassante is a fantastic champion and he does earn you a bunch of time in terms of fights, if you do not have that consistent factor in terms of damage, it's going to become harder and harder right here for Solari to take down targets. And that showcased it perfectly, right? That was a 4 versus 1. They couldn't get down the Rumble. They overextended and they ended up losing 2.
I'm very convinced with how Zorance have been playing today so far. Coming into the day, I kind of felt a little worried about them because, yes, they have had a decent, Equal Esports Cup run. They did have an okay-ish group stage, being able to pick up an important win in week 3, which ultimately qualified them for the playoff stage. But today, they seem to be so much more on the same page, so much more coordinated than I've seen them before. And I like that. I love to see a team improve and scale throughout the year. And this is what Zorance Bloom is giving me so far.
I mean, so far, early on, Rixelis asked us, what do we think? As we have, this is going to be a very slight pause, guys. We're going to continue super quickly. You're not even going to know we're going to be in a pause. Rixelis asked us later, what do we think? And I said Zorance 3-2. And I wholeheartedly said this, believing that Zorance were the better team coming into this best of, even though they came through with a worse score through their group, if you will.
Yeah.
But I feel like the early game just looks fantastic. The fact that they swapped the jungler, I think Issei had a lot to do with how those early games have panned out for Lily and herself. That jungle support synergy is through the roof. They're reading the jungle so fantastically well. And I think hats off to Lily because I'm an avid Vi hater. I'm a super avid Vi hater. If you know, you know. But damn, through EMEA Masters and now LGC, my hate watching eye has not been eaten well. I'll tell you that much.
Well, let's see. Maybe the next fight could be a bit of a downfall for the Vi. As of course, SLYA Academy are looking to contest this next dragon, but the poke damage coming through from Vicky here is huge. As Marlo steps straight into the backline, the damage output is ginormous, but they have to go gold and they have to buy some time. Marlo stepped a little bit too far forward. Now out coming through for Cassante here. Pivotless is on the hunt. She picks up the shutdown against Marlo, and now the team fight is a little split here for the side of SLYA Academy. Yes, Lily picks up the kill against Lilith, but now they're trying to recommit here. Double kill for Pivotless. She's stepping forward. She's making it a triple. Can she make it a quadra? She's looking for more. It's not quite enough. She has to shield herself, but in the end, she will go down. Lily picks up the kill and moves towards that dragon, but I want to see that copy pasta in my brain is so loud right now. Like, honestly, I can hear it screaming at me.
What is this, champion? I'll scream it at you as well. Pivotless. That's exactly why I mentioned earlier when she traded 1-for-1 under tower with the Rumble. This was so unfortunate for SLYA because that Cassante slides into the backline and does so much for them. That consistent AD carry that they're missing, it's Cassante. It's been there all along. It just didn't join last fight. And now that it did, you can see how much chaos it can cause, particularly in the backline. Still, Serrans win the fight and they'll take the dragon, but man, that Cassante is only going to become harder and harder to kill. And it was a bit of a messy fight, but you see, as Pivotless joins, it just becomes much easier for SLYA to just step up.
Jesus Christ, that has been a team fight right there. I'm still trying to recover from that, because initially it didn't look too bad for SLYA either, right? Like, they were in a position where they tried to contest that, especially once Marlo stepped a little too far forward, possibly. They did find some angles. But that's now the second Drake going over to Zorans. Equalizer coming through. Lily is trying to go for this sneaky TP and yeah, no. Yeah, she was deleted before that TP did even channel, so like yeah. That's an easier way to the base, you know. If you want to go to the base, just, you know, do it like that. It's fast.
Yeah, I think Baus would agree. Dying is faster than actually pressing the B button.
Learn from the best.
Learn from the best. Adapt. As Pivotless is scouting tops of the map, Atakan up for the taking. And I feel like, again, this game is just going to become harder and harder. I feel like for SLYA right here, I feel like Lilith has not necessarily been able to find her footing in this series yet. And we mentioned that mid lane matchup is going to be so pivotal for both of these teams. And Marlo has been doing so exceptionally well. That game one on Ari, almost not dying. I think she died only once. And now right here onto this Lissandra, into an unfavorable matchup. They swap her out towards the bottom of the map. They take her out of that laning phase into the Talia. They free her out on the map. Now she's got her 2 core items onto that Lissandra. 10 stacks onto Rod of Ages, level 15. Very close to 16. I think she's like 1 wave away from 16 as well. As they call Clef.
Yeah, that's a little bit of an equalizer. Seasoned Assist is not going to get mirrored, and Clef is just deleted from the map. OP with the next kill. And this comp for Zorans is working very, very well thus far. Also, Vicky with her 3 items is doing a very decent amount of damage. As they're now turning their sight towards the Baron. I wonder if that's a little brave. See Marlo moving in now. Pivotless on the side, but she's getting spotted. Question is, can they zone SLYA fast enough so Thorn cannot make it into the pit? They're moving back and forth.
I mean,
Thorn
Orb is falling pretty low.
Yeah, they're denying it. SLYA have to not really do anything. With OP dropping so low, Zorans decide to not go any further.
All right, so Zorans, that was a pretty nice try right here. I feel like they tried to pretty much dip their feet in the water, see how cold it is. Is SLYA gonna overextend? Maybe they catch someone, maybe they turn this around, but this time around, SLYA are up on the map. They're starting Atakan, already half HP, and Zorans are chosen to reply.
Let's see if they can make it work. Lily is a little bit further away as the hook goes into the wall here for Yusei, but she's stepping further forward. Atakan, of course, doing some decent damage. Here comes the equalizer. Glacier Fisher as well being used. They're looking to find some more. Pivotless again in the backline, trying to find Vicky. She's in with the all-out as the kills are falling. Yusei is already down, but OP is on a rampage. She's picking up a double kill before she falls. And now Pivotless is being sent to the gray screen as well. And that's a big shutdown in the back for Clef. But again, Zorans Bloom end up with the upper hand. They pick up the Atakan and they win the fight.
3 for 2 in favor of Zerans. As you mentioned, they pick up the objective that they came for. That was an objective that Solari started, and very rightfully so. You've got that extra Seekers in the inventory. You've got Black Cleaver onto your Panther, 3 items onto your Mel and your Cassante. This is when you want to actually fight before that gold lead extends even further. But that equalizer from OP was so freaking lethal. Was put into that choke point where all the Solari players were trying to funnel from, and it just took them down so much that Pivotless basically got to the backline. She got the Corki flash, but she just couldn't actually capitalize because she fell too low from that equalizer walking through it, right? So far so good for Zerans. They've got a majority of the objectives onto the map. And now they're looking for the next dragon that spawns in about 30 seconds. 3 items on Corki, 3 items on Rumble. They've got more than enough on their 2 main carries.
Solari have to find a way to play these team fights a little bit more coordinated. They do have some great tools on their sides, don't get me wrong. Like, I feel like with those ultimates that you have available, you should be in a position to figure out a way to fight Zerans here. It's not really happening. As you see, he finds the next hook. Malo a little bit late to the party as the Glacier Fisher comes through pretty early on. We can see Lily off to the side. OC dropped extremely low. They're throwing them into their own team as Lily is now a little bit too far forward, but here comes the redemption, healing her up quite a little bit. Clef's ultimate not doing the damage that is necessary here. Pivotless back in, Pivotless back out. It's not going to happen. The hook connects. Vicky with the next kill. OC is down, and that's a numbers advantage moving towards the Drake for Zerans Bloom.
I have no idea how Lily survived all of this. That Sterax did God's work in this particular fight, keeping her alive for so long. And again, where is the damage from Solari? They're missing that consistent damage force through an AP carry or an AD carry. Doesn't matter, but it's just not there. And this is going to be Zerans winning another fight, taking that soul point. Again, we're pretty much into the deep levels, into the late game. But for Zerans, this is looking for like much more of a steady game. I feel like Solari gonna have to go back to the drawing board in terms of the drafting phase and figure out where truly their carries lie in this team.
Yeah, I completely agree, especially if we look towards the Talia, which initially I think a draft we didn't dislike, right? Hasn't been working out too well. Now with the Zhonya's maybe in a bit of a better position to, you know, buy some time, stay alive in team fights, but it's not going to be super easy. That zoom on the cannon minion, man.
Did she miss the cannon?
That hurts. That hurts, man. Like, could be me.
Do her like that, man.
Not gonna lie, could be me. I like it when pro players fail because that makes me feel seen as someone.
It makes you feel human, right?
Yeah, it makes me feel very seen. Oh my god. All right, we have a Baron. I'm not sure Zerans are in a position to actually aggressively go for that, but they are definitely looking as Malo picks up that top lane turret. Pivotless looking for a bit of a cross map here, picking up a turret herself. If the minion lets her, no, it won't. Okay, never mind. Then we're taking it back towards the Baron. No vision, and not really an easy way for Solari to go in here.
Yeah, they're trying to pull the Cassante TP right there, but I don't think there's an easy way for Solari to walk up to even try to set up some vision. I don't think Pivotless is going to be TPing into this unless Zerans choose to turn this around. Issei is going to do her job right here, keep the fountain as far away, but what do you know? Pivotless is actually TPing into a pit, which is empty.
I'm not sure that's a good call as the Glacier Fisher is coming through. Equalizer's trying to buy some space for Issei here, but she's going to go down. That's at least a kill. Maybe they can go for more. Numbers advantage now for Solari Academy, but they don't have a wave, and that mid lane tier 1 turret is extremely healthy, and that's a saving grace here for Zerans Bloom, and shows again why mid lane tier 1 turret is so important for teams to pick up, because it just opens up the map and it makes fighting so much easier. Just like this, Zerans, they end up picking up the Baron. Yes, they lose Issei, but I think it's very well worth it, at least for the moment.
Yeah, I feel like Zerans are much more decisive in this game. They're pulling the trigger for Baron, knowing that the TP has to be pulled from Cassante, so he stops pushing down the bot lane. So very well played right there from the side of Zerans. Again, I feel like that early game snowballing their lead slowly but surely through taking objectives through that mid game and using again that mid jungle has been fantastic. Malo's been having an insane series so far. I did doubt the Syndrome, like, what's the Syndrome gonna do into the Talia? It becomes really, really scary and really difficult. She's managed to get out of laning phase 3 items deep now, 2, 1, and 10. And she's been setting up for a lot of these fights, getting into that backline, using that ultimate as disruption, as well as the hourglass.
And now ZERB, we can see, are moving further forward in this Baron power play. It's looking pretty good. They picked up that mid lane tier 2 turret. Lily is able to take away some of Thorn's jungle here. Thorn herself hasn't had an easy game here either. They haven't found the synergy, right? They haven't found the synergy of the comp that they have. Because on paper, it's all there. They just can't seem to make it work. And
I mean, I don't know what paper you're reading, man. I'm
no,
gonna be completely honest. I don't know what paper you're reading. They're probably reading the same paper. Switch the damn paper. That's what I'm saying. Issei took the wrong turn.
We're looking at it as the equalizer comes through as well. You see, we're relatively far forward, but we can see in the backline, no one is actually dying there. Now committing everything onto Lily, but Lily just stays alive. She picks up the kill onto the enemy Cassandra in the end herself. As Clef finds another one, finds a shutdown as well. That's 2 for 1 trade. I'm not sure that's enough for SLYA Academy to actually find their way back in the game just yet. They deny the Baron power play. They're looking for Malo here, but she just ults herself. Should be very healthy with that. Now double kill for Vicky coming through. She picks up the enemy AD carry. She makes it a triple. She wants to go for the quadra. She's looking for it. She picks up the quadra kill. Vicky is unleashed. That's the ace for ZERB Bloom. And they can look to push it even further with that remaining Baron buff.
Absolutely fantastic play right here from ZERB to turn this around. For SLYA, it was their only way out. They had the numbers advantage. They could chase with Braum getting the tag over onto Lissandra. If I'm not wrong, they take the flash. But again, Malo doesn't go down that easily. Has the ult, has the hourglass. It's just so hard to pin down this champion. So through that, not only do they win the fight back for ZERB, but they take that mid lane inhibitor as well. A bit of a point pressure now for SLYA onto the map. And let's not forget, in 10 seconds, next Dragon's coming up. It's going to be Soul for ZERB if SLYA don't manage to take this one away.
And Vicky, we gotta say, like 11-1-9 on that Corki. Absolutely insane performance this game. Of course, great setup by the rest of her team as well. They are really trying to protect her at all costs. Now the question is, can they do it again? ZERB looking to find that Soul as they find an early equalizer coming through as well. LC already gone. Now that Clef has TP'd in, the ultimate from Plon's coming through as well, but it's not quite enough as they pick up a kill against Issei. They're going straight back into the backline, trying to pick up Clef here on the side. It's going to work. She's dropping extremely low. She's pulling the ultimate, but it's not going to be enough. And it's ZERB Bloom on the hunt again. Another double kill for Vicky. She's looking for more. Once again, she ends up picking up the triple, and that cannot be it. I don't think SLYA Academy
have a wave.
Oh my god, SLYA have to find a way to answer this, but it looks as if ZERB want to play it safe. They want to play it safe. They are going.
No one had TP. No one had TP to go into the base and actually end the game. Another huge win. The equalizer was massive right there from OP. Closes up the choke point. No one's allowed to walk up. Pantheon ults into the crime scene, ends up being a splatter on the floor as well, and the runs are just snowballing their advantage so fantastically well.
Oh my god, I'm sweating. I'm excited. I'm hyped. Oh my god. This is explosive. As someone who has seen the entirety of Equal Esports Cup, this ZERB Bloom just looks so good. It is crazy, and look at the damage dealt. OP is massive. This is one of the reasons why the fights play out the way they do. This equalizer that's coming in early on, dealing so much initial damage, makes it so easy for Vicky to pick up the kills in the end. Jesus, chromosome,
Can I just sneak it in right now that, like, Greeks hit diff? I'm just gonna say. As OP is Greek, if I'm not wrong. But anyway,
fair. Greek diff, is that what you're trying to say? Okay.
Greek diff, yeah. That's what I want to say right here. That's all right. Anyways, as this is like almost an 8,000 gold lead right here from ZERB. And if I've learned anything, I think that they've learned from their first game how to slowly snowball their leads into a win right here. So the top side is going to get pushed. I think they need to send somebody over on the mid side to actually create a point pressure so they can take that top lane tier 2 as well. Right here, they're just taking some control in the jungle since the Baron's coming up in about 5 seconds. And here comes the pain point from the side of SLYA. They're going to have to TP their Cassante in, which means they don't necessarily have any bodies that can face check over on the tops of the map, which primarily means that they might be giving away yet another Baron uncontested.
Oh my god, yes, ROC is looking for it. She will completely figure out something is up. But all by your lonesome, there's not really anything we can do. Pivotless could TP in again, but it's not going to work out as Thorn's coming in with the ultimate relatively late. Is now stuck in that Baron pit and just pops like a bubble. Not much more she could have done there. She looked for a little bit of a steal. It was just a little bit too late. And now it's all hands on deck for SLYA Academy here. That mid lane is blown wide open. And with that Baron buff, Zerans are looking to end it right here, right now.
Oh yeah, this is the Mundo mode, baby. Push, push, push. They've got this. They've got the wave. They've got the buffs. They've got only 4 members they have to face and a very chunked down tower. Only 1 remaining between them and a 2-0.
And there comes the equalizer. They are looking for it. They want to find the team fight. They want to bully them, push them back further into their own base as Pivotless goes down. That was an easy kill for Vicky once again. They try to buy some space here with the Glacier Fisher flashing into their own base, but it's not going to be enough. The Nexus turrets have fallen. The game is over. It's another double kill for Vicky. And Zerans Bloom put themselves at match point in that first series here in the playoffs.
Talk about a team that's learned so much from a victory game. I feel like Zerans had so much to prove from game number 1, where they had such a humongous lead, then they sort of threw it midway, and they picked up the game right at the very end. And this time around, they just did it but much better. Do I have also the draft to blame for the SLYA? Absolutely. I think it didn't necessarily give them enough wiggle room to try and turn this one around, but I'll let you throw this to break so we can catch our breaths, and we'll be back to sort of discuss it, I guess.
Baby, I don't wanna move. Don't wanna move. I'm getting too close to you. I know that you wanted to. You wanted to. Never wanted you to hold back too much. Loving won't get you through, and I don't know what to do. Tripping over without you. Always wanted you by my side, but with every day passing by, say seek and you shall find. Can't get you off of my mind. Tripping over without you. Can't get you off of my mind.
All right, well, do we have it? Until we have it, welcome back, everyone, to our pre-game number 3. Let's check if Frixalis, we can hear her. 1, 2, 3, go. 1, 2, 3, go. Is your microphone blossoming? Okay, microphone is not blossoming. Okay, Mila, let's run it back. It was me and you throughout the whole game until Frixalis can figure out the other stuff. DJ, drop the replays right now because they were absolutely fantastic. I feel like we had some Cassandra gaming, we had some Atakan gaming, we had the quadra kill coming through. I mean, like, obviously this Atakan, we saw it on live. It was a situation where that equalizer, the entirety of Solari had to walk past it, right? And even though Cassandra makes it into the backline, the equalizer had already done the damage.
Yeah, 100%. I also remember the chat being like, why did they all walk into the equalizer? Because there was no other way. They had no way out. And then this, of course, the play where we got to see Vicky getting absolutely unleashed. Because initially it looked like, yeah, Solari is finding some good shutdowns here. They are picking up some goals. But Vicky has not really been touched. And as soon as Solari decided they want to move further forward into enemy jungle, Vicky was able to kite away with Marlo ulting herself, staying alive for a long time. Vicky moving over the wall, picking up the double, then making it a triple, and then eventually, of course, making it the quadra kill. That was really, for me, the last nail in the coffin here for Solari Academy, because look at that damage dealt by both OP and Vicky.
Yeah, and we can definitely like settle on the fact that it was the Vicky and also the OP. So, I mean, in the end, Vicky got the quadra kill, cementing her as the front runner for this team. And we have kind of been anticipating that, but oh my god, they're performing so well in comparison. I mean, they have always been part, they always made it for open qualifiers, they made it most times to the playoffs, but this Siren's Bloom is performing on a completely different level in comparison to before, right, Trouble?
I have to say, my mind is absolutely blown from what I saw previously, as you mentioned, to what I'm seeing right now. I'm seeing a fantastically well-balanced early game through Lily understanding when to reset, how to play on the map, which camps to clear, how to spot enemy jungle, when to invade, when not to. This in a link up with Issei, which is the support, and then I feel like Malo, like, we did talk about the head-to-head in the mid lane, but I don't think it's a head-to-head anymore. Like, Malo's been so stable. Game 1 with that Ari, Game 2 with this Lissandra, knowing exactly her positioning in the team fights, what her job is in her team fights. And I think this is what right now puts Rans on top of Solari. It's they know exactly what their job is at any given moment in the game. And of course, you have the two carries that have done fantastically well, right? Top and AD carry. But I'm leaving those two out because they're the most obvious. I think early game, jungle support, fantastic synergy.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they have been working on it so much. On the other hand, we also have to acknowledge now that now Solari is with their back to the walls. It's a single elimination bracket. That means if they're losing right now, their chance is over. And from your face, I'm seeing that it's not sounding very, very good, but we can bear through it. But what are your, like, maybe tips and your hopes for Solari this time?
Look, I just hope that they find their former glory, right? Like the character that we know them for. I feel like Game 1 draft was very on brand for them. I felt like that was very much what we would expect to see. And then at the same time now, Game 2, we've mentioned that it looked a little wonky. I personally didn't mind the Mel for Clef, but I do prefer to see her on something that just has more carry potential. I feel like it's more of a let's say shy carry pick, right? Because you just press alt and hope for the best. I want her to get in there. I want her to have a champion that she gets excited on. And I don't necessarily mean in a Jinx type way, but in a player type of way. I want Clef to sit on her PC screaming because I know that's what she loves to do when she gets those plays, when she gets those fights. And I just feel like they haven't done a great job at playing around their carries at all. And I think they need to fix that. They need to find a way to get Thorn on the map and actually provide more options for her carries in her team.
I feel like even deeper than this, even though I agree with everything that Mila said, I feel like they kind of don't have an identity on how they want to play these games. I feel like a lot of the mid and jungle synergies we haven't necessarily seen come into fruition. Like you've got Talia Pantheon, but there's not really sidelines you can play for. Like you're not going to play for Cassante. But then on the other side, you have a Mel that's like solo laning. So you're not really going to play with that. And then you have a Braum. So you've kind of lost your engage. But you have pseudo engage through the walls and the Pantheon ult. So I just feel like they haven't really made it easy for themselves through drafting phase to sort of identify what their jobs are during the game. And I feel like that's why they have been getting lost in translation a little bit and falling behind in this early game. Just give me like your very clear cut, like Mila said, game one draft, fantastic. It had an actual A, B, C scenario where that's our early game, that's our mid game, that's our late game. It's just unfortunate that there was a smolder in the game. But I feel like that was more of their type of draft. I 100% agree with her.
Yeah, definitely. And I think it's really interesting how the draft will play out again, because as we just found out, SLYA gonna stay on the red side. I'm really hoping that we are gonna get something new from them, maybe going back to the drawing board. But because we have like seen them as a team that was very well established in what they want to do. Their drafts were always really consistent in how they want to play their game. And I think so far today they haven't really been on their usual standard. So let's hope that they got something else that they can bring out in order to turn the tides and make it further into the tournament, because otherwise they will be just leaving, getting 3-0'd.
Sorry, that's a Wukong, right?
No.
Oh my god, the Ziggs was left open. No.
Who let the rats out? What?
Yeah. Well, again, I don't think Wukong has that much value. I'm not gonna lie. I just think it's because of the new patch that you have to accept the fact that Wukong might not be the strongest choice whatsoever, but we might see it. It might happen. We do get the Kog'Maw, which is a little bit of it's a pocket pick. Like, it is very much a pocket pick. But I don't mind it because it can go either towards Clef or towards Lilith. But I think I see it more towards Clef, especially now that we have the Rise unlocked. And we've seen it before. I remember it vividly in my head. I just can't remember if it was a win or a lose.
Okay. So we have a rat versus a weird alien worm. Obviously, possibly down the bot lane, I'm assuming, because this is where I see Ziggs more viable right now, and seeing it into a Kog'Maw, I think I would rather see that Ziggs go towards down that bot lane. Seeing the Karma locked in here, I do know that there's Karma in the mid lane, so this is also a flex between mid and support, but Ziggs plus Karma is a very heavy shoving lane, and since I guess your only option on the other side would be something like the Lulu, if you want to pivot towards something like this to support the Kog'Maw. I mean, it wouldn't be the worst of matchups, but you'll still get pushed in.
Yeah, I mean, I really like the Ziggs in this case because it has been like one of the best picks for Vicky in the past. And she also is like the declared weak side queen. Like in every interview, she's like, yeah, you can call me weak side. That's what I want to do. I want to play these weak side in the early games, make sure all the other lanes come ahead, and then I can take over the game in the later stages. And that's also, to some degree, what she has done today with like the amazing Corgi performance. And also the Ziggs is a good champion for her in that regard.
I'm interested to see what is actually going to happen. Yeah, okay. Naafiri. I think Naafiri is on brand for Thorn. You know, it's comfortable. It's something she's played a lot before. It has that carry potential. Again, synergy-wise, just posing the question of who is playing for whom, because you now already again have several carry picks, and I wonder which one you're going to play around, or if we're actually looking at Thorn putting on the carry pants herself and being like, okay, I'm just gonna do it if no one else is. But yeah, I do like that first rotation for Zoran's Bloom. I do like Solaris as well, but it just leaves question marks again that I'm not 100% sure how they want to figure out how to round out this draft thing that they are doing right there. I
mean, I don't mind the Naafiri right here. However, I would like some potential dive buddies with the Naafiri, because what Naafiri particularly is like an AD at least, right? The fact that you can reset tower aggro is like a huge tool for being able to dive, but you also need setup, because Elise brings setup, but Naafiri doesn't. She just brings a reset. So I'd like to see a way that they actually can dive, potentially even towards the tops of the map. I don't think it's usually a good idea to go towards a tank like a Cyan or an Orin. That's why you don't see them banned out here, since the Traveler has been locked in. So potentially play for a carry towards pivotless, shut down OP, and then get that Naafiri rolling through those dives.
Definitely a way that they could hopefully play out this game, because the stakes are so high. We're still missing these top lane picks again. Last time we have seen a very early top lane pick for Pivotless with the Cassandra. She also had 2 solo games, and she nearly turned the whole game in that one mid lane fight. So she definitely is on fire today, and I'm very certain that she doesn't want to leave the tournament just getting 0 freed. And she also has like some of her picks in her bag. We could still... Yeah, that would be one of those picks.
Yeah, it's a safety pick.
Yeah.
Right? Like it's a safety pivotless pick. It's a what else can we do at
But
this
is
point?
that enough?
That, on the other hand, is OP, right? Like Aatrox, as well as the Camille. Like that's very much what OP wants. Not playing those classic tanks, not playing whatever you would expect. So she ends up getting her Camille. And man, I think Zons are really happy with this draft. They are thriving off of this draft. I'm not gonna lie.
So, Subjugate on the Sion will make Sion feel like shredded paper from the likes of Camille and Ziggs. And I feel like it's a tale of last time to have a Camille together with a Ziggs, because you lock someone in, the bomb is going to drop on your head no matter what. And we do have a Kog'Maw all the way back in base. I feel like something like potentially Tam Kench could be the out for a Kog'Maw. That can also work, because with the ultimate you could potentially save him from like sneaky situations right here, especially since you're playing into that Rakan. I mean, I don't mind Bard, but I would like something a little bit more defensive, since you know everyone's gonna be diving on top of you.
I'm getting some really big flashbacks to the game that we have seen from Zaren's Bloom against Nexus Reapers in the best of 3 at EEC. They also had like one of these catch combos with like the Camille. In the end, it wasn't successful. But I think, as Trouble said, in this game, you have so much set up to just one-shot that poor Kog'Maw that has like no real protection except from hoping for a Bard ultimate at the right timing in order to protect him. And Mile, you look very concerned for Solari right now. What are your thoughts on this draft?
You know, I understand how, especially when you're in this back against the wall situation, you want to go for red side and try to look for great counter picks. I did not get them though. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like on red side, I want something else. I don't want a last pick Bard. I understand, and I feel like Bard can be the facilitator, especially when you have something like the Naafiri. You want to have a roaming support that's, you know, straight next to you the entire time. You're just walking hand in hand, and you're looking for catches, for kills everywhere. If that's what they're going to do, okay, you go. I think that can work, but I'm just not convinced this is what we've wished for when we talked about Solari finding their identity again.
I mean, hey, at least they're 80 carries and a scaling champ, right? They're playing...
Right. Yeah,
so Solari have the Kog'Maw, so that's one saving grace. However, I will say I do not mind the draft. My only issue right here is that how do you protect your Kog'Maw for potentially that Camille Ziggs combo as we are moving into the third and potentially what could be the last game of this series tonight.
And it's going to be a spicy one. Backs against the wall for Solari Academy. If they lose here, they are out of the tournament. And what kind of storyline would that be? They are our runner-up from Equal Esports Cup, finishing in second place after losing a hard-fought final against G2Hell. And now to leave this tournament here in the first round of playoffs, I don't think that's what they came here for. So they need to find an answer, and they need to find it now, because Zons have been playing out of their minds today. And yes, game 1 was a little shaky, but game 2 was all the more convincing.
I mean, my eyes are on Lily again. I think she's done a fantastic job early in the jungle to spot enemy jungle. Her pathing has been incredible. Her resets have been incredible. I feel like she just knows and understands so much about the jungle, which I'm gonna be honest, like sometimes it's a very rare thing to see, even in like the higher up leagues, you know? You have so much understanding of the jungle, and it's been a real treat to the eye especially for a nerd about jungle like me, to actually see her perform like this. And it's like a big surprise also in the best way possible. So we'll see both junglers again starting over on the top side of the map. I will say Rakan is not the kind of champion that will give you lane prio. So I'm feeling like if both Trundle and Naafiri end up on the bot side of the map, I think Lily might have to switch up and play again for the top side Scuttle Crab.
Well, let's see if that's going to work out. Thorn, of course, has a lot of responsibility here as well for me, you know. I feel like if Naafiri gets ahead, if she actually gets some kills funneled into her, she can be a huge, you know, point here for the team to actually get something done on the map, as OP is looking to get something done against Pivotless here in the lane. However, it's still a top lane matchup, so let's not get too excited. But I also feel like if Thorn falls behind on Naafiri, it can be very easy for Lily to just demolish her on Trundle. So
absolutely,
jungle matchup is going to be initially very important.
It's also really weird to see Grasp on Sion and Dorn's Shield. Like, what? I don't know, man. I guess my brain is too rotten for Mimia Masters, but hey, I don't know. I was expecting like long swords there and maybe, you know, like the Tanic Hydra first item or something like this. However, Pivotless playing the classic, good old-fashioned full tank Sion. He's going to be a treat for the eyes later on as well, seeing how the Subjugate from the Trundle is going to interact with the Sion and how much Pivotless is going to be able to tank through, as there is some type of threat, I would say, through the carries, but like Karma, Ziggs, Camille, they're not enough to take down a Sion even when Subjugate goes through. So we'll see in terms of damage distribution, I feel like SLYA have a much better chance and a lot more different damage profiles that can go through, and they're very consistent, like the Rise and the Kog'Maw. But we'll see if Serrans can actually use a Subjugate to their advantage.
I love how the chat is just casually calling you out on watching too much Baus gameplay.
What can I say, man? I've cast every single one of their games and co-streamed every single one of the games. What can I say? My brain is rotten from it. It's coded differently.
Let's see if Pivotless can heal you a little bit. But yeah, definitely a bit of a different approach.
Bring me back to reality, please.
Yes. Actual good Sion gameplay? What do you mean she doesn't have to die 10 times to make it worth it? Huh?
Right?
Let's see. Well, it's definitely going to be interesting. I personally really like the choice of skin here for Clef's Kog'Maw. I like Kog'Maw. I like that it's cute, because usually Kog'Maw doesn't strike me as a cute champion, so I'm happy with that. As we're looking at a first little interaction here on the spot lane as well. We can see Clef does have some decent poke here towards Vicky. However, I think she feels very much fine with the Ziggs just staying underneath the turret and farming away, because that's genuinely what you want to do.
This is going to be, in general, like a more slow-paced game, I want to say. There's like scaling on both sides of this particular game. And both junglers are pretty much speedrunning level 6, particularly for Naafiri as well, which is a pretty huge spike right here. Both junglers don't necessarily want to interact with each other. You've got farming bot lanes on both sides. Here comes the same swap from Serrans over again, putting their Ziggs over in the mid lane. They do this a lot. This is actually how they have managed to get Vicky into the late game really, really nicely a bunch of times, but just making sure you put your main carry in the shortest lane possible, where she's surrounded by the most people possible, and then managed to actually get Vicky to the late game pretty scot-free, I want to say, in both of those game 1 and game 2. And let's see now onto these Ziggs. If you can actually get to a tower pre-minute 11 and take down that tower, you actually have a chance to take more than one tower full of tower platings. So we'll see if they're actually going to get there in this game.
Would be absolutely crucial, as OP is under a little bit of pressure here, coming through from Pivotless. But it's not going to result in much. As we can see, Thorn is currently trying to start off the Drake here a little bit, as Clef has to flash extremely early on. And that means Thorn has absolutely no easy way of clearing this dragon. I think if Zorans want to go for a contest, they absolutely have the tools to do so. But they decide against it. So that's a little bit of a lucky outcome there for Solari Academy, because with Clef losing flash...
That was a double reset right there for jungle and support from the set of Serrans. Especially since blue buff is spawning soon for the top side for Lily right there. So they're going to give the first dragon away. It's fine that the flash is not down. Maybe they can turn back and punish it, because Pillar, I'll tell you what, is a very, very unfair ability that not a lot of people are talking about. It's one of the most OP CC tools that there are in the game, and especially versus champions so immobile such as Kog'Maw. All you have to do is just walk back bot lane, put that pillar up, and the Kog'Maw pretty much dies. You also have the tether coming through from Karma, so it's going to be a pretty easy pickings right there once the Kog'Maw swaps towards the top side, because in a minute's time, we will have the Void Grub spawning, and I'm going to assume right here that Zerans, that was the exact reason why they reset early, get items in their inventory to play for top side.
Taking a little bit of a breath right now, preparing for these grubbies. You can see OP a little earlier towards the lane there. Will be able to push it out just a little bit with Clef coming late. She doesn't have her TP ready, so she will be just in time to pick up the wave underneath the turret. So 30 seconds on the grubs. And we can see everyone is moving a little bit further towards that mid lane, with RC also making her way towards that topside jungle. Reset coming through from Thorn though, so I wonder if they actually want to go for it.
Man, that's a matchup you definitely don't want. Sion into the Karma, especially in the early game. Karma's a little bit too annoying. However, lost chapters in both Karma's and Ziggs' inventory make it super easy to push out lanes. You literally don't have to burn almost any mana to completely take control, as they're looking for Lilith right here. That's not the flash. They're going to use the Camille, but she's just perfectly positioned right there to turn back onto the tower. Nothing's going to be happening right here. Zerans, they were looking for a pick just to make sure that they get towards the top side and get those Void Grubs uncontested. Reminder, Kog'Maw, no flash in this fight.
Yeah, definitely going to be a little bit tricky, as ZECA is looking to zone them away a little bit, but here comes the choo-choo train. ZECA goes down. That's the first blood for the Sion. Pivotless wants to get a little bit more here. OC gets ulted. OP picks up a kill in return. So that's a 1-for-1 trade. But overall, Solari seem to be in a bit more of a comfortable position with their health bars looking a tiny bit better. Knock-up coming through from Pivotless. They pick up the first grab, but here comes the TP. They're looking to find another fight. Serance Bloom, they haven't been done yet. Pillar comes through. Pivotless is getting caught out a little bit. Everyone else using the Realm Warp to escape. Pivotless is being left to die. And that's that. And now Serance should be in a position to pick up at least the last remaining Void Grubs.
No, the Sion was left out to dry. Unfortunately, sometimes, even if the Sion doesn't die on his own, you gotta make him die yourself. You know, it's just the lore of the Sion. That's what happens. Right there, 2 Void Grubs going over to Zerans. And again, that was a bit of a whoopsie, right? You say too far forward, plays with Spellbook, super squish on their account, gets caught, dies early. However, when you die early, you get to spawn early. And the TP through the Spellbook came through.
First item completed for Vicky now. Ludens, done. Very comfortable little spike for her. Again, she was the main carry last game, so I'll definitely keep an eye on her in this game as well, especially because the champion is quite similar in a way. And then on the other hand, Clef hasn't really had the chance to shine too much today.
Oh wait, this is an AP Kog'Maw?
Yes, of course it is. What else would it be? AP Kog'Maw has been it. Like, they've played it mid lane, they've played it bot lane, and especially into Ziggs, I think it makes a lot of sense. I'm not gonna lie.
Alright, let's see if that AP Kog'Maw gets to stay alive. Onto this Camille. I mean, I'm assuming there's also gonna be an hourglass at some point, so maybe this is like the saving grace, as Pivotless on this Sion has managed to chip away 2 of those star plates over on the top side. Playing Camille into the Sion, you're expecting Camille to progressively, slowly but surely start getting ahead, right? Getting that Trinity Force is a big spike for the Camille, especially around those early objectives, such as the Dragon in the next minute that's going to be spawning. However, being about 400 gold down, that means that Sion is going to be able to complete that first item that much faster.
Pivotless also having a bit of a rough day, generally speaking. But maybe this is one of the picks that she can shine on. We've talked about her also being able to be very well. Once she's put on weak side, she is always good for a bit of split push. But OP as well has been doing a great job at that. As we see Marlow is getting chunked out a little bit here by Clef and AOC. Again, Clef does have decent poke, but she has to be really careful because she needs items. I feel like that's a general thing with Kog'Maw, is he needs items. Once he has them, it's gonna be easier, it's gonna be playable. Without items, she has to respect the enemy a little bit more.
Yep, that's exactly it. Also, again, I'm a huge fan. The fact that they put Malo over on the bot side of the map with Karma is just so easy. Just perma push the wave, spam Q, spam RQ. It's just very easy to just outpush. Even 1 versus 2, you can stay very safe underneath the tower. The tether, the RW that heals you up, the RE that gives you extra shield. It's just a very safe champion overall. And I think now that she's going back to base, she's probably going to have first item already completed for herself. TP up and available. Dragon has spawned, which means this could be a contestation coming through. You see Thorn already has her eyes onto the next dragon. Level 6 for that Rakan now as well. So it could potentially be Zerans looking to play around that next dragon.
For sure, but they don't really have the easiest way in. Especially now that Lily is a bit further away. Doesn't look like they really want to contest this.
Yeah.
Solari, of course, also at a numbers advantage, with Vicky not even ready to step into that mid lane just yet. So that's the Drake. Going over to Solari Academy, they pick up the second Drake. And I think they feel very much okay with it.
Yeah, I'm getting a little bit worried again. I see the whole Bombo combo with the Camille and the Ziggs into the backline, but once the Hourglasses start coming through, once Rondo of Ages, Seraphs start coming through for the Rise, you're never catching Nafiri because she has W. Sion's going to be ultra tanky, and I get it, Subjugate is a huge weapon on Trundle's hands, but you still do not have enough continuous damage raining through with Karma mid lane to take down a champion such as Sion. No matter how many defenses you take, he has that many more. That's your conventional tank Sion. As a Camille, hold down.
Ooh, they're definitely looking for it. The flash is coming through, but she's getting pillared. She will not make it out alive. The ultimate is not going to be enough. Pivotless. Goes down, has to try and find a way to maybe utilize the passive here a little bit, but without the wave, there's not much you can take.
On the other side, there's not much they can take either. Zerans will take the kill, but there's not much else you can take onto the map. You see how Vicky has to stay super respectful. You do not have the whereabouts of the jungle. There's a Bard and a Rise that can show up on your doorstep at any point. So she's been playing underneath the tower the entire time, just bouncing wave back and forth. Now Clef gets a bit of free time over in the bottom of the map as 2 members show up. Now Malo's gonna walk up. Issei right behind her.
Ooh, they turned off the turret here. Very important, as Clef was eating a lot of turret aggro, but they're looking to find a little bit more, as now IFC is getting rooted underneath that turret. It's not gonna be enough. Malo with the kill. And that's a very nice pickup there for Zoran's Bloom as well, to put themselves at a 1k gold lead. First turret fell on top side in the meantime. And Zoran's are playing a very good early game once more.
Oof, I just felt like that dive was a little bit of a whoopsie. I mean, disabling the tower is one thing, but also putting into an hourglass mode, the enemy that you're diving might not necessarily be what you're aiming for, and that's exactly what happened there. So while the tower was disabled, you couldn't attack enemy under tower, so it ended up being just a big miscommunication right there. Alcy ends up going down, so that's a big kill again into Malo's hands, which has been having a fantastic series so far. And let's not forget, those shields later on are going to be huge, as well as the wave clear that you constantly have with the Karma. And let's not forget that Vicky has been having a pretty free time, again, under that mid lane tower, bouncing the wave back and forth, getting those very valuable items onto the Ziggs.
I feel like you never see a lot of Ziggs until an ultimate comes flying and everyone dies. You know, like that's what I feel like Ziggs does best. He's there, he's farming, he's pushing waves, and then there comes the ultimate, and that's the moment where you remember Ziggs is in the game. And that's usually when it's a little bit too late. So let's see if they can find a way to punish her a little bit, as Aussie is now in danger. The ultimate is going wide, and now within that Hextech ultimatum, Aussie will not find a way to survive. And that's another kill going over to Vicky and for Zoran's Bloom.
Damn, the R counter right there with the Camille ult going down. Midway through the journey, just yoink the Bard back because he can't get out with the journey anymore. So even though the Ziggs ult missed, as another kill going over to Camille, and slowly but surely Zerans again, through their very steady and slow early game, they've accumulated themselves 5 kills, 1.2 thousand gold lead. And let me tell you what, when it's about a 1k gold lead, it's not really big. Let's see if Hope is going to make it out here. Does have the flash, and Thorn is around.
Should be fine. He's underneath the turret. But very nice. I like this reaction from Zoran's Bloom. They expect something going on that bot side and immediately turn their sights towards the Herald, being able to pick that one up. And that, of course, gives them a way to open up the map a little further, maybe play it towards that mid lane. Solari are going for a classic cross-mid play, picking up the turret.
Very nice handshake right there in terms of objectives. Solari do get something for losing that Rift Herald. However, that Rift Herald can very easily be used as your classic distraction. Push mid, put down Rift Herald, threaten mid lane tower, walk into river, put down your wards, because in 30 seconds the next dragon is spawning. And Solari have 2 of them already. Do they manage to secure the third one? It will be soul point for themselves. So they are putting a very good footing into this game to be able to get that soul for them. And here is where Lily is looking around. Very nice poke onto Clef.
Yeah, but Clef's answer is not bad either. Malo took a lot of damage there as well. So they have to respect each other. They're really on the same level here when it comes to the poke, at least those two. They live now in the area as well. Zoran's doing a good job at pushing in the wave. No one really wants to hard commit for a fight here as the dragon is now on the map. Someone has to pull the trigger.
See, right now still Rift Herald sitting in the pocket of Lily. She goes back into her jungle just to get a little bit of HP back, but I think Rift Herald should be spawning really soon together with the wave right here for Lily. There it is. Just right now. Bard a little bit too far forward.
That pillar
managed
was
to
great.
escape with a journey, but this is going to be a mid lane push. Get that Herald in. He's in the Herald.
He's
Try losing the Herald.
They're looking for it. OP moved in as well. It won't be enough to pick up the turret, but it is enough to put themselves in a better position maybe. But Pivotless hasn't been spotted yet. Pivotless on that angle could be incredible. She's taking the choo-choo train straight into the enemy. She only ends up finding the support here on the side. Or is it Malo instead? That's awesome. They pick up the first kill and now they're looking to get even more. Bard ult flying won't end up actually doing too much as AOC has to heal herself a little bit. And that is 1 kill for Solari Academy, but is that enough to actually go in towards this Drake here? They really want to pick up the early soul point.
Zahans is just walking back in. 4 versus 5. 14 seconds. If they manage to actually delay this dragon going down, 10 seconds for Malo, she can actually TP back in, and this will be numbers advantage. At least items advantage for the set of Zahans. Look at that. Lily hiding in this bush. OP pushing the tower. Half HP on the dragon.
They're definitely looking for a little bit more. Isai is trying to find a way in as they're now finding them on the side. Hextech ultimatum is gone. They have the Ocean Drake. Solari Academy will have the soul point, but at what cost? As Thorn is going over the wall. She ends up picking up Lily, has to flash out, and they're looking for a chase, but they will not quite be in range here. Thorn utilizing that untargetableness very nicely.
Damn, Solari getting away right there, grabbing that dragon. I saw Issei swapping to smite halfway through that fight, diving in the pit and trying to outsmite Thorn, but you can't outsmite junglers anymore with Spellbook as the nerf has come through. So Thorn does manage to smite that one away. Now soul point for Solari, a pretty big tool if they want to use this. Again, 1,000 gold lead is pretty much nothing. The entirety of the gold lead does lie on Malo. And let me remind you what happened to Malo in the previous fight. Sion did run that karma over. So Pivotless right here with incredible agency again in the fight. Same as she did over with the Cassante in game number 2. I feel like her Sion has been very, very pivotal, no pun intended, in these fights.
Definitely. Atakan now as well on the map. I'm never sure if there's ever a right point in time to start Atakan, because we've seen in the past games, it's always a little bit icky. So let's see if anyone is brave enough to actually go for it. Solari Academy, though, in a very nice position across the map. Only thing missing is them picking up a few more of those turrets, with mid lane and top lane tier 1 turret both still standing. And you have Vicky on the other hand, who can just easily kill a turret. So they need to find an answer for that.
I feel like they could really find a way to play around that Kog'Maw mid lane. Clef has been left all on her own, and I feel like OP's just noticed that as well. If you can actually sneak past, there is no ward up on the top side brush. There will be like a W left in there from the Bard. But still, if OP can sneak on the backside and try to find Clef right there, it would be huge. But instead, she gets found out herself, loses half her HP bar. This is going to be about it. Again, losing the mid lane tower really hurts, especially when you have immobile targets, immobile carries, who become targets, because you kind of have to overextend just slightly from that tier 2 to push out the wave.
Everyone kind of waiting around Atakan again. Is life no other objective of interest right now, as Malo is on the side trying to find some decent poke here onto Thorn. That's not really enough for the rest of her team to commit to anything, also with the honey fruit. Thorn is being healed up quite nicely. It's OP is looking for Lilith, doesn't quite catch her. Now has to be careful not to be the caught one herself. I'll see in the area, kind of looking for something. I think OP may have stepped a little bit too far forward. She realizes it just in time and manages to move away.
Yeah, it's a little bit tricky playing against the Rise because he clears really quickly as a champion. Pushes the wave very, very fast, so Camille doesn't have many opportunities to actually take that champion down. Also quite tanky with the Rod of Ages. Seraph's gonna come through really quickly as well, so as a champion, not the easiest to like catch. Again, attention around the Atakan, putting down some vision for the side of Solari, having Pivotless over on the top side of the map to actually perma push that wave, gives them a lot of vision around that objective as well, which I feel like we might even get a chance to have both of those objectives up at the same time, the next Dragon plus the Atakan, which could be a double-edged sword, right? Solari could actually put their hands up, take the Atakan, and then return for Soul on the next one.
Definitely, it's always interesting once you have two of them at the same time. Pivotless now has to be a little careful. She does have Flash and Ultimate ready. So let's see if she manages to make it out of this one as she's getting caught in the Hextech ultimatum, and she may just accept her fate here as she gets pillared. And that's another kill going over to OP. And of course a good starting point now for them to actually move towards that Atakan. Pivotless is trying to deal some damage in the passive, but it's not going to be enough. And Zoran's Bloom are looking for a TP.
Oh no,
also
no,
coming in now
no.
as they're turning their sights onto Aussie, who's taking a lot of damage here. Vicky stepping forward. She's trying to do whatever she can, Yusei. Has to be a little careful, healing herself up with that redemption again. Clef trying to play around the range.
I feel like Vicky kind of lost the Atakan right there, man. She just TP'd in the middle of the Eye of the Storm. In the middle of the Eye of the Storm? Anyway, the Eye of the Storm.
But
and the second that TP landed on the top side, you saw that OP had to actually cover for that Ziggs, or it was a pretty easy pickings for the Bard. The way that Solari saw that TP, they started salivating. They're like, okay, that Ziggs is TP'd into our arms. We can very easily make it into a 4 versus 4. So everyone just pretty much threw their bodies in for that TP from Vicky. I thought the Ziggs was actually going to walk up the river, but again, that TP was just not my favorite in this particular game, and I feel like it lost them a big opportunity for that Atakan right there. However, they're walking back down.
A little brave.
Drake in sights. This is going to be Soul for Solari if they manage to get that one for themselves.
And a few ultimates still down. As you can see, Pivotless and OP playing their own little fight up here. As Vicky's kind of looking for something. Ultimate does land. Hextech ultimatum hits onto Pivotless, but now OP is the one getting caught out. Has to make a way out of that fight. Manages to do so just in time. But again, Clef being able to play with that range, especially through the ultimate, could be a little bit of a difference maker here for Solari. Because that's something Zorans cannot immediately match, and they have to respect that.
Yeah, they have to play through the Rakan and Camille, and they have to play for the 100% to 0. You dive in the backline, you have to kill. If you do not kill, ooh, nice flash right there from Lily. Great ultimate from Mousy to take that one away. But again, if you don't dive the backline 100% to 0, then you're going to get poked out to death trying to run away from it, right? So OP, when she takes that dive deep into the backline, she needs to make sure that that lethal blow lands.
OP and Pivotless are at it again, where we can see Zorans, they're looking to pick up this Drake, and they really need it. It would be the soul for Solari Academy, but they don't really have any vision. So I think they are deciding to call it a day. Without vision, you don't really find an easy way into the river. And that's, of course, the first Drake here for Zorans Bloom on the blue side, denying the soul, at least for the moment.
Ooh, OP might get baited here.
Yeah, she's definitely looking for something. Has to flash. Just stays alive. But it was close.
Yeah, good roam right here from Lilith to try and cover for Pivotless. Now, this Camille is gonna start to get really scary, and there's no Seraph on this Kog'Maw. There is no Rod of Ages on this Kog'Maw. There is nothing defensive that will keep this Kog'Maw alive. The second this Camille gets intact and very close and personal, Kog'Maw dies. So, well, talk about it.
Yeah,
talk about it. Wait.
I think Clef is not looking too healthy here. In fact, she's looking pretty dead. I'm not gonna lie.
Did I? I didn't even see the Camille coming. I just.
She was there. I think Clef relates to what
she was listening. She was listening. Yeah, that's fine. That's fair.
That's 2 ultimates gone, of course, on the side of Zorans Bloom here, but it still gives them enough confidence to move in towards the Baron pit. The doggos are, of course, right
Bones
here.
around.
They're looking for something over the wall. Thorn has to be zoned. It's up to Yisei and OP to do so. As the Baron is now at half-life. Pivotless on the side is also trying to find a way in, and it's going to get a bit sticky here with Yisei stepping forward again with the quickness, but I'm not sure that's a good call as the Bard ultimate hits into the backline, and Yisei is trying to shield herself, trying to find another knock-up. No one wants to go down eventually. Yisei dies, and here comes the TP from Clef. Clef is back alive. This fight has been going on for so long that Clef is actually now back. They can manage to find a pickup to OP. They go for the Baron. Yes, the Zorons get it, but at what cost? Because their team is falling apart. And they are lucky that Vicky and Malo are not getting chased here. Instead, Solaria are looking to go for the Atakan.
All right, consolation prize right here for Solari, the Atakan. Last two objectives have gone both the way of Zerans, both the soul point for Solari, but also the Baron, the TP. Oh, sorry, not the TP. Malo is just sticking around. It's gonna see the Atakan going down.
Oh my god.
Okay.
That was a realm warp to safety right there. 'Cause that
All right,
ultimate was huge.
Really quickly right there. Solari, get out, dodge. After taking whatever was left behind, which in this case, it was the Atakan. And that was a very messy fight, actually, around that Baron pit, where they were constantly trying to poke out Thorn, but that W from Nafiri kept coming in clutch. I think Vicky tried to kill her once, and then you also saw OP diving into the backline onto the Camille, trying to take out Nafiri, so you don't have that threat of the 50-50 smite. Ended up going Zerans' way, but again, it's never been a huge gold lead for the side of Zerans this time around. It's been hanging around that 1.5, 2k gold lead, which is very evenly spread across the board. Only Ziggs is really that fed. Clef?
OP wants it so bad. OP really wants that Hextech ultimatum to hit onto Clef every single time. But Bard ult, of course, saving Clef's life here a little bit. But now with the wave, Zorons can look to at least maybe pick up another turret. No, OP wants to fight.
God.
OP is just unleashed on this champion. It is one of our mains, but she may have stepped a little too far forward here. Has to be shielded. Call of the Pack coming through, but they managed to kind of block that. So Thorn now has to be careful. Stepped a little too far forward. The dabbing penguin is coming out, but it's not going to be enough. Thorn still alive. Oh my god, it's a dance on knife's edge. For real.
3 blinking bars for the side of Solari will give Zerans the confidence, especially with that Baron buff, to keep pushing forward. Sion gets caught right here, but the main objective is taking down the tower because Sion cannot stop them. And it is going to be the case. The charge in straight onto the tower that's been dead.
Oh, that was not very pleasant to watch. But, well, it's enough to push Zerans away, to force them away from your own base. Pillars coming through. Therefore, Thorn cannot go for much of a chase there. But I gotta admit, I'm surprised Zerans is even still in a gold lead, because it feels way closer than a gold lead makes it look, right? I always feel like a gold lead looks as if it's one-sided. It's not at all one-sided, if you ask me.
Yeah, absolutely. Majority of the gold lead is on this Ziggs, right? And a lot of the damage on the Ziggs is pretty conditional. Like, everything is pretty much kind of a skill shot. You have to try and hit your opponent. It's not a point and click. So if those spells don't land, it's a pretty conditional gold lead right here that Zerans have. This game is very, very even. And the more we go into the late game, the more that Kog'Maw scales. And it could become very dangerous. Again, if you don't 100% to zero your opponent dive in the backline, it could get very, very sticky. Talking about sticky, that Camille is looking to stick onto the Sion.
Yeah, very much so. But Solari is here. They're looking to maybe find a punish for that as the pillars coming through. Bard ultimate again, but we have OP in the backline with that Hextech ultimatum. Nice charm coming through here from the quickness, but here comes Thorn. They're trying to deal some damage. Clef finds the kill onto OP, and now they can go for the chase if they want to, but Thorn is getting blocked there a little bit. Doesn't manage to actually get any closer. Lilith and Aussie looking for a little bit of a chase. The pillars coming through, buying some space for Zerons. Here comes the TP. Pivotless wants to rejoin the fight, with Lilith dropping extremely low. I'm not sure they can actually go for much of a fight here. They will be able to secure this dragon, because I don't see a world in which Lilith can just walk up to it. Because Pivotless is doing a great job here. They're zoning.
She has to try. She has the flash. But they're not letting her get anywhere near the pit. Oh!
Aussie's in very deep with that magical journey. That was almost a magical journey to death, but the damage output coming through is just quite enough for the double kill for Pivotless. And now Thorn is on the hunt a little bit herself. Malo just snipes over the wall. Of course, that's what you do on that Karma. People have been wondering where the damage comes from, but now she has to be careful not to eat too much damage, as the doggos are going for the chase. she ends up being fine. But that's the gold lead going down to only 500 for the side of Zerance.
It's pretty much dead even. It's a 500 gold lead, but this Ziggs is 2.5k up. It's pretty much an even game at this point. And again, Zerance, that mid to late game, that early to mid was perfect, but they're losing their edge at this point. If you don't 100 to 0, you are going to die trying to run away. And it has been the case in all of these fights. If Zerance, if OP do find an opening into the backline, they're able to make this a 4 versus 5. It's been working fantastically well so far. But again, you don't have the damage to kill that Sion through the subjugate because you do not have a heavy hitter of an 80 carry in your team at the moment. So Zerance have to flip it to try and get onto the Kog'Maw and 100% to 0.
3 champions who are close to Rabadon's as well. That worries me a little bit. Rabadon's now completed for Lilith. So it's not going to get easier. Maybe Thorn stepped a little far forward here, but goes untargetable. Therefore ends up being fine. But Pivotless is looking again. Just trying to find a knock up over the wall here. It's not going to be enough. But yeah, you mentioned it. It's going to be very hard. They have to find a way. Catch Clef, maybe. So she's not able to fire away from that backline so easily.
Let's see right here, Zerance are fighting for the chance to bounce the wave back up. Baron is on the plate for Solari. Very nice RQ right there from Malo to get a big chunk out of Aussie. Again, it's just a fight for the first pick right here. Solari do want to group up. They're going to be using that Bard ult most likely as a defense for whoever gets jumped on by this Camille. And you see how much confidence they have in Aussie, because none of their carries has built defensively. Here she goes.
Oh, OP is in. She's going into the Hextech ultimatum, but there comes the defensive Vault ultimate. I'm just wondering if it's going to be enough, as there's a lot of damage dealt also to Aussie in that backline. Pivotless, of course, trying to buy some space. They're looking for Malo. They're going in with the call of the pack, but Malo drops extremely low. Lilith with the kill, and now it is Solari's fight to lose. It's the double kill for Lilith. And even underneath the turret, they will not stop, as Vicky has to move away. OP as well lost quite a lot of her health bar right there, and Solari are now setting their sights towards the Baron.
Subjugate or not, when you're not all focusing the Sion gets to play for free. So even when he gets subjugated, when all your focus is to try and 100% to 0, someone in the backline of Solari is just not making it easy work, man. And Sion gets to play whilst your backline survives. And it has been a really, really difficult thing to pivot for the side of Zerance. Solari are showing signs of life through this game. And after this particular skirmish as well, there's gonna be a big death gap in this Kog'Maw's inventory.
Yeah, OP a little bit caught behind enemy lines here. We can see Lily making her way out with the plant, but OP's only way out is through the gray screen, sadly, so she will go down. Second death cap completed, you've mentioned it. And now the question mark is there for Zerance. 3k gold lead all of a sudden for Solari Academy. And it is exactly the sign of life that they needed in this series. We've talked about them being a little bit of a late game scaling type of team. And they are now late game scaling in the entire series, with maybe picking up their first win here in Game 3.
Breathing a little bit of signs of life into Solari. Potentially looking for the reverse sweep right here. Vicky a little bit too far forward. Getting flanked by Aussie. The slow from Q is going to land pivotless on the other side of that wall. And no teammates inside for the time being for Vicky. Now you've got a little bit more players from Zerance walking up. Can they find the angle? Can they find the Kog'Maw? Can they find the rise? This has been the question, and the answer has been Aussie's ult every single time.
The crazy thing is that Solari can just play guard the cannon minion right now. With that Baron buff available, they don't even have to actively look for fights themselves, because they will be able to pick up these turrets relatively easy. You can see Pivotless trying to keep the wave buffed here on this mid lane, while the rest of the team was still there on top side. People are now going for the Baron empowered recalls, and we're already starting to set up for that Elder Dragon coming in about a minute.
Called it. Malo is backing. Sensing a hat in the inventory. And even though it's a bit anticlimactic, okay, it's a death cap on a Karma. It's not like a death cap on a Rise or like in a Zero, whatever it is, right? it's still pretty good poke. Again, they haven't been able to necessarily front to back. They've been focusing mostly on getting the Kog'Maw. If you front to back and try to go through the Sion, I don't think you're making it through the Sion soon enough. And that Kog'Maw plus Rise is just like a machine gun. They will take you down. So, again, one last chance right here. Elder spawning in 20 seconds. Zeran's fighting to get a spot inside this river, as now all the tables have turned. All the tables have turned.
The turns have tabled as OP is going into the wall, over the wall, manages to stay alive just like that. Now she's trying to trigger that TP, trying to make it out alive. It will just work out.
Oh, that's surely Elder. That's surely Elder. You have no TP. You have no TP from the set of Zerans.
Yep,
this is a free Elder.
They don't want it either. They have no way to move into it now. Lily so far away, no way to contest this. They are giving it over. The question stands now, can they sit it out? They have to turtle. Can they sit this one out?
I'm mind blown. I've been praising the turns from the set of Zerans and the way they played the macro and the way they played the map, but right here they look so lost. Big props to SLYA right there to rush that Elder Dragon the second that TP got triggered from OP. That was an insta trigger for SLYA to go for that Elder, and now they've got 2 whole minutes to play with and 3 lanes of creeps pushing into Zerans' base.
It's definitely going to be a roughie. We can see Vicky, of course, putting down a little bit of a minefield here in order to maybe chunk down some of the minions that are going to come in, but Pivotless doing a great job there, all by herself, just trying to keep the push alive, and Zerans have to respect it that Elder buff is doing a lot of work. First turret already down. They're now setting their sights towards the inhib. They're trying to ult the wave here. Vicky, it's not going to be enough. Second turret falling as well, and that's a second inhibitor they will definitely lose.
Them, the base, absolutely shattered. They have another wave over on the top side of the map, hitting the tower right now. SLYA, are looking to threaten because they still have that Elder Dragon buff for another minute if they want to.
Oh, Root coming through here on Pivotless, but I'm not sure they want to fight this. Yes, she's taking a bit of damage. It's not going to be enough to actually commit to anything. That Baron, that Elder buff rather, is still alive and well for at least another 50 seconds as the Bard ultimate is now coming through. Really only hits onto one member as the choo-choo train is coming in. They're now using the Call of the Pack onto Isai, but she's underneath the turret. That's actually decent. The damage is looking good, but it's not enough to kill anyone off here. The next knockup's coming through. Call of the Pack being used again. It's already a double kill for Lilith. SLYA Pivotless is picking up another one. And that's it for SLYA Academy. They are looking to end this game. The Ocean Soul is doing a whole lot of work. You mentioned it. And now it's really a wonder that Malo and Vicky have to make come true here. But it's not going to work out. SLYA are putting us into the series. They're taking away the match point for Zerans, at least for the moment, because this is a win for SLYA Academy and we have a series on our hands.
Hell yeah, finally, SLYA. We saw a little bit of life in their gameplay. We saw Thorn coming to life onto this Naafiri. I think that was the most important part. 17-year-old rookie that plays only carry champions, locking in that Naafiri and actually giving us a great performance. I was actually getting kind of worried, but again, I feel like double AP carries, man, it doesn't work out that often. And having that Ziggs plus the Karma, they just didn't have enough access past the Sion. And once that Bard ult was coming, it was just impossible to just 100% to zero anyone. It was a telltale, right? No Hourglass on anyone. Kog'Maw didn't need a single defensive item, and he still just wouldn't die.
And I think we've now reached a point where it's going to get really interesting, because game 4, this is going to be a first time game for Fearless for both of these teams. We've not had that in the female non-binary scene yet this year. So definitely stay tuned, because we will bring it to you right after a short break and you should not miss out on that one.
Shall find, can't get you off of my mind. Run around. Go wild, go wild, go wild. I've been running up, get a little closer. wanted you by my side. But with every day passing by, say seek and you shall find. Can't get you off of my mind. Tripping over without you. Can't get you off of my mind. Tripping over without you. I've been running up, get a little closer.
We have a series, and I'm so happy that Solari was able to clap back against Zerance Bloom. So we have another game on our hands because this game was so fascinating to watch and offers a question. Was leaving the ZigS open maybe a carefully orchestrated plan by Solari to get back into the series, Milo?
I mean, look, it surely did not work out. So maybe I wanna give them the benefit of the doubt and say yes, they are those 5 heads. They calculated the entire thing. However, maybe it was really just also not the best draft from Zerance. I'm gonna put it out there.
I feel like especially when you know that your mid laner does not necessarily play AD's mid, picking up an AP carry for your bot lane and maybe not flexing it towards mid might have been a slight issue right there, because then you're stuck with 2 champions. One has very conditional damage in terms of Ziggs that has to hit the abilities for them to do damage, and then you've got Kama that's not necessarily really a carry that you want to have in terms of AP damage. It's like continues to kill tanks and stuff like this. So eventually, subjugate or not, they run into the rock that is Sion, and then they just didn't have that consistency in terms of damage profile to take him down, and they also couldn't even assassinate the backline, so neither of the two worked for them.
Yeah, definitely. And we've seen a few fights where also at this Baron where it got like really, really close, where like OP was trying to get into the bot lane, but it was like one of the first fights that Solari was actually able to get an edge over Zerance Bloom and bring back the gold leads to their own hands.
Yeah, and I also feel like OP was trying very proactively to make plays happen, but sometimes you just went this one step too far. And here as well, they've tried very, very hard to find a way into the Drake pit to actually deny that Dragon Soul, but they just stepped too far forward. They overstayed their welcome. And yes, we can imagine Malo finding a little bit of a snipe here and there, Vicky as well with the ultimate, but it's just not enough because the consistency was not there.
Yeah, definitely. And I've seen so many times, we could have basically made a little montage of how many times our Seek was able to save the life of one of her carries by just pressing the Bard ultimate in the right timing, trying to protect her carries, because also in the gold graph we can see there was time. There was like this lead that Zerance Bloom had, but they unfortunately lost it. How do you think, Trouble, they might be now able to turn the series back into their favor? Is now that Solari won their first game, their own momentum in their hands?
Sure. I think that's very important for them to have momentum, especially when you've got a sort of jungler that really thrives on momentum, since she only plays, like, again, those aggro type of champions that like to permafarm and then fight. However, I feel like Zerance have been the best team on the Rift, straight up, in terms of macro, in terms of how they think about how they want to play the fights, how they figure out different ways to play the fights, their early game. They keep on swapping Vicky onto that mid lane, keeping her safe until she has her 3 items on any hyper carry, and then she's suddenly online. I just feel like this particular one was a little bit of a draft diff. Again, picking AP carry down the bot lane whilst you only have AP carries mid can only hurt you in the long run. So I feel like once Vicky is back onto her 80 carries, I feel like this might even be like a 3-1.
Yeah, definitely. The chances are standing good for that, apparently, because still it's one game away for Zerance Bloom, one victory to make it further into the tournament, and it's still, of course, do or die for Solari. We now go very soonish into the next draft. What do you expect now from Solari with still their back against the walls, Melee?
To be honest, at this point, I don't necessarily know. There are, of course, a lot of AD carry picks that Clef, for example, could still bring. We've talked about the Aphelios, the Sivir, the Varus that has had a lot of prio lately. So I think Clef, out of all these players, should be fine with her champion pool being as big as it is. So I'm not necessarily worried about that. I think Thorn could be very interesting, maybe bringing something like the Jax, maybe bringing something like her Hecarim to the table at some point. I mean, I think we would love to see it just because we know how much of a pocket pick it is. Overall, I feel like their mental momentum will definitely be quite good after this win. And I just hope that they can take it across the finish line for the next game as well, because I feel like they've just been off. Something felt off with them for the entirety of the match day.
Yeah, they haven't really been able to show us their full potential and full strength so far, but it's still very admirable how good also Zerance has been playing today, because we have to remind ourselves this is a team that has only 1 veteran player. All the other players on this rosters are absolute rookies playing their best of 5 in their careers right now, and one of the best of 5s in the whole scene. So definitely looking forward how they're also gonna manage the pressure going into our next draft.
Ooh. Again, excited to see Where does Wukong land here? Where does Yunara potentially land here? We're looking at two AD carry players that are very, very focused in terms of hyper carry. So again, Yunara, really big hit. Kai'Sa, really big hit. If you want to play with like those all-in, very aggro sort of situations for Solari particularly, Kai'Sa might be the go-to champion to go for. And on the other side, Zerans have chosen red side, which means that OP does get counterpick over on the tops of the map.
Oh, Solari is waiting very long. Are they gonna ban the Syndra? So far, every game we have seen the Syndra ban as a target against Malo. You have the blue side, you could pick it yourself if you wanted, or just ban it again to just not hit the risk, but they leave it open. Is that a first pick angle? Do you risk that?
I mean, you got to know, like, against Malo, of course. Like, I if you leave it open and don't have an answer, I will be disappointed.
There you go.
That makes more sense, right? Like that's the, like, yeah, it's right. Do it like that.
So definitely.
Right, let's see what the response here is. Usually into the Syndra, you kind of want to play either more long range, or we have seen even like a Lucian pop out from VTO at EMEA Masters. Not necessarily my favorite right here, and Malo not really towards more the AD kind of champions. We talked about this a lot, but again, I want to see in terms of like jungle, where do you end up? Zoe's one of Malo's champions. Not a big fan onto that Syndra. However, they're used to swapping Malo all the way down that bot lane again and allowing Vicky to play towards me. So this might be another sort of swap angle for them.
Yeah, 100%. I would definitely want to see that in a specific scenario. We are finally getting this Xin Zhao for Lily. We've mentioned it before. It was an option for the entire time. I think Xin Zhao is fine, especially now that Trundle is gone. I think you feel very comfortable, because otherwise Trundle is always the type of pick that is going to bonk your head until you have absolutely no fun whatsoever. So I think it's okay. It gives you a little bit of the fake tankiness with the Crescent Guard. So let's see if they can make that one work. I wonder what Thorn is going to pick into it though. Ooh. It's going to be the Jax, and I'm pretty sure this is a Jax jungle, because it fits Thorn's playstyle. It fits her champion pool extremely well.
I mean, you can keep it as a flex as long as you want. I mean, if like top lane gets like a very, very bad matchup, you can also be like able, okay, good pivotless, we're gonna give you the Jax, but the champion she's also been performing on in the past. So keeping all options just in case. What I'm looking for is to see now how Zeren's Bloom is gonna react for like the bot lane, because the Zoe offers like so many pick potentials. We have seen a lot of like these poke compositions from them in the past too, with champions like the Astral, like the Varus that now unfortunately got picked away. But I'm thinking it could get like in a very like poke manner in the case for Zeren's Bloom, and those have been the drafts that they not particularly have won much on.
Yeah, I feel like when you have a Xin Zhao, when you have a Zoe, I feel like Ezreal is pretty much the pick that makes the most sense here, right? Even though you do not win lane prio. Ooh, I like the Caitlyn so much more. Fits the poking sort of storyline right here, but it also has the extra range to play up against the Varus, whilst Varus does really push Ezreal out of lane really heavily, especially if you go more towards the lethality and poke build for the Varus. But the question mark here is, what do you play Caitlyn with? You've got the very classic Karma that was taken out last game, and then you also have things like Lux, Vel'Koz, if you really want to push the boundaries.
The last time that I played it together with Janna. It was during the EC in the second week, so maybe that could also be a nice throwback for them, trying out to force some more limits and getting rid of Engage, but we will see what the support champion pool has to offer. And there, the Lux also getting directly banned, so bot lane will be very interesting for this game.
Definitely makes sense though, because that was the first thing I thought of. I was like, yeah, Caitlyn Lux, and it's not going to be any fun for Clef, at least. However, I still feel like Caitlyn is also not the easiest champion to play, because sometimes I feel like if she stays even on the same level as her opponent, she's not really hitting those marks. So I feel like she's one of those champions that wants to get ahead in order to actually make it worthwhile. I like the Neeko ban. I think Neeko has been a very interesting support pick we've seen across all ERLs as well. And then, of course, Emilio, the last one, rounding it out. So the question stands, what's it going to be? Because I am not sure.
Time. I'm telling you right now, this girlie came into this with 3 official games of Rel, bust out right now the Vel'Koz, and it's over. Janna also makes a ton of sense, I have to say, especially when there's a Jax, right? Once he jumps in, throw him back out, stop him halfway through the jump. So it doesn't necessarily make the bot lane as oppressive because Janna doesn't have as much push as champions like Milio and Lux and Karma provide together with Caitlyn, but it does create sort of that distance when you want to play for a poke composition.
Yeah, and you already banned out so many of the poke supporters that would have an edge against
I love this so
Janna.
much.
Soraka.
I love Soraka so much. It's just not being played enough. The only reason why I love her is this is so OP into enchanters. Her healing is just so incredibly stupid to play against. And when you're playing against Poke, that's just constantly getting healed by Soraka, it just will get so frustrating for Zerans.
I'm like this hover is confusing me because I'm set on the fact that this is Jack's jungle, and I think it's Poppy top.
It's still a flex.
No, it's not.
Still a flex. They have their whole
it's
draft.
pivotless Poppy. It's pivotless Poppy.
Because it's pivotless. It's pivotless. It has to be Poppy top. There is no other way. But yeah, on paper it's a flex, but not if there's pivotless in the game. But yeah, no, I prefer this. I usually am not the biggest fan of Poppy top just because I feel like she cannot match the split push of other top side champions as much. But I'm always happy to be proven wrong. We do get the Jace though, which brings in some nice poke. Whew. Oh, this is a spicy one again, I'm not gonna lie.
Okay, I see very, very happy faces from Trouble and from Mele. Okay, Trouble, who do you think is gonna win this game? Is it the poke combo or is it Solari?
Okay, the one thing that counters heavy poke compositions is hard engage. If you can get onto their heads before they poke you out, then it's pretty much GG, well played. However, I do not think that Solari have enough force for engage, because the only tools you have is Chain of Corruption and Jax diving in, which can very easily be dissipated by something like a Janna. So I'm leaning towards Zerans. I feel like they have a bunch of lanes with Prio, and I feel like if Lily is on point, which she has been so far, she can just take over the map in the early.
Okay, Mele, any counter arguments? What is maybe speaking for Solari in this case?
I think Solari have again drafted a lot of comfort, and that's something that I've been missing a little bit in the last two games. So I feel like, especially when we look towards topside, jungle, and also AD carry, these are some of the champions we would have expected them to play a little earlier on as well. So I think if they can make their comfort work and actually find the identity that we've been searching for the entirety of the match day, I think they can be very much fine here just playing their own game. I do agree, though, the Zerong's draft looks really, really strong.
It looks really strong, but I think I'm speaking for the masses if I'm saying that I'm wishing for Silver Scrapes. I want a fifth game. I want Solari to pull through. And I'm thinking that if this first poke doesn't hit the Soraka, she will just heal you up again. She will patch you up. And then you are able to maybe turn the game around and thus give
Which one of all the pokes
opportunities.
will miss Soraka? We've got like 3 champions. Which one of all 3 will
everyone just throws himself in front of it, and we throw ourselves directly into the fourth game of the series with Solari against Serens.
Let's go indeed. I'm very hyped, and we can see Zerons already going in for some cheesy little early fun. The trouble bubble already hitting onto Clef. She's taking a whole lot of damage there and is immediately forced to recall. Not a bad start for Zerons.
Which one are you dodging? The Caitlyn Q, the Caitlyn E, the Tornado, the Q from Zoe, the E from Zoe, or the Q E from Jace?
Yes, all of the above, yes.
All of the above, yes. Okay, sure. I mean, hey, maybe they've got some fancy feet, you know? Maybe some of them are dancers IRL ending game. We're going to have to wait and see. However, again, poke champions, they're just very strong in lane in general because they do have a lot of push, right? The ward will be spotted right here.
Ah, too bad.
The other one will not in time. Let's see.
Nope.
Not quite spotted. Lily's going to start red.
All right. So, Clef no flash. Pivotless and OP already at it again, like they have been for the entirety of the match day. These two, I think this is actually maybe also one of the more fun topside matchups because they like to brawl. Like both of them are actually very happy to just bonk heads. And we've seen a little bit of that, of course. But bot lane is going to be very interesting. We can see no lane swap for the moment. So they definitely want to have Malo and Lilith face each other this time around.
Yeah, I feel like in this particular iteration, you never want to take the Caitlyn away from the Janna. You want to keep it as a 2-man lane. The whole point of playing Caitlyn in lane is that so you can start chipping a lot of tire platings very early on and being able to abuse the fact that you've got extra range on top of your opponent with the Caitlyn. So I feel like if there was a lane swap right here, it would definitely be between maybe mid and top, if anything. But I feel so far, every single lane of Zerans is very, very happy to be playing their current matchups.
Yeah, for sure. As Lily is looking for some early action here, potentially a little bit of a level 3 gank.
Oh, the land
is not quite inside the range here. And they have to respect that.
Yeah, Sleepy Trouble Bubble, I think it's called. Not landing right there. Zoe E, or whatever. Don't remember
One
exactly
of those abilities.
Pretty sure it's Sleepy Trouble Bubble. I'm not sure. I'm sure Chad will correct me if I'm wrong.
I think it's that.
In some way.
Yeah.
I think it is that. Again, mid lane pushing, top lane pushing, bot lane pushing. Pretty much whole kingdom for Lily to play through whatever lane she wants to. So she cleared top side, had a visit towards mid, played through that bot side clear, and now Scuttle Crab over on the bottom of the map right after grabs. Vicky's gonna walk up, place a ward in 2, 1 now.
Awesome. You should do this professionally. I feel like you really know what's going to happen. All right. That Scuttle Crab is going over to Lily. You can, of course, see a little bit of a trade going on there. Outside going towards Zorance and topside going towards Solari. But overall, a very calm early game, which of course plays into Clef's cards because she lost her flash very early on. So she wants to just stay calm and not be put in any sticky positions here.
Talking about it, Lily, again, a lot of freedom on the map with 3 pushing lanes to do whatever she pleases. Let's see. Gonna head over the bottom of the map, get that reset through. However, Thorn is around.
And very nicely done. Lily has to go over the wall with the flash. Manages to stay alive. And therefore, no kills for the moment. And Pivotless and OP are just doing what they do best. Top lane matchup. Let's see if anyone's gonna die. My prediction is no. Because it's top lane after all.
I'm kind of scratching my head right there as to why Lily was playing for that bot lane. I'm expecting she was trying to get maybe a flash off of Soraka or like a summoner off of Soraka or the Varus, since the Varus does not have the flash since the early game shenanigans, right? However, it was a bit too late, and you'd know that Thorn has already probably back and gotten back on the map with extra items in the inventory, so that costed Lily's flash over on the bottom of the map as OP, no mana, no mana!
Oh my god, that was beautifully played there. Pivotless, absolutely demolishing OP up there. Nicely done. They take it.
If they're not dented, they will be. Poppy gets that first kill over on the top side of the map. Pivotless again. She has been having a pretty good performance in general throughout the entire day. However, because OP is on more of the flashy champion, she tends to like outshine the opponents that she plays against. I'll tell you, a Jace from behind is not very much considered a champion. I'll tell you right now. So OP is going to have to get her act together right here and try to get back ahead over on the top side of the map. Because this Poppy is pretty scary. Especially on that one item, the second you have Sundered Skies, it does really hurt. And Thorn, knowing that OP does not have that flash available, could be paying a visit towards the top side of the map.
I love how I'm immediately called out as well for saying no one's gonna die in top lane. Okay, my bad, I guess. I did not think Pivotless and OP are that excited about this matchup, but there you go. Lily, of course, starting out with the Drake. Bot lane's looking pretty good for Zorance. They did have a bit of push there. And therefore are very nicely able to move into the river. Helping Lily out when it comes to securing this first dragon of the game. And with Thorn in topside, there is not really anything they have to fear. However, OP should fear for her life. Because this could be a second death. She manages to stay alive just like that.
I think I also saw the wave sort of pushing towards Poppy. I might be completely blind and missed it. But this doesn't look good. And with Jax actually invading right there, they're taking Lilith as well into the jungle. They're going to take the red buff, which means Lily has to come around and try to defend that for herself. Thorn?
Should be fine.
All right, everyone back to normal.
Pivotless doing a good job in this top side. trying to keep the push alive, which is of course also a nice setup if we're looking at the grubbies spawning in about 35 seconds. So let's see if ZERB want to go for a bit of a lane swap here. We've seen it quite a lot. We can see the resets coming through, so that seems to be a little bit of a potential teaser when it comes to that. However, we can see OP making her way back towards the top side. But Yisei seems to be willing to move across the map to make it a bit easier.
Nah, I think the Caitlyn is staying over on the bottom of the map. I think it's the best case scenario right here. Maybe you just sacrifice Void Grubs because they do have the first dragon, and you try to take as many tower plates as possible. You see that Pivotless is actually moving towards the map as well, but the second they see probably Caitlyn hit the bot side wave, they're gonna send Varus over on the bot side as well, which is exactly what's happening right now. You can see Clef sort of making her way towards the mid lane and then switching over down to that bot lane. Issei is around to help top lane push out that wave, because it's getting a little bit scary to push out waves, especially with Void Grubs around, as you mentioned, and knowing that SLYA are definitely gonna play for those.
Solari are respecting it though a little bit. They don't want to overforce it. Picking up one can also be enough if you just want to deny a stack here. However, Thorn seems to be comfortable. Has to be a little careful now. Everyone else went for the reset. She's going to take away that last remaining grubby, which means 3 Void Grubs for Solari Academy. And ZERB don't really find a way to punish that for the moment, which of course is fine by Solari, and we get the handshake. Drake for grubbies.
All right. Now, it's very, very important that you actually start getting very nice dodge right there from Lilith. Ooh. Well played. On the E and the W from the Xin Zhao right there. E from the Zoe and W from the Xin Zhao. However, I feel like we have talked and praised a lot Issei for roaming around the map and of course pairing up with Lily. But when you are playing the Caitlyn, you kind of need to hit some turret platings, man. And this tower is full of turret platings down that bot lane. If anything, I feel like the Varus has come in contact with the tower more than the Caitlyn has with opponent tower. So I'm getting a little bit worried in terms of how strong this Caitlyn will be when she does come out of lane in comparison to that Varus. Wait,
she's spading out the flash. That's it coming through. Malo gets the kill, has to flash. Still tanks a lot of turret aggro, but manages to stay alive and picking up that kill. Pivotless now under a bit of pressure here with Lily in the area as well. She's channeling the ultimate, finds it. Very nicely done. Therefore, Lily not very much help in that scenario. And no one dies on top lane.
Man, I was expecting like a giga flash through that Poppy ult. But blind is kind of hard to do. And Lily didn't have any vision in this bush. So nothing's happening over on the tops of the map. Pivotless does have a 500 gold bounty. Sorry, that's not a 500 gold bounty. I'm blind. That's a 67 gold bounty. Not worth it yet. They're letting me marinate until they punish it. But again, bot lane has been a little bit of a sore point, right? With the roaming support, not being able to hit tower. Yep. 10 minutes into the game, your Caitlyn has not gotten a single tower plating. 1,000 gold lead for the set of Solari playing against the poke composition being up in gold. You're actually pretty happy walking into those neutral objectives. Boots are going to be completed. Collector for the Caitlyn as well as the Ludens for Malo in the mid lane.
And I think that's also something we've mentioned before, you know, like the Caitlyn having to gain a little bit of a lead in order to actually have an easier game to play. Otherwise, it's always going to be a bit of a struggle. She does hit a nice spike when she has those 3 items. Like, once she completes a 3rd item, I think every game is relatively playable. But until then, she will need a little bit of help. Thankfully, does have that collector ready. So that's a nice first little spike there. But for the moment, everyone is kind of waiting for the next dragon to spawn. I'm very excited to see how they want to approach that one.
No flash mid, and Lily is around. They're playing for that E to land. The E has landed.
Ooh, very nice bubble, but the scatter connects as well, so Malo manages to not really get any closer. And Lilith gets hit by the ultimate from Vicky coming through as well. But with her staying alive, I think that's a lot invested here towards that mid lane. Potentially Solari can punish that. Just a little bit.
Reminder, you have a Soraka, so Lilith slowly but surely is going to get healed up by the ambulance right there of a champion that they have. Let's see if Malo can actually hit an E. She's going to miss that. She's going to miss the Q as well. But the dragon's already gone.
Dragon's gone, but the question is, do they still want to fight the Crescent Guard is coming through? That's buying a lot of time. Also, the initial damage was just enough to pick up the kill against Lilith in the end. That's a second kill, of course, going over to Marlow, who's been doing a banger job on this champion, 2-0 right now. Pivotless has to be a bit careful, had tanked a bit of turret aggro right there, now looking to proxy this wave. Oh, but Lily's in the area. That might be a dangerous position for Pivotless to be in, unless you have ultimate and you're Poppy. Never mind. You know what? I'm washed as a caster. I don't know stuff. Okay?
No, that was clean. That was so clean. Pivotless was not sweating whatsoever. She tries to dive the Jace. She feels like it's not really the time. Just poking him a little, walks back out. Suddenly a Sin Sao comes over, presses R, knocks them both out, walks back into lane, pushes that wave. Absolute Giga Chad move right there. From the Poppy. Kind of insane moves. But now we have Issei towards the top side of the map. OP can step forward.
Now they're looking for it. Now Pivotless still has flash. And here comes AOC as well. Nice little tornado coming through. Buying some space here for Issei and OP. Thorn in the area as well. But I'm not sure you want to go for turret dive here. I think that's not your target. Lily, of course, getting spotted there as well. And Solari decide to take a step back and go and take a breath.
Ooh, I'm seeing a Needless Lad's Rod in this Zoe's inventory. That is a big, juicy addition of damage straight up, especially when you're playing poke kind of champions. Raw damage numbers can do wonders for abilities. And right here, the Rod, the extra IP, 2-0 Poppy, 1000 gold up. Sorry, Zoe, level 11 as well. That's a pretty big Zoe right there. And Obi, it's gonna scan. It's gonna cancel the back. Issei is in the area again.
Yeah, but Pivotless is Poppy. I think she should be fine unless she's getting poked absolutely to death here as the turret aggro's coming through. Very nice flash from Pivotless. She's buying some space. She's finding the stun. That's going to be going down as well as Pivotless. In the end, it's the feat of warfare secured for Zorance. But nice outplay button there.
Yeah, the Soraka outplay button from downtown. Pretty good outplay right there from Pivotless, getting chased by two, getting saved, but now Thorn has to defend the tower.
Oh, they're looking for a little bit more here as Vicky's dropping extremely low. Roots coming through. Thorn as well has to stay behind. Has to be careful. No one ends up going down. It's still a slight gold lead for Solari Academy, but it doesn't really matter. It's extremely close and it's not something that Zorance cannot bridge.
Let's see. So far, so good. Again, still in the lead for Solari. They're looking at this Rift Herald.
Need to start
Flashes are down for Jace, Sin Sao, and Janna, so they can catch one of them. This could be huge from the set of Solari. Again, they do not have a lot of engage, but one chain of corruption, which is on cooldown. So I'm chatting rubbish. Hold on, they're on Sin Sao.
5 members committed here for Solari Academy. Only now is Vicky able to join the fight as Lily is tanking a lot of damage here. The Herald ends up going down in favor for Solari Academy here. But maybe Zorance can find a way to still play the fight as Issei is dropping extremely low. Vicky does not have any sums left. Is to try and find a safe haven between the two turrets as the scatter connects now on the side onto OP. OP's dropping.
What?
And Solari have played this very, very well.
What is my Jace doing there? That is my question right here. OP, I have no clue how she ended up in the eye of the storm between 4 members of Solari. But again, you see how easy it is once the fight has started. Poke champions do not have as much of a threat. The poke has to land prior to the fight. If the fight starts prior to the poke, then it becomes that much harder to actually land it. And I feel like Pivotless right there soloed Lily on that Sin Sao through her 4 teammates. That's a fantastic Poppy performance, and I mean, Pivotless, man. Usually, people who play Pivotless through TFT, it doesn't end up well for them, okay? But Pivotless right here, fantastic performance, games 3, game 4, and she could be pushing Solari to a game number 5.
Definitely. Now trying to 1v1 OP on that top side again. But of course, Poppy should be able to stay relatively safe. Pivotless as a player is also very, very interesting. I've also had the chance to cast with her and work with her on the UKEL. She's bringing an insane amount of game knowledge. Also a lot of experience. We've mentioned it in the pre-game, of course. So Definitely one of those players that are just very fun to watch, as Malo is looking for something. Sleepy Trouble Bubble hits, but the follow-up's not quite there for the moment, as SLYA are looking to pick up the Dragon. Pivotless, of course, able to pick up the first turret. That secures them a very nice stack here for the Feats of Strength, as they are now trying to turn the fight. Pivotless even TPing in. And Zorans don't really find a way into the fight, as Pivotless is now in the backline immediately. Deletes, you see, with the help of her Varus, with the help of Clef. They find the Dragon. They pick up another kill against Lily. And that's another fight, and now a 3k gold lead for SLYA Academy.
Okay, we have mentioned all the pros about playing the poke composition. We didn't mention the cons. It's really hard to execute. You see that Malo tries to land the Q, but then she lands the E, but then the QR is on cooldown, so she can't really milk the situation from the CC that she has just landed. Jace was not there. Caitlyn was not close enough. I think Pivotless has been doing a fantastic job at zoning the follow-up away every single time a Sleepy Trouble Bubble lands on anyone on the side of SLYA. And now it's a 3,000 gold lead. A lot more tanky items are going to start coming through, so SLYA are going to feel much more inclined to step forward, having the backup of Soraka as well.
Definitely becoming a bit of a roughie here for Zerong's Bloom, as they are hit on the back foot. Maybe with the Rabadons coming through from Malo, could change the outcome a little bit. So far, OP has not been working out too well on that Jace pick. It's getting diffed a little bit here by Pivotless, who has been doing a banger job. Just always trying to find a way into that backline as well.
All right, right now we have 45 seconds for our next objective, which is going to be the Atakan. And SLYA are looking for the second item completions. Very, very close for the Varus as well. To get that, I was about to say Mana Zane, I'm too TFT coded. That Mana Moon, that turns into the Muramana. 3-man strong, 4-man strong in the mid lane, plus the Herald to take down that mid lane tower, and only a Janna in sight for the side of Zevan. So that mid lane tier 1 tower is going to go down, and they have to stop the second Bob from going on the mid lane tower. However, Thorn is going to take that one and drift it straight to that bot lane tier 1.
Cue the music, and it's going to work out just nicely. Also with the 3 Void Grubs, of course, it's going a little easier. However, not quite enough to pick up the turret as a whole. And I think they're still very happy also building up that gold lead a little bit, piece by piece. And of course, opening up the map. I think it's really important again that they open up that mid lane turret. It's going to make it a bit easier for them to move towards objectives like the Atakan that we can already see on the map, but also the Dragon spawning in about 2 minutes. It would be a soul point for Zorans, but at this point I don't really see how they want to move in there and actually contest it.
Yeah, when you're playing a poke composition, the whole point is that you have really hard shoving lanes, then you can take that pressure into the river, you set up for your team, and then you play through the choke points. But right here, Zerans are not necessarily in any position to do that, because they just can't push out their lanes. They can't overstep their boundaries, they've lost their tier 1s, they can't stay safe, and I think their only chance right here is that Malo lands a bubble, and they just so pile up on it. Nice, taking the flash away from the Soraka right here. Could potentially beat that one target that you're looking for. She is the one healing everyone up if that poke lands. So potentially even looking to take out Aussie before that Atakan is your ticket to potentially coming back.
It was definitely a good start. However, not much more they can do with it, at least not for the moment. You can see Vicky moving back towards mid lane, trying to pick up a bit more farm there. Manamune now completed for OP as well. Moving into the next fight, that could be a bit of a difference maker. Wave is of course pushed, but the wave clear, as we can see, is also very, very decent. No one really wants to pull the trigger on that Atakan just yet, and I think we might be moving straight towards the next dragon instead.
Yeah, we have 50 seconds for the next dragon. It's going to be soul point, actually. If Zerans wanted potentially maybe even trade that Atakan for soul point and then hope that they do get the soul later on. Soul from Infernal Dragon plus poke team could potentially be another way back, but you definitely don't want to be giving Atakan away for free. But again, starting an objective against the poke team is very, very scary. And Lily right here, she has to start running. The bubble landed.
Yeah, definitely. She's trying to buy some time with the Crescent Guard here, but it's not going to be enough. Has to flash in the end, manages to stay alive. But is that enough to still be able to contest this dragon? Because now Solari are, of course, in a better position.
That's Soraka ult and Varus ult gone. You could potentially see a case where you chunk someone pretty low, you can actually manage to walk in. You see Malo is walking here, she will be in vision. She'll be spotted. She'll walk back out. I feel like you use this time wisely that you've accumulated the 2 dragons. You've earned yourself plus 10 minutes. Let that Jace alone on the tower, plus 300 in the pocket. Try to maybe equalize the gold versus the Poppy and just go from there. You just need more items. That doesn't even hurt!
Nope, that was a tickle. That was a tickle right there. But this might not just tickle. This might actually hurt if Pivotless gets caught here. She has no vision. Oh my god, no, it's gonna be Clef. Clef is going to face check into the bush. Has to flash away immediately. Now the question is, can Solari actually find some follow-up? That was a very decent arrow coming through. And Lily is taking a lot of damage as OP as well. Has to be careful. Pivotless on the side, just deleting enemy support one more time. And Yisei is definitely Pivotless' favorite target in this game, it seems.
Yeah,
So,
it kind of felt like I'm watching different scenario right here. Like I'm taking the champions off, and I feel like the poke comp comes through from Solari. These arrows really hurt coming out of Clef. And because they have the extra HP bars, because that Janna is dead for another 5 seconds, they're starting right here, the Atakan. Can the poke come through for seconds?
DP came in here from OP. Has to be up to her and Malo to make it work, but the poke doesn't quite land. The Atakan will end up going down. So Thorn will be able to secure that for her team, for the blue side. 4.4k gold lead now, and Malo not quite able to hit anything in that scenario as well. So they are having a hard time playing the game, even with Malo being that far ahead individually.
Man, I don't know if the chat can hear it, I don't know if you can hear it, but there is this type of music that usually plays between game 4 and game 5. And I'm starting to hear a hint of it in the back of my head, inside my ears. It's ringing, I'm hearing it. I feel Thorn has been having a fantastic Game 3 and Game 4 together with Pivotless to push their team to that game number 5. This Jax just has Trinity Force and Sundered Sky and takes absolutely 0 damage from the Caitlyn, from that Zoe, from the Jace. Again, playing a poke team that falls behind 4,000 gold. Whether you've got heavy engage or not, you're still behind. More levels means more defenses, more HP, so harder to poke your opponents out. Add the Soraka right on top of this, and it just makes it that much harder.
I'm going to say it again because I want to believe. 3 items on Caitlyn. 3 items on Caitlyn, and maybe it's being playable again, but that's a long shot, of course. And the music you're hearing, I fear I might hear it as well. But let's not jinx it, because the caster curve is, of course, very real. That's a nice pickup. There was a support being deleted on the map right there.
Baron's up,
really just
Baron's
a
up.
catch. Is that enough, though? Is it enough for them to move towards the Baron?
They have to flip it. They have to flip it right now. They made the big pick on the map. Soraka is out for another 20 seconds. They have to make something work. They're just not gonna opt for it.
I think they're
It's just
really
too
worried.
flippy.
They're really worried. And I get it. I mean, you still have Pivotless, Thorn, Lilith, and Clef right there. I think Aussie might be your least, like, your least important enemy in this scenario. So they are actually respecting Solari Academy a lot here. Pushing out the wave. That's as much as they will do. The good news is there is still a lot of standing gold on the map for Zerons as well. So maybe if they are able to pick up a turret here and there, they can even out that gold lead a little bit. But it's not going to be easy.
It's how you get to that standing gold, right? It's how you get to that standing gold. Pressuring out those lanes when you do not have any vision. Like, if you were to black out the map right now, I'm seeing 2 wards overall. And those 2 have just been placed down from Janna. Just right now. One is where she's standing right now. One over the Baron Pit. And one over in the banana bush on this river. So there's not a lot of vision overall. It's really hard and really scary to push out those waves. You are playing poke, which means that you are pretty mobile as well. So if Thorn is chilling around the jungle, it's just pretty scary. And she is
That's the Grandmaster at Arms used there, as well as the Crescent Guard. You say he immediately deleted again, not really having that much fun in this game. And now Pivotless coming in from the side. That's a double kill for Clef. And that should put her in a very comfortable position to keep playing this game. Sketa doesn't connect here for Lilith, but she doesn't need it either. They can easily pick up the turret in this top side, bot side rather. And then with the 3 Void Grabs, they can see if there's even a possibility to go for more. They want to pick up the inhibitor turret. Maybe even move further forward towards the inhib. Could be fine. Let's see how much more they are actually willing to do as Pivotless steps pretty far forward, but I think she realized that might be a step too far.
You know what? The way you said could be fine kind of reminds me of a meme with the dog that has a mug in his hand and sitting on a chair while everything's burning in the background. This could be fine if the entire house wasn't on fire, but the whole house is on fire. Almost a 7,000 gold lead right here from Solari. They've really come back in this series. And they're looking down as Silver scrapes a game 5, a redemption arc, a reverse sweep. I'm putting everything in one sentence. Everything that you could hear about reverse sweep has been put in this sentence, as Thorn is taking the 3rd dragon for Solari in this game. Baron up and available. All Solari have to do is just wait for Zerans to make another play right here. Try to get that poke down, turn it around, grab the Baron. The TP is coming through from Pivotless. Oh my god!
It's a deep TP. Turret stays alive. Vicky using the ultimate, trying to poke a little bit here, but they know that they might be caught. They're looking to get everyone onto that plant. Let's see if everyone makes it over the wall. No, Vicky doesn't. Vicky is getting caught out here and completely demolished by Pivotless. She manages to stay alive, barely. But that might as well could have been a disaster.
I kind of feel like her team cost her flash, not her opponent, as there's 3 members on this pop and she's not dying!
Yep, she's just buying more time. Here comes AOC. Maybe together they can actually make it work, as Lily has to use the Crescent Guard, only hanging on by the smallest amount of health. And Pivotless just picks up a kill. It was a 1v3 situation. She picks up another. That's a double kill for Pivotless on that Poppy. And she is absolutely demolishing Zerance Bloom on her signature pick.
Damn! Meanwhile, the Baron ends up going down as well. Mid lane push, bot lane push, top lane push, triple lane siege from the side of Solari. 5 versus 3 for the time being. Absolute dominance on the map. 11,000 gold lead. And Pivotless, I think she heard me talking shh, because I did say that OP had the Greek diff. She heard me and she's definitely turned it around.
Yeah, they are now looking to move further into the base. They still have the Baron buff. They have the 3 Void Grabs. They have an 11k gold lead. And Solari Academy are looking to put us at Silver Scrapes. We've waited for this moment. We were kind of wondering what's going on with them. Why are they not quite here today? But game 3 and game 4 has been theirs. They're going for another Baron Empowered recall. But there's not really a lot that Zerance Bloom can do at this point.
Yeah, I feel like you just go into the drawing board and you start thinking, what are we playing game 5? Game 5, 40 champions already picked out. Another however many are going to get banned away. So it's just not going to be an easy draft whatsoever. A lot of game 5s are really dictated by the draft. So heads back in, figure out what we want to play for that game 5. Sure, it sucks. 2-0 up, going over to 2-2, but heads back in the game as Solari are pushing down. 3 Infernal Dragons, 1 Atakan, 1 Baron buff still up and available for them. And they've got all 3 inhibitors. Full super minions going to start raining through Zerance's base, and it's just a matter of time until they lose the Nexus.
We saw it in the gold lead. It has been the Solari show all game long. Pivotless able to step up into enemy base without even worrying about her health bar, because she's not taking any damage on the side. She's now moving in. Crescent Guard has been used, but they are immediately there with the follow-up, and that's an absolute demolishing fight here for the side of Solari Academy. They're getting all the kills. They're even diving into the fountain. Vicky manages to stay alive, barely, but with another double kill, they end the game at a 12k gold lead, and we have Silver Scrapes, my friends.
Did Alcin just dive the fountain as Soraka?
Yep.
To kill a Sensao?
Yep. Exactly.
All right, that was the most boss move I've seen, at least today. I mean, yeah, like incredible game. Very dominant. Picking a full poke composition is fun in games until you have to execute, and if you don't execute it to perfection, it just dies down.
Yeah, 100%. And again, now it's a best of one. And now it's this one game that matters. And it's a game 5 fearless draft, something our girls have not seen before. I'm super excited what they're going to bring onto the map. But before, we're going to take a little bit of a breather, and then we'll be right back unpacking what just happened. And of course, looking at what will happen in the future.
For the first time in Game Changers and in this best of 5 history in this cup that is so new, we have it on our hands. We have the Silver Scrapes. It's gonna be do or die for both of these teams. And both of these teams really want to succeed further into the playoffs. And what do you think? Who will it be? Will it our rookie team be Zeron's Bloom, or will it be our EC finalist that is able to pull a reverse sweep?
Honestly, at this point, who knows? I have absolutely no idea. The momentum right now speaks for Solari.
Definitely. I mean, Zeron's Bloom has been losing 2 games in a row. Is it able to come back from this trouble? Maybe even also from like a mental standpoint? The girls must be crushed.
I mean, absolutely. And I feel like going into game 5, I feel like game 5s are so often dictated by how the draft ends up. And usually like smaller scenes have like tighter champion pools. So how far does your champion pool stretch? And how much does it make sense with the composition that you're willing to play or want to play versus whatever your opponent picks, right? So there's so many factors coming in. I feel like Solari definitely have the momentum. I feel like they're more of a momentum face team. And I mean, on the other hand, for Zerans, I just hope they can go back to just drafting a little bit more ease of execution, man. I feel like their drafts have been fine. They're just not very easy to play the past 2 games.
Yeah, we have seen teams getting really creative. Also, already in the last game, we have seen a few really interesting picks that were a bit questioned during the draft. And there we had the Pope combo of Zeron's Bloom fighting Solari. And especially like Disengage showed, okay, good, there might not be enough damage in the house of Zeron's Bloom.
Yeah, you can also see that Lily had to use her Crescent Guard super early, and it was already gone when they actually decided to turn on to her. So Clef picked up a double kill right there. And then here in this scenario, we thought, okay, maybe Pivotless can die here. It's a 1v3. Surely she cannot play this. And then our C joins and she picks up an easy first kill onto OP here because she has been having fun just killing off OP the entire time. And then she's going forward and she even picks up the kill onto Lily in the end as well. So yeah, Poppy Gaming.
The hero we need and the hero we don't deserve. Oh.
My favorite was when she was like going back and forth healing Poppy. Thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. Just throw a heal, thumbs up. 28,000 damage on this Poppy. Absolute insanity. We talked about Cassante. We forgot about Poppy. Honestly, you remove the champion, you'd think that this past clip we just watched was Cassante incarnate right there. Yeah.
They're definitely related, and I love to see Pivotless waking up over these last few games because, as we highlighted, in the first few games, it didn't really seem like Solari was quite there. If they were like still in some kind of sleep, but now they're finally awakened and they finally brought us some more of this typical Solari comps. Now that we have 40 champions outbound, what do you maybe want to still see melee from Solari because they have already maybe also shown a lot during the EC? What else do they have in their quiver?
Look, first of all, I want to say I just hopped onto Twitter for a second and looked at the voices, and people were like really excited that we're going to game 5 at day 1. And then other people were like, okay, so mid lane and support pools have been maxed out. So what is going to happen? And I think it's a really, really good question. We, of course, have the Lilith Wei pick that could potentially happen, but that would mean that on the side of Zorans, you would have to leave it open, which I don't think is going to happen. I think there have been some bans that just need to keep happening. On the other hand, Malo has played a little bit of any every now and then, so maybe we get to see an any game here. But game 5 is very, very hard to predict if you ask me. I'm not sure it's trouble. Maybe you have a different opinion, but I'm like, I don't know at this point.
I feel like usually game 5s, there's just a lot of things that go completely unbanned because you suddenly start trading things or you have things in mind that can potentially counter them that's a little bit more niche since a lot of champions have been taken away, right? So potentially the way I'm looking right here, Zerans have picked blue side. So I'm expecting that maybe the way will be left open and they will be able to first pick it. I feel like right now at EMEA Masters as well, Hui has been one of the most priority picks. This champion is extremely good to control mid lane, really high range, scales really nice into the late game, which has been the name of the game for both of these teams when they have won their games respectively.
Yeah, definitely. And also, of course, not just the mid lane champion pools is getting thinner and thinner. We also get like the struggle now that you have to maybe swap back to like the second tier junglers, maybe something like a Maokai, more tanks like a Sejuani, even though both of our junglers have presented us really, really good and very aggressive jungle gameplay so far. So maybe that's also gonna have a big difference on how the team's gonna build their comps around because we still have a lot of hyper carries open because a lot of them has been banned. Maybe we're gonna just leave them all open, leave the Sivir open, leave the Seraphines open and just let's have some fun.
I mean, have some fun sounds exactly like what I want. I was just thinking about jungle pools, looking at both of these junglers being very carry oriented. There is still something as obvious and on the nose as Viego potentially, but let's just see what it's going to be. Because I heard a little voice in my ear telling me that draft is ready. So let's just look, because I have no way to predict whatever is going to happen
Bands. It's the same bands. I just hope Hui gets left open on blue side, as Annie, Seraphine banned from the set of Solari. Sivir plus Alistar have been locked. Those four have been locked bans for the entirety of this best of 5. And my eyes fall straight into things like Hui, Yunara, Wukong. These three are the 3 most prominent picks that I'm looking at right here for a B1.
Say it, Mila, say it. You were very excited when the Hecarim ban came out.
Yeah, I mean, the Hecarim ban has not been a factor for the entirety of this series, even though it's Thorn's, by far Thorn's most, on the nose comfort pick that we have. On the other hand, that means that Wei was open, at least until now, but now it's banned. So 2 of these bans are definitely very, very, comfort focused. I wonder what Zerans want to go with for the first pick here. There are definitely some options, but I just cannot pinpoint what position it's going to be for. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I mean, another pick that has been banned before was the Aurora, even though she's like very specific and also like very reliant on like what matchup you kind of have to pick her in.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, you get it.
Yes.
Makes sense. I mean...
All right. Go on.
You could pick it, because the chat was pointing out the Wukong again that we've been calling since game 1, even though it's not that great on the patch anymore. It is an option, because I gotta say, especially in the combination with Aurora, I do like Wukong. I really like the Cyclone Between Worlds combination, so maybe that is actually an option.
Oh my god, Pivotless may as well be Baus at this point. She's jumping from champion to champion to champion. Like, this is literally the Baus champion pool, man. From Ambessa to Sion to Gragas to Poppy. This is
wild.
She dies less. Maybe that's also like an upgraded version.
Yeah, we lost Raton. It's call her. If you're playing LEC in winter, just, Pivotless has a phone.
Yes. Oh, I also love the Cassiopeia. It's been like one of the secret. I mean, it's not really secret. You know that she has this champion in their champion pool, and it's like so effective against like all these engaged champions. She's like always bringing it out when it was needed most. And is there like a more urgent game to bring it out than a best of 5 in like the 5th game in the Silver Scrapes? And it also works wonders against the Aurora.
There you go.
Finally!
Do it.
Game 5!
Lock
the
it.
struggle
Thank
bus
you.
is here, chat! The struggle bus is here! Wukong has made it after 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 junglers have been played or banned out. He's finally here, making his appearance.
You must be very
We did
desperate
it.
to come for me to help.
Lock it. Yes. Oh my god. Day 1. MF. I'm hyped. Let's go. Yes. I like MF just a tiny little bit. I like that champion. I play it sometimes.
So what supporter would you now suggest maybe from those that are still available? Because we can see there is not really any tanks that are left.
Personally, I do prefer to play it with something... Oh, that's hard.
Triple AP?
That goes hard. If Nico stays open, I want Nico, by the way. Just saying. Nico support for MF. I would love that. Just saying. Okay.
I'm confused because that's just triple AP going up against Zerans, and like there's a lot of wombo combo, don't get me wrong. This is why I don't particularly like the MF here, because looking at the Gragas, I know what Gragas can do to immobile carries that just want to stand still and press R, right?
Is there Yasuo ADC in store?
Yeah, I feel like Vicky's gonna have to be very, very careful right here. I feel like what a pivot might look like is if Lilith jumps onto a Yasuo, you get that Yasuo-Diana combo as you just mentioned, and then you pivot the Cassiopeia down that bot lane onto Clef, and then you have like a more unconventional kind of draft, if you will. But I feel like Cassiopeia could be okay depending on the support picks that you've got right here. Lulu being banned away. I mean, I'm not sure. Maybe they're scared for something like a Zeri Lulu potentially coming through from the set of Solari.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it would be something that they can go for. They have played it in the past. Especially Zeri is one of the later options for Clef when we look at the series. So that's definitely something. She also, again, has played something along the lines of Aphelios, who is now banned as well. So maybe Zeri has to be the option. Yunara also not really interesting for anyone at all, but we've seen that happen a lot, actually. Like, that's not a surprise. Yunara is never really a game 1 pick in Game Changers so far. Very interesting.
Yeah, we're really getting deep into the champion pools. I mean, you could also always just suggest like more hyperscaling picks. I mean, worst case, something like a Twitch probably also could be working.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh, that's
I like
also,
this.
yeah, getting rid of the Wukong, just knocking him out.
Yeah, I like this.
I mean-
Also, very, very big pressure point when we look towards taking turrets and objectives, right?
It also makes a lot of sense, right? The entire SLYA team kind of wants to go all in. Tristana can sort of follow that motto, if you will. Zerans, on the other hand, they do have a lot of engage and disengage potential through their champions right here. I would like to see a little bit more of a defensive support, potentially. I'm even like, I don't know, I'm even gauging at the likes of a Tam Kench right here because I'm looking at all the champions and like, Alistar, Leona, Nautilus, Rakan have been taken away. Rel
It's
It's
has
taken
also been
away.
taken away.
Yeah.
I couldn't even see. So I'm like, what are your potential? Tam Kents would be fantastic here.
Yeah.
Again with Misfortune.
Ew, no, don't do that. Please don't. Come on. It's day one.
Spare
Please
us.
don't. I don't need that. Go Tam Kench. I don't like it either.
Ooh.
Renata, I'm not a big fan of.
But you can agree on this. It's a good combo. Also against like,
Yeah.
there's a Diana, she wants to jump onto you. Just handshake, just bail him out.
I would have preferred to see the Tam Kench. I'm not gonna lie, but personally, I just love when you have nice ultimate setup for MF. So the Nico would have been an option in my books because I'm like, oh my god, that ultimate layering is great. But I see how this makes sense, and I think Melio as well is a crazy good pick into MF because it just denies you so much of the damage that you want to deal with, having the option to heal up your entire team and giving them so much resilience.
I have a feeling that Zerans just won the draft by just picking Renata right here. The all-in composition, straight into that ultimate, straight into the second life that the shield gives you from Renata, into a big wombo combo with MF, Wukong, Gnar, Aurora diving in. I feel like I'm really a fan of Zerans' build, and it doesn't even look like a game 5 composition right here. It actually has like very, very solid picks that are very evenly in terms of damage distributed, but also what the comp kind of wants to do, like the front to back, the more defensive, then we can re-dive back in. I feel like SLYA do have their work cut out for themselves, definitely here.
Yeah, it's definitely hard to play against like this Renata. And also SLYA, they need to execute this so carefully. If these champions fall behind, it's gonna be so difficult to get back into the game, get back into the grip. And I have to admit, I'm a little bit of a Tristana hater. So let's see how well Clef can maneuver this champion. What is your final opinion, Mile? Who are you thinking is gonna make it to the next stage, facing either the Blue Otters or SK Avarosa?
Look, I gotta say, both of these teams have been playing out of their minds today, but I gotta root for the Misfortune because that's my main, and I cannot get it out of my system. It's MF, so let's go, Zerans!
Okay, so we're sacrificing Clef and Pivotless. Let's hope that SLYA can keep
Oh
the
God,
momentum
why
up.
would you put it like
they,
that?
They
Stop!
won 2 games in a row. They might be able to pull the reverse sweep as our EC finalists, and we go into our silver scrapes to the 5th game between Zerans Bloom against SLYA Academy.
Oh my god, I'm not sure I want to take it over after you just called me out on sacrificing Clef and Pivotless. My heart, it hurts. Ugh. What do you think, Trouble?
You did kind of sacrifice
Yeah, I
them.
did. I know I did. I'm gaslighting myself right now. I don't know.
I'm just not a big fan of like the triple AP over on the top side of the map. I feel like it's very easily counterable, if you will. I feel like Mercs would be a no-brainer coming through into this game from the side of Zerans. And I just like the classic. We caught them in the action chat. We caught them lane swapping already.
Yep.
Again, Vicky going over in that mid lane, sending Malo over on the bot side of the map. We caught them dead on the act chat.
I gotta say, because I just looked at the sums and everything, and then the runes. I do feel like we could potentially see the lethality MF here, which is interesting because people have been playing it a little more again lately. There was a phase last year when people were playing a lot of lethality MF. Then we all went towards crit, and now we love our Bloodthirster first item, yay! But just from judging the runes, I'm like, is this lethality MF? Will we get something like Ghostblade Collector? Because it hurts, but it takes time.
I'm gonna say one thing. I doubt this Misfortune is gonna have time to auto attack too many times. So I feel like maybe even going that lethality build could potentially be exactly what you need right here. Go with the first strike onto that Misfortune. Of course, playing into Milio Tristana lane, this is a very heavy shoving lane. So they have sent down bot lane a champion that can shove much easier than the Misfortune, at least in the early stages of the game. And Misfortune doesn't really mind going up against the Cassiopeia over in the mid lane. This is pretty much a strat that Zerans have done almost every single game, apart from one, I believe. 4 out of 5 games right here. Sent their AD carry over in the mid lane and their bot laner. Their mid laner down bot with a support.
All right. It's definitely going to be interesting. I'm hyped though. I mean, it's a best of one all of a sudden. And really this one game matters again. Whoever loses is going to be out of the tournament. SLYA Academy coming in as our Equal Esports Cup finalist, our runner-up. And ZERB qualifying all the way through the qualifying stage, through the group stage. And now they're here. And what a storyline it would be if they would actually kick out Equal Esports Cup second place. That would be crazy, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, pretty much they're coming in as the underdogs, right? And they took this best of 5 by storm, started with the 2-0. Now backs against the wall, suddenly SLYA woke up. Games 3, games 4. Fantastic performances by both Pivotless and Thorn to get them to that game number 5. And as you mentioned, just 1 game away. It's a best of 1 now, it doesn't matter. To be fair, the draft looks a little wacky from the side of SLYA. That from the side of Zerans looks pretty normal in my eyes right here, as they're going to get Issei over in the mid lane. That's what they've been doing the entire time. Vicky and Issei over in the mid side of the map. Trying to push out the wave, and again, we're looking for those first item spikes coming through for the set of Zerans. I think Trinity Forces, top jungle, very important. First item Aurora, first item Misfortune. This is usually the spike that you are going to be looking at to try and fight for those objectives.
100%. Top lane, I think OP here is on a bit more of a safety pick. I feel like Gnar as well as Ornn and even something like the Sion is usually something you can't really do anything wrong with. Even if you fall behind in laning phase, you're still going to be somewhat useful when it comes to team fights. Especially their respective ultimates are always a nice tool to have. And Gnar, of course, also known to be a great split pusher, as Lily is looking for a first little piece of action here, maybe going for an early dive, as Pivotless is in a bit of a tricky situation. She does have the flash available, but she's trying to dance again. OP maybe tanking a little bit of turret aggro here, but it's the first blood going over to Lily. Aggressive play, but it worked in their favor.
Yeah, and this Wukong can really carry through that early game, right? As you're playing Diana, you're looking for your level 6 to be able to have this big wombo combo impact, but it's not going to be the case. And Thorn is going to wait for her Krugs to respawn over on the top side of the map. Take those as Lily's going to come back with double longsword and that ruby crystal in her inventory, going towards her bot side of the map, where it starts respawning. You see the TP coming through from Misfortune. And this is how you know that this Misfortune knows she's either going to play the game or not play it at all. You wouldn't be having TP on Misfortune if you're playing through a very dangerous situation. But right here, you're like, listen, there's Exhaust on my Renata, there's Bailout, and there's Ult. If none of those can save me, there's no point having a second defensive summoner.
Yeah, I can see that, definitely. Absolutely. We saw a little bit of action happening here on this bot side with Clef and OC, of course, having push over Malo. You see he's in the area as well now, trying to give a little bit of a shadow here. So Malo is able to farm the wave underneath the turret. So far, she's having a bit of a rough time there in this 1v2. And Lily is back at it again. You say as well. They're looking to do a little 3v1 situation. Lily is losing the flash, of course, but I think that's a nice little win for ZERB. Just picking up that flash.
Yeah, great stuff right there. Especially as Wukong is about 1 level away from that level 6. So it could definitely be a target that you can revisit once that ultimate is down. However, SLYA have their sights onto that first dragon. They've pushed out both of their lanes mid-bot. And they're looking to take control of that as Wukong is still clearing top side of the map. So good stuff right here. They grab that first dragon, especially when you have a Tristana on the map. It just gives so much priority through that side. So Thorn's just going to sneak one in here.
Yeah, Malo was kind of looking for a disruption there, but it's not going to work out, of course. They're picking up the first dragon for the side of SLYA Academy. And that, of course, leaves the question if ZERB, on the other hand, want to play towards these Void Grubs a little more. But for the moment, everyone is going for a bit of a reset there on the side of Zeron's Bloom as well. And we should have a moment of peace until the next objective spawns here in 1.5 minutes.
Oh,
Okay.
cancelled the reset right there. Pretty good. Delaying a little bit that tempo on the map for the set of Solari, which means that now Clef is going to have to stay, wait for another wave until the reset comes through. Can't overextend because now Wukong is both side of the map. So Panzer creeps are going to get lost right there. So really nice cancel on the reset right there from Malo.
Next objective in about a minute. Void Grubs are going to be very interesting, and we can see the lane swap now coming through here for SLYA Academy. We see Clef and Aussie moving towards the top side, Pivotless of course going for the reset and then moving towards bot lane instead. And that of course is a setup looking to gain some priority here in order to have a move when it comes towards the Grubbies. And so far, Zerons don't want to match that in the exact same way. However, they've had their bot lane towards mid for a while now. So they should be fine once these Grubbies spawn. It's all about who
This
gets
is the
prime.
fun part. Yeah, this is the fun part. So Solari keep making like your international swaps, right? Like EU swaps, international swaps, like your classic. We're playing for bot lane, now we're playing for Void Grubs as Malo misses the
Yeah.
camera right there.
Yeah.
Not fun for her. But Zerons don't care because they've had their bot lane mid lane for the entire game at this point, as right now they're about to hit that Mega Gnar threshold. So they are looking to play around that Mega Gnar to see if they can get an engage going around those Void Grubs.
Clef is using the rocket jump to reposition here as the bullet time is coming through. That looks very, very nice. As they're now looking to find a little bit more. OP in the end ends up going down. Lilith now also dropped extremely low, and it looks as if they can punish them a little harder than they expected here. SLYA Academy did not manage to pick up more kills. They are in a way better position now to actually move towards these Grubbies. That didn't quite
they
go
did
to
throw
plan.
everything. They did throw everything on that Diana, and they did end up killing Thorn. But then by throwing all your ults onto the Diana, then all your tools have already been expended. So Solari did find the angle right there to try and push them out of the objective, which means that Solari will get back on the map faster as Diana respawns, and then Wukong, no flash, no ult, no resources from base, means that Void Grubs will be going over to the side of Solari as well as the first dragon.
And that's a crazy good early game here for SLYA Academy, because we've seen it before. Once you have those Void Grubs, you have that edge when it comes to pushing the turrets. But Thorn, getting interrupted here, has to flash out of the pit, so she won't be able to pick up all three, which of course denies them not only the buff, but also the stack for the Feats of Strength. And I think that's a small win for Zerons if you want it that way.
All right. A little bit of a pause right here as both of those teams are kind of bouncing back and forth. Talking about bouncing back and forth. Gnar bounced back and forth just a little bit right there from the Gragas cask. And let's take a little bit of stock of how it's been going on so far, as they're just noodle fighting over on the top of the map. It's fine. So Gnar obviously winning so far on this matchup, about 10 CS up. Over in the jungle, pretty even, with the difference that this Wukong, obviously with the 600 gold up, has the 2 kills in that inventory, and then the rest of the map is pretty much leading towards Solari just a little bit, with Cassiopeia being about 20 CS up, almost, at this point. So Lilith really, really set up for success right here in this early game.
Yeah, let's see if she can keep it up, especially now with the next dragon spawning in about 40 seconds. Solari are looking to get some more of that push onto the map. We can see Aussie and Clef, of course, pushing out that wave a little bit. They will probably need to go for another reset. As you can see, that one coming through for Clef and Aussie as well. And then setup for the Drake is the question. Lilith with pick up this wave. Yuntal now completed for Clef. That's a very nice first item spike. And Vicky, on the other hand, we see is still quite a bit away from that. She decided to go for shoes first, which makes sense because Swifties are very nice. They give you a little bit more of that speed when it comes to, you know, just moving more freely on the map. But
About moving freely on the map, they're going to be moving freely towards that dragon.
hopefully,
Dragon up and available, second one on the map. Vicky's going to take care of that midland wave, push it out underneath the tower. First items have not necessarily fully come through. I think only Lilith has her first item completed on the side of Solari. And Zerans are going to look to push that further. Thorn sitting right
Ooh, TP.
on the blast gun, and the TP is going to come through from Gragas. However, OP cannot TP into this one as she's in Mininar form, so Zeranski are going to have to forfeit yet another dragon.
And pretty unlucky for them. Timing wasn't quite right, and that's the second dragon going over to the Solari Academy side. Maybe OP can get something back on that top side. Maybe she can find a plating or two. But overall, it looks a little more in favor of Solari Academy.
Fire plating over to Clef and Alcy down the bot lane. Tristana also very much known for taking those towers really, really quickly. However, I will say Malo has done a fantastic job at 2v1ing for the entire best of 5 today. On whatever pick Sis put on. Nice flash right there. Will be met with a flash from the other side of OP as Thorn was just around the corner. Ready to pounce on that Mininar, but that's a flash gone.
Yep.
For OP on this Gnar, and it's a pretty big engaged tool. However, they do have other ones. They've got the Wukong diving in together with potentially a handshake or an ult from Renata, so they will be fine for the time being.
Ultimate use for Pivotless there as well. Did not quite hit the target, but she should be fine. Malo again has to stay safe underneath the turret. Not the easiest way to play Aurora. Usually you want to try and get ahead on her as well. As you can see, the collector now ready for Vicky. That's an important first item. And definitely one that will change the way she can play the champion a bit more forward. However, still very immobile. Very uncomfortable. Once you have to play into something like a Tristana, that's not going to be an easy task.
Talking about not being an easy task. Oh, the W in from Clef. Takes a little bit of a chunk right there from Malo, but it's going to be just a little hit on the tower, and that's about it. Lily has made her way into that bot side bush right there, and Clef is just sitting on about 2/3 of her HP bar, so if that Wukong ult lands and Malo follows it up, it could potentially be a death right there. However, 1 minute and 15 for the next Herald. Well, the first and last Herald. The next objective, rather, on the map. And I feel like teams are going to slowly but surely start completing their first items, going back, resetting, grabbing a bit of vision, grabbing new control wards, and heading towards the top side of the map to try and contest for that next objective.
It should be the target for sure. So we can see Pivotless and OP back at it again. Just trying to deal some damage to each other, seeing who can bully whom. So far they're both doing a decent job at that. Now OP, of course, going into Mega Gnar form. Feels a bit more comfortable in that matchup. And we can see everyone and their mom moving towards topside because you said it. We have a Herald in about 30 seconds. And they want to set up for this. See OP maybe looking for another backport. Maybe trying to get another little item into your bags here in order to make the fight a bit easier.
Yeah, the races were beautiful actually coming through from Solari. They were simultaneously coming through from every single lane, just spreading towards the top side, apart from Clef pushing down that bot side of the map. However, there's so many wards around that bot quadrant and the river on the bot side that Clef feels super safe pushing that one out. Now, if you walk the ramp, you might end up dying.
Now let's see, Cyclone's coming forward as Thorn has to be a little bit careful. Here comes the bullet time, beautifully done. That's the feat of warfare secured for the side of Zeron's Bloom. And that's a good setup to go for the Herald.
Absolutely, huge pick right here. Burns the flash as well in an attempt to get away, but free Herald right here for the side of Zerans. And again, I am an avid hater of this ramp. You walk the ramp, you most likely gonna end up dying.
Yeah, definitely. Not the great position to be in. And also the chat pointing out the flash where we're all taking a little bit of a gulp there. But yeah, we can see the collector value as well coming through, of course. That's the biggest item spike in the early game when you go for that lethality MF build.
BF sort of already in the inventory, so again, all lethality builds, they do strive on just pure raw AD or AP scaling. BF sort of course in the inventory, AD for Misfortune right here. And very, very close to her second item, Trinity Force is completed for Wukong and Gnar, and this is exactly what we pointed out. This is exactly when you want to start fighting if you're Zerans. Trinity Force are a pretty expensive item, but once you complete it, it's a pretty good spike on any of the champions. Malo still on the bot side of the map, and the next objective is going to be that dragon. 10 seconds on the clock would be so points, so Solari definitely want to set up some vision over there. They haven't necessarily been able to get into those objectives because they haven't found those big wombo combos with the Gragas and the Diana. Let's see if Thorn is going to find an opening onto the backline of Zerans.
They're definitely tiptoeing around each other here a little bit, with Solari not finding easy access into the river, at least not for the moment. We can see Pivotless and Split Push trying to do some work, but now with the Herald being spawned in that mid lane, the pressure is on. Herald's going to charge, and Solari are trying to defend this with the entirety of their team. Apart from Pivotless, who's of course still on the top side, now TPing in. Not sure Zerans are clear on that, as OP is off to the side looking for an angle herself, as Pivotless is now being spotted, and they have to immediately stop going for that dragon as they going in. Here comes the bullet time, but just slightly out of range. Thrawn ends up going down anyways. Between Worlds is being used to buy some space here, but they are just a bit too far forward. Lilith going down as well, and now OP and Mega Form finds a beautiful ultimate, hits it onto the enemy support, and Aussie ends up going down as well. That's a beautiful trade here in favor of Zerans. Not even a trade, it's actually just a stomp in this specific fight, as they now are able to pick up the mid lane tier 1 turret as well. What a massive wall of damage.
Damn, I love this Renata pick. I think it's just the best support they could have picked in this case. You see the second Diana presses R, goes forward. Renata just puts down the ult in a straight line, Misfortune ult on top. No one can cross. You either have to flash forward or stay backwards and watch your Diana die all alone in the backline. And that's exactly what happened right there. Fantastic play by Issei and great pick overall on the Renata. I think Solari might just run into a wall right here. 3,000 gold in the lead for Zerans. And it's not even funny because 2 first Dragons went over to Solari. 2 first Void Corps went over to Solari. Fates of War went over to Solari. But now Zerans is coming online, the Trinity Forces are coming through, the raw damage through the Misfortune. Solari have not found a way to crack the backline. I feel like Pivotal is going to have a lot of work to do to get into the backline, potentially find a cast onto Misfortune, Renata, anyone that she can get her hands on to try and get that first execute.
And I think that's a little bit of the question for me. Do they want her in the team fights, or do they actually want her in the split push? Because while this entire thing was happening, of course, she was able to pick up that first turret on top side. And I think split push can have some value here as well to keep the pressure up and kind of force Zerans into having to find an answer. But at the same time, the team fights seem to be very hard to play without Pivotless there. So that's definitely a decision they will have to make eventually, as now Malo picks up a turret for herself as well.
Yeah, I feel like to get into the backline, to have access to things like the Aurora, the Misfortune, or maybe even a mini Gnar, right? Catch OP in mini Gnar form and destroy the Gnar straight away, which is what happened over on the top side of the map earlier on. Or, as Caster Curse has it, right here.
Yep, right here, right now, as Thorn is looking for it, finds a beautiful ultimate, shot down going over.
Man,
and
I
that
swear.
was big investment, but it's fine.
This has happened way too many times today. I'm not doing it on purpose. I'm really sorry, chat. I'm really not doing it on purpose. I'm just theory crafting as I go, okay, in the game. And it just happens to happen. Or the players are listening to me. Hey, that's also pretty good. But yeah, this is pretty much what you're gonna do. You're gonna pair around the Gragas, you're gonna make picks with the Gragas and the Diana, because if you are piling on top of a Misfortune and a Renata, you're just gonna run straight into a Renata Misfortune ult combo, which you cannot do anything about.
And chat is calling you out on definitely doing it on purpose, so I don't know who to believe at this point. But yeah, the caster curse is real. I've had that before as well. But don't you worry, the game is not quite over yet. Solari, of course, still only 2.3k behind. And I think at some point that lead is not going to matter so much. It's not that big anyways. Second item now, of course, completed for Vicky as well. With the IE. Very interesting that we're not going to see the Ghost Blade at all. So it is a bit of a wonky build, if you want to say it like that.
Full crit! Wait. Diana's been spotted. They don't know, but they're looking at each other. through a wall.
You know, sometimes
This is
you
like
just gotta
this
enjoy
is,
the
this is
atmosphere.
some Love is Blind kind of thing, you know?
Yeah, exactly. Maybe they can find each other like that. Next year they're on the same team, and then we know why. They've gone through
Two
the whole
junglers
Love
on the
is
same
Blind
team. Yeah, I don't know about that one. I don't know about
No,
that
for
one.
sure.
I'm not gonna lie to you.
No, for sure. No, for sure. One is gonna roll swap because the love is real. That's how it's gonna go.
So, talking about love, the love for winning is still there as Lily finds Thorn.
Beautiful bullet time again. Wow. Yeah, that's some damage. And not really anything you can do in that position, right? Thorn getting
That's
caught
Atakan.
again, though. It's several times it happened in this exact way. And now Atakan, of course, you said it, the target.
All right, this is going to be the Atakan right there. You see OP. She can actually charge her Narbar and then TP over to the top side of the map once this Narbar has been fully charged. Or try to play for a flank right here. This is a 4 versus 4 for the time being.
Oh, they're looking for it. Thornbot Atakan is going down. Pivotless now a little bit far forward. They're trying to find some damage here. As you say, he ends up going down. Hostile takeover came out beforehand, but didn't quite do the trick as they're now picking up another kill. Clef is now on lead. She's stepping further forward. She's using the rocket jump, playing it aggressively. It's a double kill. Can she get some more? Rocket jump again. The rocket is placed. The bomb is there. But I don't think Lily is going to go down just yet, as Lilith is now, of course, on the chase.
Ooh.
Malo trying to buy some space here for her jungler. Let's see, it's
W
going to
cooldown.
be enough. It's very close. She ends up picking up the kill in the end, and that is the gold lead down to only 400. And now SLYA in the position where they could possibly pick up the turret and even out the gold lead completely.
Damn, I feel like Zeran's threw a huge lead right here. They take the Atakan and then they try to turn it around. But reminder, no Misfortune ult, no Wukong ult, Gnar only ults one person that ends up getting away. So the wombo combo was just not there, and SLYA grabbed that opportunity and ran away with it. They're grabbing their 3rd dragon of this game, so close to solo as well in 5 minutes time. And that was exactly the fight that SLYA needed to get back into this game. We're down to dead 0 difference goal between these two teams.
Absolutely crazy. Kind of reminds you of that game 1 where Zerons also had a really nice lead in the early stages and then kind of let it slip away until finally managing to pick up the win in the end. So let's see if they can do a similar thing in this game, because SLYA, they came to fight. 3 kills on Clef now. She's absolutely unleashed on that Tristana, and she's going to melt not only the turrets but also, of course, the enemies and the objectives as well.
Yeah, 3rd item's very, very close to being completed right here from the side of SLYA. Gold seriously dead even now between the two teams. OP is gonna grab the last tier 1 remaining for the side of SLYA. And then eyes dead set on the Baron. 40 seconds time. Those two teams could get a pick. This ramp that we're looking at right now over the top side of your screens has been a lot of the times a despair ramp from the side of SLYA. Thorn has been caught out on this ramp quite a few times. However, a lot of defensive items are starting to come in. You see the Rayla is completed for Lilith. You see Seekers. We're having Catalyst over for Pivotless as well. So a few more defensive items to help the survivability of that huge bullet time combo that we mentioned before. And let's see if SLYA are going to be able to find an opening right here.
I still think you have
there
good
is-
tools. Oh, OP stepped a little too far forward here. She's trying to stay alive a little longer as the hostile takeover is coming out. The Berserk hits onto the front line. Pivotless is getting hit by the bullet time. That's a shutdown in the back here for Vicky. They're trying to turn it back around. The gold lead again growing for Zerons Bloom. But SLYA immediately finding the answer with that attack speed that they have for Clef. Now they're picking up that mid lane tier 1 turret. It's a bit of a trade. I think both of these teams are okay for the moment, but it's not clean.
I think it's a big trade right here. I think SLYA particularly want that trade. They went for the Gnar. A bit of mishap right there. The Gnar survives because there was the whole backup with Zerans, and you don't want to overextend into a choke point because you end up dying again to the Renata plus Misfortune combo. However, taking that mid lane tier 1 tower opens a lot of opportunities. You've got a Diana, you've got a Gragas. You can play through that Raptor camp. You can play through the side over on the top side of the map, through the jungle. So Fog of War really does help champions that want to jump into the backline. So I cannot wait to see what Thorn and Pivotless actually find a way to get inside enemy territory, set down some vision, and potentially try to find some angles while Zerans push that mid lane wave.
Let's see. Another 2 minutes on the Dragon. Baron, of course, is available and up for grabs, but no one really wants to go for that. Pivotless. Again, in split push. Lord Dominic's now completed for Vicky. I think that's another very, very important item for her, especially looking towards killing off that Gragas, killing off that Diana. She will have a way easier time now. 3 items, usually the point where MF feels extremely comfortable. But Clef can match that. Has the Navori Flicker Blades completed, which of course gives her even more attack speed. So I think it's the game of AD carries, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I feel like I'm favoring Tristana just a little bit right here because the Flicker Blade coming through, you don't necessarily have a lot of tanky members on the side of Zerans. Yes, there's probably going to be a Randuin's at some point on this now, but not quite there yet. So for the time being, you're happy not necessarily having any pen through. However, I would like to see the Last Whisper coming through as a 4th item potentially for Clef when those armor items are potentially built onto Wukong and to the Gnar. But for the time being, she's extremely powerful onto this Tristana. The problem is that Tristana is a champion that's really hard to pilot around those team fights. And with so many abilities that can catch you off guard from the side of Zerans in terms of CC, she has to be extremely careful when she presses the W button for that execution.
Everyone dancing around each other, kind of preparing for that next Drake that is about to spawn. We can see OP trying to find a way through the river. Maybe without getting caught here by SLYA Academy. One doesn't quite hit onto the enemies here, so no easy access for SLYA in a potential fight that is coming up.
I feel like playing in an open field right here is perfect for SLYA because they can actually ignore the Renata ult and get into the backline. Fighting through a chop point is going to be really, really hard because you have to play further back for the Renata ult or you flash forward. And this might be your downfall. 10 seconds for the next dragon is going to be Soul for SLYA, and they absolutely desperately are looking for an entrance inside this river. However, if it's not given to them, Baron is up and available. So if Zerans overcommit for the dragon, it could potentially backfire.
OP is back to mini Gnar, and Pivotless is standing on the ward, so they definitely know that she's looking for that flank position to come into. As no one is actually actively pulling the trigger. Thorn again does not quite hit onto OP here.
They can't see her. They can't see her. The control ward is disabling it.
That is crazy.
Oh,
Pivotless has moved to a different direction. Now she's looking for it. She's in. She finds a very nice engage here with the bullet time coming out. Immediately deleted here for Lilith, who finds a good way to interrupt that one. The redemption is coming through, trying to heal him up. Lily has to run for the hills. Has dropped extremely low, but Clef wants to go for the chase. Picks up that first kill in this fight. Stepping over the wall again with the rocket jump. The bullets are going down. They find a decent amount of damage onto the backline here. Clef and Lilith both taking a lot of damage as well as Thorn, but I'm not sure Zerans are actually in a position to play this as Pivotless is now TPing back in, back to full life. Even healing up a little bit more with the Honey Fruit, getting some of the shields through as Vicky's now caught inside the pit. That's not where you want to be, but they make it a 1-for-1 trade. It's still a numbers advantage here with Pivotless coming in full life. They're looking to finish off this fight, finish off the dragon. They will get it. That's the soul over to SLYA Academy, and they absolutely demolish Zerans Bloom in this team fight and put themselves in the lead.
Very, very messy fight coming through from Zerans. We talked about how they want to fight through those choke points, and SLYA find their way through it. We mentioned how important Pivotless's position was going to be, sliding through the back, causing chaos, force Zerans to split in this fight. Misfortune ult went one way, Renata ult went one way, Wukong went the other way, Gnar ult went the other way, and no wombo combo to be found, which means Lilith was firing for free. Clef was firing for free. 5-0-3 onto this Tristana. What a fantastic performance. And SLYA claw the way back into this game. Fits of Strength, Soul, and now Baron.
And what a value also Aussie brought to that fight with Emilio, always being able to heal them back up, give them a little bit of a cleanse factor. Like, it was so important. And we also saw a bit of the biggest issue that MF has, of course, being immobile. Lilith was so easily able to disrupt that bullet time. So now Zerans are a little bit with their backs against the wall. It's a 2k gold lead for SLYA Academy. And they are in a prime position to push it even further, especially now with the Baron that they have on their hands.
Again, you just have to make sure you don't get caught in those choke points, right? It's just a 2,000 gold lead, so even though they are at an advantage right here, and a lot more defensive items have come through, the Seekers onto the Gragas, plus the Catalyst, you've got the Hourglass now completed onto your Diana, so you could very easily just basically bypass the wombo combos that we talked about, right? But Zerans still have those combos, and if you fall victims to them, it could be really harsh. But playing through a lane, it's a wide enough field that you won't necessarily get hit. Very nice double lane push right here, getting the last two remaining towers from mid and bot.
You can see OP
And
trying
straight
to
up
look for
pushes through
something.
inhibitor.
Yep, they are going for it. Pivotless now moving in as well. She was playing a bit of carry minion there, protect the cannon minion. But now they're able to pick up another turret. They will be able to pick up this inhibitor. I think there's not really anything Zerans can do. They might look for something here as they could potentially overstay. But again, Milio bringing in so much value, just keeping Clef alive, keeping her safe. There's nothing that can get to her. They are playing Protect the President, and they are doing it well.
I mean, that's incredible right here. With the Baron, you actually get both inhibitors in the same push, as well as tier 2s in each respective lane. Zerans is going to have a really, really tough time, because in 3 minutes' time, that Elder Dragon is going to spawn, and they're going to have to respond to that, because Elder is going to lead in Solari playing a lot more aggressive. They have the tools to engage. They can go all in. They can find a pick with the Gragas or the Diana. They can actually melt through those HP bars. Now, third items have come through. On the side of Zerans, we have the Randuins. We also have, well, I forgot the name of the Hex Drinker upgrade. I don't know if you can help me there, but third item of Wukong completed as well.
Yeah. No, I forgot it too, but yeah.
Morphle Mortis. There you go.
yes,
Morphle
that
Mortis. There you go. Got it.
I'm too much of an AD carry for that. I'm sorry, guys. Like,
that's fine, man. It's a play-by-play job, man. Come on. Step it up.
Yeah, no, come on. Honestly, that's what I have my color caster for. You explain. You explain. I just scream. You're the explainer. What do you mean? Next turret, of course, also going down here. We can see Pivotless. She's in the base. She wants to end this right here, right now. Definitely putting more pressure. Solaria now moving in. Top lane turret also falling. The base is wide open for Zerans Bloom, and they have to make a miracle happen right now. Their backs against the wall. If they lose here, they're out of the tournament. And on the other hand side, Solari Academy struggling coming into today. They don't want to leave. They have almost won Equal Esports Cup, and they are not done yet. They want to make it to the Game Changers Finals. It's not quite
What's happening? All the ultimates are missing. All the ultimates are missing. What is happening? You can see how much it means for both of these teams. You can see how much it means for both of these teams. They just missed 4 ults. All 4 of them missed ults.
They're looking for a Pivotless. Trying to play a little bit of a wall here. Stepping very far forward. Again, Milio with the ultimate buying some value here. Saw Renata ult flying as well. Didn't do too much. More of a disengaged tool in that scenario.
Damn, okay. Let's catch our breath right here. This is a very serious moment. And in the most serious moments, you can eventually crack. So,
yeah.
Just a breath for both of these teams. To see this one through. Solari have come a long way to turn this one around in a reverse sweep. And for Zerans, it would be heartbreak to lose here after 2-0. Very decisive start. I want to say this entire series. 40 seconds. 3 full double cannon waves pushing into the base of Zerans. And they have to find a way to get into their bot side jungle, set down vision, try to defend against that Elder Dragon. That's Solari definitely gonna play for. And if you get caught, this is pretty much GG. Your base is open. Lily too far forward, Issa too far forward.
Yeah, they're looking for it. They find Pivotless though. Pivotless not really the target that you can easily chunk down, but Lily is looking at something here. Bullet time's coming through, doing a decent amount of damage, but it's not going to be enough to actually pick up a kill. That's an important ultimate, 2 important ultimates gone, with both the Cyclone and the bullet time out of the picture. And Solari are now comfortably moving towards that Elder Dragon. Zerans have to find a way, but you can see there is absolutely no vision at all. Every ward is being cleared immediately. They have to make a miracle happen. But I fear they might be just a little bit too late to the party as OP steps into the pit.
It's on Lily,
She's trying
3K.
to buy some time. That's the ultimate out, but that's not going to work. Lily's not
2K.
making it in. She's looking for a
1K.
deal. It's not going to work. That's the Dragon going over to Solari Academy. They pick up the Drake. They pick up the kills. They're TPing into the bot side, and they're looking to end the game and move on further into playoffs.
Damn, what a turnaround right here. 3 members in a dream for Zerans. The entire bot side of the map that kept swapping the entire game, the entire series, has to defend this.
It's not gonna work. Clef's damage is too big. She's jumping left, front, and center, going gold, and then that's an open nexus here for the side of Zerance Bloom. And they have fought so hard. In what of a first day it was. But in the end, it's going to be SLYA Academy taking the win.
Wow, what a crazy reverse sweep from SLYA right here to find the mental strength.
Yeah.
To find the mental strength to turn this around, as we're gonna also, of course, welcome our fantastic host, Rixalis, to join us for this one. Damn, to find the mental strength to turn it around in game 3, to take it all the way to 5, to win the series. I mean, that's why these girls were finalists, right, at the EC.
Yeah, definitely. Imagine playing the first best of 5 in the whole year, directly going for the deficit that they had, managing their reverse sweep, and now going further into the tournament. I think the expectation for these girls were also really high because people wanted them to succeed. They had so many fans that were cheering in the chat for them. So also shout out to all of them believing until the very last game, until the nexus of the round blown was falling, because they definitely deserved it. What a great game of them. And how would you pinpoint this series maybe? What was maybe in the end the final decision that brought SLYA in this position?
I think it's hard to say. I'm not gonna lie. I feel like Zerance, maybe they got a little overly excited and didn't actually manage to keep their mental in check, because I felt like they became a little cocky after that game too, potentially. But I don't know. Trouble, what's your take? Because I'm not sure.
Well, I felt like it was a bit of handicap, the draft in games 3 and 4 for the side of Zerance for sure. But I feel like SLYA played with different confidence, right? They were very sure about... We said that in games number 1 and 2, we kind of lost what kind of role everyone has in the team. Like, everyone kind of wanted to carry and everyone kind of wanted to engage, but no one really wanted to engage, and everything was getting lost in translation. And I felt like everything just fell into place. You had Thorn very decisively being the carry in this early game. I think Pivotless stepped it the heck up from game 3 onwards. The Poppy performance, the Sion performance, the Gragas performance, finding the flanks right here is what turned the whole game around, right? So I felt like it was particularly pinpoint on Thorn and Pivotless really stepping up this series, and after game 3, step up they did.
Yes, definitely. And I think also, of course, these two players were the key players. But also in this last game, I mean, I'm really the biggest Tristana hater. I see Tristana, I'm against her. But Clef also really delivered in this free AP Champions combo. She always found great rocket jumps, great space in order to find the damage.
Yeah, 100%. And I think we saw what SLYA does very well is once they actually identify we want to play around Clef, they will try to keep her safe. We can see Lilith and Pivotless buying a lot of time and a lot of space for Clef to be able to move freely in order to reposition with rocket jump after rocket jump after rocket jump. And in the end, it was also Clef's mobility that was a huge difference maker, because we've talked about it a lot, how MF is a very immobile carry. And here again, Clef can just go after kill, after kill, after kill over the wall again. And they did a really, really good job. And I think overall, they just showed their expertise, especially in these last 3 games.
Yeah, and I'm really excited to see how they're gonna step up again for the next series and how far their journey is about to go during game changes, because I think also this team came maybe in with some different expectations for today. They are all currently also in a boot camp, as we heard from Lilith earlier. So I'm really excited also to see how they're gonna improve and how they're gonna grow even more as a team in this tournament.
I also quickly just want to point out that for me, Zerance still did such a huge step up today. Even though we're looking at this now being a close loss, coming into today, I did not expect us to go to 5 games, and I did not expect Zerance to be so convincing like they were in those first 2 games. So I just want to point out that there was a lot of development in that team as well.
Absolutely. I mean, commiserations, of course, to Zerance. This is a best of 5 single elim, so you lose one best of 5, you are out. And big congrats again to SLYA for, honestly, such an insane mental step up, turning this around, the reverse sweep. I mean, I have to say, for me, MVP of this entire series would probably have to be Pivotless. The last 3 games were actually insane from her, to find the flanks, to play the way she played on Poppy, to shut down the Jace, to play the Sion the way she did, to find the dashes and the ults around with the Sion. Like, absolutely, like, honestly, incredible performance from that top lane.
Yeah.
And honestly, a big thumbs up for the Baus champ pool as well.
We love to see it, and we definitely also love to see our players coming in for an interview. So I'm gonna leave you alone for a bit because I have a very special guest for us again. We'll be reunited soon, don't worry, because we're gonna have an interview with Lilith. Hi Lilith, we talked earlier today. How are you feeling after these 5 games?
Well, I'm just gonna like eat and sleep. I'm done. Okay, no energy.
What are you gonna eat? Is there like some like special victory dinner that you're gonna get with your team?
Honestly, I don't know, like anything that goes, like my chair even.
I mean, it was definitely a super tough series, like getting back after the 0-2, making the whole reverse sweep. I mean, you were really confident this morning. Did Zaron surprise you, or what maybe went a bit rocky today?
Honestly, we didn't really like. I mean, no one could expect the swap between the ADC and the mid, between Mado and Vicky. I think it was like clever most of the time, and yeah. But the thing is that I think also draft wise, I think we got a bit how to say that properly. It was hard to play into these click and point and click CCs, such as like Lissandra ult, Camille ult, and stuff. So yeah, at first it was like surprising and very smart from them. And yeah, we didn't expect this at all.
Yeah, and then came like the big swing around in the 3rd game. You finally looked more like the Solari that we know and love more again. How was like maybe the communication in the team? Like, what kind of switch did you have to like switch in order to make it back?
Oh well, how to? I think that luckily after the 2nd game, I was like completely like my mental was really down because like I just lost on Tali. I was just like basically my main, and like, oh bro, what's the champion that I have usually have like 100% win rate on is like, so I had to like lower my ego a lot, and we kind of mental resetted all of us, and the voice chat was like going smoothly, and we had like our like mates and like also staff behind us, just calming everyone, and so we could like focus on the game that I still need to play, you know.
So you think maybe it really helped that you were like in a boot camp together because you could just like put the heads together and be like, okay, good, we need to figure out a solution?
Okay, I'm gonna be honest. Evie pivotless just did like I needed a hug after the 2nd game, and I asked her for a hug, and she hugged me, and actually it carried me. So I guess yeah.
So we're declaring Vividless not just for the in-game but also for like the outside of the game MVP today.
She is both MVPs, both in game and outside of the game. Like, she carried the mantle of everyone like super freaking hard, because she kept like, she was a monk basically. Like, she could like play these games without like flinching, and she was like always ahead and doing all her best to win. And she gave us like so many like straight directions, and I really think that it's a miss that a lot of people are underestimating our top laner, while like she's actually a very good player, and also she's a very good leader.
Definitely. And love goes out to all top laners, to the kindest and sweetest persons out there.
True.
Always value those. And maybe as like the last question, who are you looking to face now that you pulled the reverse sweep? Are you rather looking to play against SK Rosa or Blue Otters? Who are you rooting for tomorrow?
Honestly, I think I'm for Blue Orders, just because like, I don't know, I like them. They're like nice, and I think they're surprising sometimes. I don't know. I'm not
we definitely
really
can see it tomorrow.
preferences, but I would say like Blue Orders.
Okay, then we're gonna see if Blue Otters gonna win tomorrow. And for you, have fun with your team. Also, make sure to eat and sleep enough after this amazing series.
Yeah.
And then we see
No
you
point.
again, I think next week already, or like end of this week already. And until then. Greetings to the team.
Bye. Merci.
Yeah, that was a super high energetic interview. I think you could like really feel the energy from like
I don't know, man.
Lilith.
I think she tried. She was like, I'm done for today, bro. Like,
Yeah.
I'm done.
But if you have like so much adrenaline left in your body after just winning such a hard series. But I found it so cute how she was like, yeah, I needed a hug. Mental wasn't that well. And in the end, like Pivotless as the leader. As she also with like the Poppy, the steadfast presence was activated. And I think you really felt that during the series.
Yeah, 100%. And I think
she was in game and out of game carry.
Yeah, and I think it's really sweet that we have interviews like this because of course our players are relatively unknown to most people, and to hear their stories and get to know their personalities in this way is just awesome. And I think the chat loves Pivotless a little more now, even so.
Of course,
yay!
You have to love Pivotless. Hey, I mean, this was super high energy, and also like Lilith, I think she wasn't like really able to tell who she's gonna rooting for tomorrow. But let us throw a few at the bracket again. Sorry, because we're gonna have more games for the week. This was only the first one of 3 amazing games that we're gonna see, because we are about to see Blue Otters facing SK Avarosa tomorrow, and then on the Wednesday, G2 Hell against Eterna. What are your expectations now that the first series already delivered so hard?
Damn. Yeah, just give us 5 more. 5
Yeah.
more. Listen, we don't have many. Look at how many there are there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We have only 6. Give us 5 games each.
Yes.
We get 30 juicy games. That's like the least of my expectations, okay?
Yep, I'm going to agree with that. I think the potential is there in all of these matchups. Definitely tomorrow as well. We will see some of the most well-known names in the female non-binary scene, I would say. So it's going to be very, very exciting. And then, of course, G2 Hell versus Eterna is going to be a banger as well. So I would not miss that if I were you. I'm just going to put it out there. I would watch.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we love to see the best teams in the scene compete against each other. Maybe even like said that we already had to say goodbye already to Zorance Bloom, because they have been also such a great team to watch, to cheer for, because they have developed so much, like all these rookies under like the hand of Vicky as the only veteran coming in. But I'm also, of course, really happy for Solari making it that far. And I mean, we already talked about the schedule, which leaves us to the hardest part of the evening. It's saying goodbye to you, saying goodbye for the evening. So I really want to thank my beautiful girls, my beautiful casters that are very knowledgeable, traveling, and me the best casters that you can have. Invite them and follow them on all the social medias. Leave nice notes to them, please, too. And of course, thanking to the production that have been putting up with our shenanigans the whole day and all our extra requests that we really spontaneously made. Also, of course, thanks to all our players, also to Fox Spirit and Sundisk, our sponsors, and of course to you for seeing LEC going live and staying for an absolute ride with us the whole evening. And that's the only thing I can say for today. Have a nice evening.
See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow. Yeah, see you tomorrow. Same time, same channel.
You see, I believe there's a significance to waking up at the same time every day.
Oh yeah, it's the same thing. Floating in a siren. Then I hear this voice.
Now, the next time you wake up at 2:45, remember, you can stay awake or go back to sleep.
I'll give it all when you need my love. You never call when you need my love. I'll give you anything you want. So say you love me, say you love me. I'll give it all when you need my love. You never call when you need my love. I'll give you anything you want. So say you love me, say you love me.